Nobody has any idea. Nobody has any idea what I said. Nobody has any idea.
Oh my god. Fucking NVIDIA Shadow play that shit.
Oh god. What's up, knackers?
What up, dog? You son of a bitch, dude. If only you all knew.
Dude. I think I do that to all my friends. I give them a basically a little heart attack, and they're like, "Don't do that." I'm like,
And you know what's funny too is actually this is completely unrelated. I went to go to your channel to host you. Like my gut reaction was to go and host because that's what I've always done when I've ever been on somebody else's show.
Yeah.
Weird.
How? Okay. One, you haven't been streaming in a little bit. Like I was talking to my buddy Barnon about you, and he was like, "When was the last time you streamed?" He was like, "I was like, not in a while." He's like, "You streamed like 3 weeks ago." So like, what's going on? I was like, I have no idea. I think he does what he wants, which I think is the proper way to do things.
Fair assessment.
So, are you?
Are you asking me what I do?
Do you? I guess like because you do content. I think you doing content is always gonna happen.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Now, if it's your full-time job, I don't know. I don't know if you want that because you've talked about that.
Man, that's a tough conversation because I say that I wouldn't want to do it. I say that I wouldn't want to do content creation full time, but I've always thought about it from the side of like being a full-time streamer. And that's all you do. And I now know for a fact that I never want to be a full-time streamer. Like
why do you say that?
I don't even want streaming. I don't even want to be streaming to be part of the revenue. I want streaming to be the fun part of the job. Like I want live streaming to be the social outing with your coworkers where everybody gets fucked up, but like a little too fucked up to where like things are kind of dicey, but nobody mentions anything to HR after the fact.
Well, hold on. What?
I mean like people just like taking their clothes off, like things you can't do in the workplace.
Yeah.
Like make inappropriate comments about somebody's body or just like get blackout drunk, right? I don't want to get blackout drunk on stream, but what I'm trying to say is I don't like I'm so over live streaming and the money aspect of live streaming. I'm just like I'm totally soured out of it.
Why?
I hate, I'm probably gonna accidentally say hate a lot tonight. Only because like I'm raw of emotion when it comes to like Twitch and live streaming in general. But after streaming for so long and then getting on the other side of it, and again this is specific to live streaming on Twitch. Like when I'm talking about streaming, it's not about because like I've had amazing TikTok live streams so far, and I haven't streamed on YouTube, but I'm probably not going back to Twitch ever. We're gonna see what happens, but
you don't have to.
No, that's the best thing is I don't. Yeah. And it wasn't always that way. That was not always an option to have somewhere else to call home. It just didn't exist. I hate God, this is such a multifaceted answer because
starting deep, baby. Let's go.
So many different perspectives. For one, putting the financial burden on the audience. So like Twitch has done a phenomenal job of creating a couple of really, really toxic cultures. One of them being putting the onus of the financials on the audience. Whereas for content creators all the way up until Twitch, it was never about getting people to pay per video, right? Yep. Or like if you posted a YouTube video or you posted a blog post, it was never about that. It was about ad revenue, sponsorships, product integration, software integration, like all that stuff, right? You made money everywhere else.
Yep.
And Twitch has completely flipped that to where now it's all about, okay, guilt the viewer into spending money. Pretty much is how I see it. And I know that for everybody, it's not about guilt. It's about, no, I genuinely enjoy your content. And I also think that it's awesome that you can directly support a content creator, like just from being a viewer, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, just the ecosystem that Twitch has created, as far as like how the viewer reacts with the streamer and what the requirements are, like what are the imposed. Oh no, did my camera freeze? Oh,
No.
That was weird. And I also forgot to tweet out, so I'm trying to do two things at once.
You're good.
I just feel like it's created a really toxic environment where a lot of people make it work, right? Money's not a focal point in the stream. It's not really part of the conversation. It's like it's known that streamers are making money from it, but it's not like in your face, right? Like sub goals, bit trains, hype trains, all of these things just like get you to spend more money. It's very off-putting to me. And I realized that once I stopped streaming that I didn't want to be part of that at all again.
Because you are a very, I don't know how to say this. This is going to sound like an insult, but I don't mean it as one. Because I think people have told me this, and they're like, I'm not trying to be mean. But, like, you're a very feeler guy. Like, you know your intentions, and you know how you would feel about it. Is it hard for you to, like, see, no, like, because this was me. Like, I was excited for switching to YouTube because I make AdSense. Like, I make a lot of money on AdSense.
Right.
And I figured out a way to make it work, and especially with shorts coming out, like I'm still good, but like even then I've battled back and forth with putting up a sub goal, because I've heard two sides. Me in the past, people were very open with like, oh, it's greedy for you to put up a member goal. If we don't reach it, what are we supposed to feel bad? And I was like, no,
see, that's a viewer problem. Like, that's the perspective of the view. You figure that out. Yeah.
And that's where I didn't. And then people were like, we want to support. How much is your goal? I was like, I don't know. And now I'm good. I think I was so, because I know what you're talking about with the Twitch lifestyle and the Twitch community. And it's weird. Once you exit, it's like, oh, I see things a lot clearly. Yeah. And I think that's what I was excited for about leaving Twitch, because people were like, come back to YouTube, these would do so well, or come back to Twitch, these do so well on Twitch. I was like, I'm good, man. I don't want to go back. That's like looking at old high school photos. I'm like, I'm good. I like moving on. Like I don't want to revisit that. Why? Because I just don't. That app, whenever I think about it, I think there's been like good friends that I've made, but I also think there's 75% of people that I aligned with and I group myself in with that have hurt me publicly, privately, and I can only see that on Twitch. Like I get like, and also just coming out, like with Twitch's whole like, we're not going up to 75-30 or 70-30 on members, or like financially. I was like, I'm good. If it works out over here on YouTube, I'll make it work, or I'll just stop streaming. I don't know, because that doesn't bother me to stop streaming.
Right.
And I do want to ask, do you feel, because I've watched other content creators, it's like a burden on them to have the idea of stop streaming because it feels like a failure. Yep. How did you feel with that?
That's another part of like the toxicity, right? Like I know Twitch didn't create the if you stop grinding, everybody's going to forget about you mindset, but I can't help but think that live streaming just enhanced that even more. And fuck, I was gonna say. Oh, I have to write things down so that I don't forget to ask about them later. Okay. My medication is fading. So is my brain. Mentality. Here's the thing.
I love this so much. I love that you actually care about these questions. You care so much.
It's hard for me to answer those, because sometimes, when you just don't experience the problems that other people experience, like things that are so detrimental to them as a character, and you're like, That doesn't happen to me at all.
Yeah.
I can't relate. I never had an issue with taking breaks. I took a 1 month, a 3 month, a 1 month, and then I took a 7 month. And I would only ever average in between 30 and 50, with the majority of the averages being in between 30 and 40, right? It's not a great streamer. Heavily plateaued for the longest fucking time. I think my first stream back, like when I streamed like a month or two ago, I was averaging like 80, 85 viewers. And that was after not streaming for 7 months.
Yeah.
And like never ever really getting over 50 viewers, like fucking ever. And then the next 2 streams were both like really, really good. So in the past, I never cared about taking breaks or losing, because when I saw the 2 choices, take a break or continue feeling the way I'm feeling and be worse, get more depressed, get more anxious about it. Taking the break means the most sense. And of course, because I had a full-time job that pays my bills, I have a little bit more leeway than people who are doing this full-time do.
Yeah.
I can't go to anybody and be like, oh my God, work is just so stressful and it takes up so much time. Take a break, dude. Just don't go to work don't go to your day job for a month and a half and see what, I can't fucking do that. Which is, again, why I never want to be a full-time streamer ever comes into play. It's when you're talking about money and stability.
Yeah.
Right. The spiritual freedom of being a creator and making my own schedule is not a greater desire than financial stability for myself and my family. When I say my family, it's me and one other lady, because fuck children. Don't clip that on the beginning and the end of that. That'll be bad.
I kind of have to clip that right now.
I fucking hate kids. I hate that you have children. Anybody who's watching, you have kids, I hate them. I hate them all. I don't care how cool they are or cute. Sorry.
Why do you hate kids so much?
Where do I even begin?
Start.
Where do I even
And by
begin?
the way, it doesn't offend me. There's so many people who are like,
oh, I know.
You haven't met my kid. I have met your kid. Hate him. Most of the time, 90% hate all children. Because also, I mostly hate the parents of those kids, because like their kids will do something shitty and the parents are like, oops, so cute. And it's like, I'm going to kill your kid. I'm going to drown them in a pool. Like,
why can't we shake them anymore? I don't, it's one of those things where it's like, I know that I hate children, but I don't hate anybody who loves their kids. Like, I don't see anybody with a family.
No, that'd be a deeper issue.
What a piece of shit they are. Oh my God. Reproduction on a planet like this? Yeah,
are you one of those guys to where you're like, as horrible as the world go, why would I bring something else into this? Don't.
5%.
Knackers, come on.
5 to 7% of, I mean, you have to think about that a little bit, right?
Dude, my kids are going to play Hogwarts Legacy soon. Gangster
Here
shit.
we go. So to wrap it full circle for that one conversation, it's, if I could find a balance between making pre-recorded content, short form, long form, have a podcast, do sponsored shit, and that could all pay the bills, awesome. I would probably do that. You will not catch me being live for 30 hours a week, 20 hours a week, ever again. Yeah. There's just, I did it for 10 years. I streamed on Twitch for, 9 years. But I've now been creating content for 10 years after this break. The fuck was your original question?
I don't know. It's okay though.
It's about like streaming full time or being a creator full time.
Yeah.
I think right now the epic balance that I'm trying to find is a full-time job with benefits in my field, IT, that only takes up 40 hours of my time instead of the job now where it's 50, 55, where I have like insane responsibility, not insane responsibilities, but a lot of responsibility, a lot of management. I'm responsible for other people. I would rather just go and find a job where I'm just responsible for myself. I put in my 40 and then I go home, make like 40, 50K a year at the day job. Right. But still do content shit on the side. If that content could generate 20K, 20 to 30K to bring like my total revenue to like 80, I'd be fucking happy, because I'd have the job, I'd have the benefits, have the insurance, that would all be covered, and then all that extra money is either just going right back into dog's gotta get out, go get her, Boba. Going right back into the brand, or traveling, seeing friends. I'm never going to pretend that like money isn't a main motivator. Like, money doesn't motivate me and shiny toys don't motivate me, but money to create additional memories with other people does.
Yep.
My friends always get mad at me because all of my friends live abroad. I have no local friends at all. Like, I don't hang out with anybody locally. And that's for a multitude of reasons. But every time I see my friends, like once a year, I'm like, I'm probably only going to see you in person like 25 more times, 26 more times. Like, we're only going to hang out in person probably 25 more times before one of us dies.
Oh, it's a sad thought, Knackers.
It is. Like, when you think of how little you're going to see other people because you only see them once a year, twice a year, and it's like, that's... So wait, hold on a minute. I want to
start like crying, man.
Yeah, good. You should, because it's an interesting way to think about it. Are you close with your parents?
I am now.
Okay.
Closer.
Good. Okay.
Well, I also had to set up boundaries.
Absolutely. Yep.
Which
absolutely.
Your situation is not like that, right?
It's right, but it's actually really good. Like, I 10
really?
years in content creation, my parents still have not been able to find me online. I'm that fucking good at locking shit down. Every time a new social media platform comes out, I find all my family members, block them immediately.
How? So, if they ever found out about you, now I get it. Now I know why.
Yeah.
So if they ever...
You ever see how weird that looks when you have like a clear bottle?
Oh,
you like see inside their mouth.
How am I a brand's worst nightmare, yet you're so good for them? Whatever, dude. Just because I say few off-color things online.
Oh man, I'm gonna find a joke because you just brought it, and it's an appropriate joke. But you go ahead. Go ask your question.
Well, I guess my thing is, because you're, from what I know, from what I've experienced, you've been extremely kind to me, extremely friendly. You're very open to answer questions. You're almost like the perfect human. You hate kids, but I think that's like fine. I'm saying, like, in my book of people who are like, I look up to. You keep your rage in check. You work online. The way that you get angry, you can make it funny to where people don't take it personal. You do a very good job of that, because I remember the first video Stitch of mine, you were pissed. And I could tell a little bit. On TikTok. That was our first interaction. You stitched one of my videos.
John Ebo?
I don't know. It was the one, I think it was the one before where I was like, why don't we just let creators do what they want? And you're like, nah, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. Like,
that was like 10% annoyance, no anger whatsoever.
Maybe annoyance. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember seeing that, and I showed it anime. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? He goes, oh, that's Knackers. And you probably pissed him off. I was like, no. Because you're a person who saw me at my stupid takes and were like, I don't believe that's all him. Like, I don't believe that's all you. I think you're angry and you have a phone next to you, and I think that was the product.
But that's what TikTok is amazing in so many ways, but is also the most awful. in the most ways.
Yep.
And that's actually another thing I want to bring up. We think that Twitch has a toxic money mindset.
Holy shit.
Oh my God, TikTok. The amount of emails that I get that are just like, hey, we're launching new gifts, new things on screen, new ways, since it's just like money. It's not about creating good content at all.
No.
It's about engagement. It's about call to actions. It's about gifts. And I'm like, man, I'm not the person for this platform either.
No, it's, I genuinely think, and that's why I like YouTube. For me personally, I've talked about this with a lot of my friends. Who are like, well, there's no like community on YouTube. You know, you're all alone. I was like, yeah, you get to actually learn skills to create a community. Crazy.
Boo-hoo. It sounds so sad. Why would you want to do that?
Dude, me moving away from everyone, like it cleared fog on me. Like I was like, oh my God, I don't have to play FPS shooters every day anymore. I don't have to try to get a certain rank. I can play Final Fantasy VII Remake and hate Aerith because she's a horribly written character right now. Yeah, I love it. And I've had so much fun opening up that avenue. I'm never going to do tech because I'm not knowledgeable about it, but everything else, I love talking about certain things. I like bringing up problematic topics because I believe that we should be able to normalize having a conversation with people and not throwing a screwdriver at them if they don't say the right thing. I'm never going to be for that. Even like there was that guy, it was like upon a dead body or finding a dead body or something like that. You stitched it, or no, you didn't stitch it, but you wrote a tweet about it. And you're like, you brought it in a conversation, and then the comments were like, actually, you're just like, all this stuff. I was like, no, what Nax is saying is accurate. I get both sides. Both sides, but yes, there is that. I came from the counselor standpoint, and it's not fun, and I don't give a shit.
Dude. I haven't talked to anybody other than like my brother and my girlfriend about that whole situation, right? And there is so much.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that like my take, I hate the fucking word take so much, dude. L take, dude. L take, co-parter, omega lol. I fucking hate it so much. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that like my initial response wasn't lacking in empathy, right? Completely lacking in empathy. Because the first thing I said was, I'm sorry for your loss. And for anybody who's listening in the future, I'm just gonna get this all out here so that you have some context, right? It was the trauma dumping event that happened back in December, where a woman posted a video of her going into a stream, and the video made it look like she said that she brought up that her mom had passed away, and then the streamer just tore her apart.
Yeah.
Live in front of everybody, and it was so fucking rough. And to summarize what I said was, I'm sorry your mom died. That is awful. But what you did is considered trauma dumping. And that was me considering all possibilities of what actually happened. Because the video was edited to convey a certain point that I think maybe misled it a little bit. Still fucking, what that dude did was fucking awful. No one should ever do that to another person ever. However, I think that the final part of my tweet was that, yes, this is trauma dumping, and if you don't know, this is against Twitch etiquette. This isn't something that you should do. And the third part was, we're seeing a video of somebody who was obviously snapping. Like, that dude snapped. Yeah. Something hit him and he snapped. Yeah. And I'm like, we're seeing the 117th time that this dude has responded to somebody trauma dumping in his chat. And I'm going to guess that we are seeing the worst one. This is the worst response that he could have given. Yeah. And that wasn't too, I think when I look back at it now, it reads like I was making an excuse for him Like, oh, it's fine that he responded that way because normally he's nice. My perspective of it was, no one's ever going to care about how you acted any other time because of this one time.
Yep.
And other streamers and viewers have a unreasonable amount of expectations for how streamers should act. There was hundreds of thousands of, I don't care if somebody trauma dumps on you 1,000 times, like, you should never react to somebody this way. Like, you should never yell at your wife either. You should never throw something in anger because you shouldn't. But to expect a human being to be 100% perfect with every response every time, it's just, I can't stand that perspective of, like, you don't deserve a community if that's how you treat people. It's like, yeah. We have all had no fun. This is the first time the entire world is seeing this dude, this stream, and this content. And again, the rest of my points were that, like, we don't have the full story. We're seeing what they want us to see. But then again, it doesn't matter about the other side either, because that's how it goes.
Yeah. I think, and I felt for both. Like, I felt for both people, but I've been that streamer. I've been that content creator. And I had people drop suicide notes in my chat back when I was on Twitch, and I lost my shit. I think I actually quoted, I was like, I don't care. Fucking kill yourself. Leave. Like, dude, it was the third one I had in like a month. And I wasn't, and I've said this before on other podcasts, but like, I wasn't on the internet before Twitch and TikTok. I was a photographer. I was on Instagram. Yeah, I watch YouTube videos. I didn't partake in communities. I just enjoyed watching videos. I wasn't in a Reddit forum. I wasn't on YouTube comments. I wasn't in Twitter. I was never that guy. So the internet being the internet was so new to me. And so I got introduced to lying. I got introduced to manipulating. I got introduced to people using someone for attention or promoting, and like all that being new. And from my perspective, I was like, oh, that's that I don't know how to deal with that. So when people were like, hey, the last one, well, the first one I got was, hey, I thought I could watch your channel and it would make some thoughts go away, but I guess it didn't work. So hopefully I'll see you on the other side. Never heard from that viewer again. And I, like, dude, the first time that hit me, I took that as genuine as possible. I was like reaching out to the guy. I was like, hey, please talk in chat. Please communicate in chat. No response. So that night, I just cried. I was like, I just watched a viewer kill himself. Like, I just watched a guy give up on his life, do that. Now, if that's real, no idea. Because 2 more times that happened. And then I started, but that was also, I was starting to understand people lie for attention. And people do that. And people manipulate. And it's like the kid that comes in chat, like, oh, it's my birthday. It was your birthday last week, man. I don't care. Like,
I have, if anybody listens to this podcast for like an extended period of time, just know that a lot of these conversations is going to come off cynical because I don't talk about this stuff anymore. So now it's just all unloading. I have a series called, I think it's called like things people say that streamers normalized or something like that. And it was if things streamers say happened in real life. And I'm just going to give away this first skit because I'll probably never record it because I'm a procrastinator. But it's just room full of people. It's probably like 7 people watching the Super Bowl. Everyone's just like hanging out, a couple people on the couch, a couple people like over at the fucking nachos dip table getting some nachos. And somebody just walks in and goes, "It's my birthday." Leveled up. Reddit gave me confetti today. And I'm just like, when did we start just announcing that it's our birthday? Now, again, that's the cynical side of me. And you have to think about, maybe that person never had a group of people to celebrate their birthday. Maybe they had a family that never gave them birthday presents growing up. And it's like, this is the only time they've had a birthday. And you're like, okay, well, I get it, but also, right? Just like, even when Facebook was around, nobody ever posted that it was your birthday. You waited for the platform to say it was your birthday, but now it's just like, it's my birthday. Leveled up. One more trip around the sun. Or what is it? Which way do we go? Does the sun go around? So I just have a laugh sometimes.
You have no idea the response I wanted to give to those people. Be like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Drop dead.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, my abs hurt. But like it's that shit. It's like saying it over 1,000 times. Yeah. And then the smart people just ignore it. And they go, happy birthday, and they move on immediately because you can like see like a vein twitch, be like
yeah, I made a mental note to not tweet anybody happy birthday. Like if I have a friend and it's their birthday, they're getting a message, they're getting a DM, or if they're close enough and they're known by my community, I'll wish them a happy birthday in the Discord on top of sending them a DM.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
And it, like, you know, it's like it's an annoyance for me, and I'm sure the things that I do annoy the fucking piss out of people. So it's like nobody's getting hurt, but I just found it odd that it was just one of the things that we just started doing.
But that was online. I was new to that. Like, it was weird when that started happening, and then I was like talking to my friends, I was like, "Is this normal?" He goes, "Oh, John, oh, baby boy." Like, man.
So did you just have a super rock solid group of friends growing up and like never had issues with like backstabbing or lying or people just like...
No, I went through high school. I got bullied. But I think as an adult, I had like 5 friends. And then my 5 friends were like almost... I was used to everyone being on a spectrum of autism before TikTok because they were all autistic. Like they were all ADHD, like all had those, like all had those things. So when I saw TikTok, I was like, "Oh, friends."
Yeah, others.
But it got to the point where like one of my friends got massively famous on YouTube, so he knew about YouTube fame. Like he made a viral video of like how to make Five Nights at Freddy Not Scary, and it went like 20 million on his first video, 30 million the next one, 40 million the next one. So
God damn.
Oh yeah, and he was 18 when it blew up. So when that happened and I was doing Twitch, we had a lot of talks. We had a ton of talks. He was like, "Hey, nobody's opinion matters. Just to let that be out there. And you are more than the work that you put out." Like he mentally broke his own channel down because he was only known for one thing, but he's an amazing musician. He's a video game music composer. Like he's worked on like games I can't say yet, but like very big games that I played that were of the BR type. There's a few of those.
Only.
Yeah, only a few. And he got so upset that nobody was recognizing that skill that he was like, "We're not doing Five Nights at Freddy's anymore. We're done. And we're done. Guess what? I'm killing this whole series. I don't care if it screws me over financially. You guys don't recognize anything." Like, he didn't say it that aggressively, but that was like him just being like, "I'm done. Like, I'm done with all of you. I'm done with everything. I don't want this fan base anymore." And he was like, if I would go back, I would still make those videos. I would just encourage other people to check my stuff out and just let that work be. I don't care about it anymore. I'm just going to put it out because it was great financial support. And so all that to like, I had preparation. I also just took people at face value. And I grew up around my parents. My parents' friends were really good friends. Like they had really good, steady friends. They would talk about like they were pretty religious, so like they would have fun conversations. Like they would have fun talk about what they wanted to, like seriously, and then they would go. And I was like, when can I have those people in my life in the content creation scene? The ones where I can just talk about everything. And then I thought I had them, and then I put out some tweets, and people were trying to like people who I thought were my friends were trying to ruin me publicly.
Yeah.
Like, and that caught me off guard because I know I might not grew up in the internet, but I know when having a fucking audience can just ruin someone. Or
Yep.
like if I wanted to, like back in the day, and I was like, hey, we're gonna go attack this guy, they would have. I don't know why. It's just mob mentality. If there's a bad guy, bad person, even though we don't know all the facts, like it's done. And I remember that happening, and I backed away fully. Like I stopped talking to a lot of friends who I'm still good with now, but like I just assumed they were all on the same page. It's like, cool, I'm done. Like I'm done making friends on the content. Like I can't find friends here. So I'm good. Like if you guys don't give me a chance to talk and actually have a conversation with me, and you just want to put labels on me and do whatever, fine. Fuck you. I'll be whatever you want me to be. But I'm not gonna be your friend. And that's where I reclused and pulled back and found good friends for me privately and rebuilt myself up to where I was like, if this is the job that I'm gonna do, I don't get the liberty of taking everyone face value. Do I miss out on some friends that I could make? Sure. Do I have a steady group of people around me now? Yeah.
Like that's another part that feeds into the toxicity of Twitch.
Yeah.
And I've only come to this realization the past couple months is that Twitch, the meta of Twitch for as long as I can remember, right? I remember watching a Streaming 101 podcast that had Professor Broman. Oh my fucking God.
Jesus was cool on that podcast.
Jesus? Did I say Jesus?
No, you said, oh my fucking God.
God damn it.
That's a joke.
Oh, let me hold on. I gotta look. Professor Broman. No, I don't think anybody in your community is gonna know any of these fucking people. Streaming 101. I think one of them was not Tiger fucking. Oh my God, I'm so pissed that my memory is so bad now.
Tiger Sex?
Oh. T-Rex, Tiger Rider, and one other guy, Brotato.
Okay.
Do you know any of those people?
No.
I think this aired in like 2015, 2014, 2015. I remember.
No.
Yeah. I remember seeing it like when I first started. And the meta is ABC, always be online. Or whatever the C fucking stood for. I can never remember. It was always be chatting. That's what it was. Always be chatting.
There he is. I was like, always be online.
Be live 8 hours a day. If your competition gets online at 8 a.m., you get on at 5 a.m. and you get all of their viewers before they get their viewers. Jesus. You use bots to tell you when people join your chat. That used to be normal, to have a bot that told you when somebody opened the stream. It would say, John C. Stout has entered the chat. This person, it would tell you when they left. It used to be normal to have the chat tell you when people came and went.
That is a lot.
Fucked up. We were idiots. Or, well, the Goliaths of 2015 were idiots. Yeah. Right? Just like so much terrible advice. And the meta was to be on Twitter and be on Twitch as much as possible. Respond to everything. Always be tweeting. Always be in people's chats. Always be interacting. Make sure your name is always being seen, whether it's a reply to a comment or a DM. Like people would just say like openly DM people just to make sure that they like don't forget about you. Go and network. You need to get out there and network. It's the only way that you're going to meet people and get seen. And because like the only way to get viewers then was if somebody else hosted you, because this is before raids even fucking existed.
Yeah.
It was only if like somebody else talked about you could you actually get viewers randomly. Other than, you know, discoverability was a lot better back then too, right? Just because there wasn't a large amount of content creators on the platform. Yeah. But all of the things that we tell people to not fucking do is what we did in the beginning. And so to bring this all the way back around.
I saw it a little bit.
I don't know if it's my it might be the camera, because I'm using my phone as a webcam. It might be the phone overheating, but we'll never know. Twitch just made it so that everybody went out and tried to make friends with everybody possible. And what the product of that is, you now have a circle, or dare I say a stream team, the most useless fucking asset in content creation history.
Tell
you have
me
a stream
more.
team of, dude, don't even get me started about fucking stream teams. Talk about like a pyramid scheme hiding in plain sight that nobody's willing to admit. Stream teams are fucking useless garbage. And I'm going to go even a step further, and this is the cynical asshole part of me. If you are somebody who thinks that stream teams are beneficial, you are one of the few that is benefiting from the stream team while everybody else gets table scraps. You know, fuck that. They're not even getting table scraps. They're getting nothing. All the people at the top are the ones that are getting that shit. So you now have all these groups of people. You don't even really know anything about each other. You're not really friends, but we host each other. We're on the same team. We share communities. And then one thing happens, like what you experienced. You have one differing opinion. One L take, bro. How many L takes are you gonna have of this trip around the sun? Cope harder, dude.
It's my birthday.
Motherfucker doesn't even announce his birthdays anymore. And then so you have one bad take, one bad conversation, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're the biggest piece of shit I know.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about you, but this one bad take of yours is enough for me to write a tweet thread about you." I'm like, "Oh, you're so bad. Let me put together a 48-part tweet thread of everything bad that you've ever done in the past 3 years, just so in case anybody searches your name, you'll come up and my thread will be found and people can know." And that treads
wild.
into the conversation of the difference between like accountability and cancel culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have received 2 private DMs from my friends who are like, "Hey, I don't think you should post that." Those people actually care.
Yeah.
That those people were the ones that were like that, or like, I'm not trying to, okay. I've had 2 people reach out and they were like, "Hey, I wouldn't post that." And then the other people were like, "What the fuck is this take, John?" Like, and I think the way those 2 different avenues on talking
Yeah.
shows a lot. Shows either, some people don't know. Some people don't know that their audience is watching about everything they... Bro, I just find out there's people hate watching my liked tweets. I mean, I love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Make sure to member up on the stream, but, you know, Jesus Christ. I've never done that. I've never done that. Like,
so part of like my growth as a human in the past year or so is like, despite what the internet thinks of my level of empathy for other human beings, I actually have a great deal. And I think about how awful your life has to be in order for that to be your pastime.
Yeah.
Okay, think about the things that you love the most in your life right now. Your hobbies, your family, your friends, okay? And then think about sitting and watching a person that you hate's content taking up more time than all of the things that you love in your life. Like that is the highest point of your day, is that. So you have to think of then all of the categories that make up the best part of your life don't exist for that person, because if they did, then this would not be the best part of the day. And you're like, oh my fucking God. And you want to reach out and be like, are you all right? What is so awful that you're in this spot? But truth of the matter is that a lot of people don't want the help. They don't want the reach out.
That's where it's important, is there's people who just like being angry. And I can relate to that. I was a very angry kid. Of course, like I got bullied heavily. Like everyone says I got bullied, but like I got the shit kicked out of me in high school. Like I got
really.
Oh, I had a bottom locker, and there was this guy named wasn't Dalton.
Randall.
No, dude. Randall was a good buddy of mine.
Oh, good dude. Okay, I just threw a name out there.
No, this guy was like, he was like 6'3". He had like a gold chain, tan, And I don't know what it was. He looked at me and was like, oh, I'm going to fuck up this kid's life for a little bit. And I would walk on the, like, I would move out of my way to get away from him. And he would, like, search me out. So, like, when you talk about sympathy for people who are causing pain and causing harm, I have a hard time caring. Because I was that kid that got bullied because, maybe his stepdad beat the shit out of him one day. I got hurt by that. Like, like, that... And it sucks, sure, but at the same time, it's like, why was I a conduit? What? Maybe we're kids and we don't know and whatever, but like, even this last year, I've had the hardest year of my life this last year. I have made sure, and I've watched people, and I'm almost like in a little I'm better than you type feeling, but like when people are like, oh, sorry, I had a bad day. I just, sorry if I said this fucking mean tweet. I just had a bad day. And I'm just looking, I was like, doesn't give you the right to do that. Nothing you go through gives you a right to be a douchebag. Nothing. Yeah. Like, and that's where I think, for me, I've recently tried, and this has been like having other friends who are adults and not just talking to 22-year-olds. Like, no offense to you guys, but like,
oh, fucking stupid.
It's been like, one of my friends reached out and goes, if you just want to vent, call me. If you want to, if you write out a tweet, screenshot, send it to me, and I'll laugh at it. Like, and I guess screenshot me, tweet.
No, I was gonna write something down because you said something good.
But that was always so hard for me to have sympathy for the people causing pain to me. Because, like, dude, go punch a punching bag. Like, go hit a wall. Go drive your car into a tree. I don't know. Leave me alone. Like, that's where I think, in my honest opinion, this is gonna get me canceled. I would rather have someone do self-harm than harm to others. Like, I would rather have someone pick up a drinking habit, pick up an addiction that hurts only themselves than hurt someone else. Like, man, if you're like, it's a fucked up way to say it, but like, that's where I went to. Like, I went to like self-hatred, like mental stuff, but I'm very happy. I would rather have that avenue on myself than going after people online or doing anything. Like,
but there's a third option. You say it like that, like
those
are the only two options. Yeah. There's the third option. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about some heavy shit.
Yeah.
Doesn't bother me though.
One of my favorite things I heard recently, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but I think something happened, and it was specifically on Twitter, and this was like actual Hollywood celebrity status, not us fucking content creators that think we're in Hollywood. Somebody interviewed, he was getting interviewed, she was getting interviewed, and they're like, well, you know, what do you think about this and that and the things that are being said? And he looks at her and goes, Twitter's not a real place. I'm like, oh, fucking shit, you are correct. And addendum, right? Asterisk at the end. The things that people are able to accomplish, thank you to the reach and the engagement and the power that Twitter and other social media platforms bring, right? Sure. Think about how much got raised for the ALS foundation. Remember the ice bucket challenge? Yeah. People just dumping ice water on themselves. Do you think you could have done that, putting an ad in a newspaper? Like, bald bearded white man dumps ice cold water on his head. Everyone's like, what the hello? Cool. Page 8 Sears catalog, please. Nobody give a shit. It's amazingly powerful. At the same time, people think that the life that exists on Twitter is the life that exists out there. It's not. It's not.
And sorry, go on. I want to follow up with this.
Yeah. You can have something terrible happen, right? And this is the unfortunate side of it. And I'm using a bad example rather than a good example. You have people that committed terrible crimes in the content creator space, right? They turn off all their socials and then they go live a life, most likely unscathed. Yep. Because Twitter doesn't have any hold on anybody outside of it. But people think that the power that the platform has warrants canceling people, warrants trying to hold people accountable. It's like, well, because I have the power to do so, I have to use it to bring this other person down for whatever reason, whether it's legitimate or fictional, whatever. Twitter is not a real fucking place, and you can shut it off and then you can go continue living. Yeah. And that's really tough, because I want you to go, because I'm now going off into a separate direction.
I remember. No, you're good. I love what you have to say. Like, I want that to be very apparent.
Thank you. I love your lamp. I really do love your lamp. Like, I saw it, I was like, oh man, it's a pretty fucking lamp.
Like, you love lamp, or are you just saying you love things in the office?
Lamp. Dude, you can't publish that comedy anymore. Like, that would not fucking work if that movie came out today.
That's why I love go on your thought. Your thought. I don't want it to
go. When it comes to social media and Twitter especially, I have a very, very firm belief that the space that other people want you to build for yourself is not really the space that, how can I put this? When people tell you, so this is just an observation as far as recently, how many times have you heard somebody comes into your stream, you don't like him, ban him, protect your space, do whatever you can, keep the toxic people out, don't tolerate anything in your content that you don't want. If you don't like a viewer, you don't like a community, ban them. You don't have to have a reason. Ban them, get rid of them, get them out of your life, right? You've probably heard that as a creator. Mm-hmm. And then somebody says something stupid, right? Creator says something maybe it's a little dicey. You know about that. And then all of a sudden, you're not allowed to turn off your DMs. You're not allowed to go private. You have to sit here, be accountable for what you said, read all the hate, take all the death threats. You don't get to dictate how much accountability you receive on the other end. And so you have this massive group of the community that's all protect your space, build up the community that you want, only keep the people that you want, and then you see people taking action to preserve that space of theirs, and all of a sudden it's like, no, you can't do that. You have to sit here. When I was getting death threats and people telling me to kill myself, I was getting messages on the 5th platform that I had like forgotten to block. Like, hey, I know you block DMs on all your other platforms, but yeah, you don't get to run from this. So hope somebody close to you dies really soon and fucking kill yourself. Yeah. Hundreds, if not thousands of messages and tags from that one tweet. There was a lot of other conversations too. Like, I was actively engaging with other people at that time. But yeah, I've just noticed a huge flip-flop in people want you to protect your space when it benefits or it backs their state of mind or their perspective.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
That like makes me want to angry cry, bro. One, should never happen to you. You're not that person. I've never like cried out of anger on a podcast. Like,
dude, I've had this exact conversation with my girlfriend, because she was like, I don't understand how people could be so hateful to you. To know you as a person and know your heart and your intentions and how you treat people, and to see I got called a narcissist, an egomaniac, a pedophile, I got everything under the sun. And she's like, I don't understand. And it's so hard for her to stay quiet and not tear everybody to shreds, because she's I don't know if you knew this, but she was in Attack on Titan.
Yeah. Wait,
she
what?
She will fucking eat you. If you
but she was in Attack on Titan? Or she's watched it?
I'm saying she's Titan-like. Will fucking demolish you and digest your ass. She's one of the best people I know. She's amazing. But she's like, if she knows that like, oh, you're gonna talk shit about Knacker,
My guy?
No, I'm gonna eat you. Yeah.
I think that's what, because I got to experience this a little bit to where like I had a community kind of tell me what I should be doing and how I should be acting, and it would remove me from me. It wasn't like, sure, yeah, jokes and everything. I like whatever. If you're offended by it, you don't have to listen to it anymore. But to remove me and make me, my goofiness, my extraness, my whatever, my loudness feel like a problem to the point where I believed it and was like, man, if you hang out with these people who are loving me very good privately, like people, like Barnon rubs everyone the wrong way. He's the GFC guy. Like he just rubs people the wrong way with the way he talks. But that man talked to me a lot privately during like one of the worst years of my life. And those people were like, oh, he's not good for your brand. I don't give a fuck. He was a good person to me. He is a good person to me. Like when it starts, oh dude, it's the thing with social media, man. Like if that's one thing I've learned is like, sure, you can have a bad take or have a bad opinion, whatever. You are human.
Mm-hmm.
Like when, dude, it's so frustrating because like you have a community of, we're all about happiness here. I can make a joke with you and you can make a joke with me and this is all great. But like the moment someone else's feelings get hurt, it's my fault. Why would you let them in here? Why would you let them talk to me like that? Oh, I'm sorry, dipshit. Don't you talk to me like that all the fucking time? Do you not like the taste of your own medicine?
Yeah.
Like, if I...
You said something really interesting where this goes back into the Twitter is not a real place conversation. People online think that they can define you. They think that the power that social media has and accountability and the receipts, they think that they have the power to define you instead of you being able to define yourself.
Yeah.
There is nobody online. Like what you say, it's not that it doesn't matter. It's that I don't care.
Yeah.
There was a great clip
you
I saw.
You don't have to care. You don't have to care about everyone's opinions and their thoughts.
Yeah.
I don't. And I've been so much happier. Like,
I get anytime I'm talking to people and I bring up quotes, I love Gary Vaynerchuk. I don't love all the things that he does, but a lot of the messages that he has are fucking great. And one of them is this. Somebody, he was on a podcast and somebody asked him, you know, when people are making videos and tweets making fun of you and how you talk and how you act and like always making fun of how you interrupt people or you're loud, you know, doesn't that get to you? And without hesitation, he said, I do not value the opinion of people who don't have the whole picture. Mic drop. There's nothing to say after that. What you think of me and what you think kind of person I am, it doesn't matter. How you define me doesn't impact me. You think that because you have a screenshot of my butthole that you have power, right? Like I got these receipts. Like you said this stupid thing one time, and somebody donated to you, and you reacted this way, and they build up this little table of contents of all the shitty things that you've done, like all your worst parts of being human, and think like, oh, this is them. Like, oh, here's a tweet thread of all these bad things that look what kind of person he is. You do not define me. Yeah, and. It was really hard to not come back swinging after all the harassment and stuff because the hundreds of dude just killed his career. Like, wow, you only averaged 30 viewers on Twitch and you killed your career over this one tweet. And what I wanted to say is, hey, since that one tweet that you think is the end of my career, I've signed 3 brand deals. You do not, whatever the fuck you think you know about me, you do not define me. And that's not to say like again, this is me paraphrasing. This isn't saying what actually happened. It's like, I'm not trying to say brands don't care if you're fucking a huge racist. They'll sign you. They don't give a shit. Why do you look at the camera like that? I'm talking in generalities.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
It's not that they don't care. It's that normal people in the real world know that you're not defined by one opinion.
Yeah, normal. Okay.
Normal human beings.
But it is hard if you've never found someone that likes the whole you and will tolerate all of you, even your bad sides. Like, they know enough about your good sides. They're like, yeah, sure, you have a few times that you're bad, whatever. That is so hard to find in an online culture. So when people are totally sold on only the good parts of you and then see you fuck up once, that giant community of feel-good people or friendly people or people who always back you, and then they immediately like, what the fuck did you say? It's like, oh no. Yeah. Oh no, like you just saw that I'm not worth it. And that's why I have my friends and my worth outside of my job. That's why I quit playing. I dove deep on like my whole what I wanted to do. I love doing podcasts. I love talking to people. Didn't know how to do it on my YouTube channel until now. Like I don't want it to be some cookie cutter bullshit of like, oh, hey, Knackers, what got you into tech? Did you get a keyboard burst with you? Like, I don't care. I love the person. I treat this how I treated watching old documentaries of like Lord of the Rings behind the scenes. I didn't give a fuck about what got them into acting. I loved that they gave those little nuggets of like, oh, did you know, like I kissed Aragorn on the set. I was like, what? You did oh my god! like I didn't care, and like maybe some people do. I'm not them. I don't want to have a conversation with you about. So how's Elgato? Like, because there's your brand, which is cool. I love Knackers' brand. I love all your stuff. You got me into tech enough to where I'll watch your videos, but I don't. But it's not the gear that gets me to watch your stuff. It's you.
No, I know.
And like, so I think when it comes to that, it's hard to find. What was I saying? God, we both have ADHD. But it got me to thinking to where I was like, if I just step out of this little bubble of like people and walk away and go to a different place, can that help? And YouTube was my last straw. It was my last straw. I was like, if I don't do it here, I'm done. Like, I can't handle this. And getting away from everyone, even bad viewers, even viewers that were like telling me shit privately, and then doing all that and then just banning them, getting rid of them, and starting over. Oh my God. Bro, it was like amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this place. You know why? Because it's not where all the fuckheads are. Like, yeah. And sure, there's morons on YouTube. I don't know about them though. And nor am I gonna give anyone any more time of day in my heart to say the shit unless you know me. Unless you know me, like, there's no way.
You could ban and block 2 billion accounts, and there would still be 7 billion other people that could possibly watch your content. Yeah.
Getting rid of one viewer doesn't detriment your entire audience. Oh, I believe that for the longest time. There was a guy who gave me, I'm not going to mention his name, but he gave me so much money, but he was such a stupid piece of shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I kept him around because he donated so much, and I was like, there's fucking, most of my paycheck is in this dumbass viewer. And like, I was like, I kept him around. I kept him around, someone else around, because I was like, oh, my brand will not survive outside of these two people. And once I banned him, crazy. Money wasn't the thing that I was excited about. I was excited to go live. I was excited to create content. I was excited to do whatever the fuck I wanted to do. Like,
your fear, it wasn't that you, it's a weird thing to think about, because it's not that you were afraid of losing the money, but the fear of losing the money overshadowed like the hidden shit nugget of it, which was like, oh my God, I'm spending so much time and worry on this thing. I'm not even thinking about the content that I want to create. I'm so focused on the money part of it. I've suddenly gotten to a spot where I don't care about the content that I'm making. I'm not. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, that's tough. Going back to our earlier thoughts of like never having problems that other people have all the time. And I also, these don't really feed into my white male privilege, but a lot of things of being a streamer do. Like our lives are easier being a content creator. We're white men on the internet. We have the easiest out of anybody. Right? You agree?
This is where I tell you I signed to Daily Wire, guys. Anyway, we got our first lip. No, I'm just joking.
Please don't tell me you just Crowdered my ass.
No, I'm just joking. Get him, Crowder!
I fucking hate that guy so much. Oh God, it's David Crowder. Nobody ever spoiled a game for me in my chat. 9 years of streaming. No one ever spoiled a video game for me in chat.
Yeah.
Nobody ever wrote a suicide note in chat.
Yeah.
And one of the other things you just said. I never had. Like, I think my last year, 2 years in Twitch, I maybe banned 2 people. I didn't get hate on Twitch.
Yeah.
I just got it other places.
Because you're so likable.
You making coffee?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna drink a whole pot talking to you. I made sure because I was like maybe I like get truly or something. I was like, the moment I get tired, no, I'm keeping this conversation. I have so much to talk to you about.
Dude, now that I don't drink, I have to have that same thought. Like, okay, I'm just gonna go grab a tall boy from the store and bring it back. It's like, okay, I'm starting video games at 9. So if like Winnie wants to play until 1, if I start drinking it at 12:30, I'll be done, and then I'll get sleepy at the same time she gets sleepy. But you kind of have to like plan it out because it's like, okay, no, it's not about getting fucked up to play the game. It's I want to make sure that I'm not getting tired before the experience of the evening ends.
Yeah, that because I did that with one podcast, and they don't know. Okay, my siblings are trying to FaceTime me. Love you so much. But I noticed the moment I started getting like a little bit like tipsy, I stopped asking questions, and I was like, "You fucking idiot." Like, I watch that podcast all the time. I'm like, don't ever do it ever again. You don't get to...
You stopped being talkative once you started getting tipsy?
Yeah, well, I stopped having pointed questions. And I was like, yeah, man, this is crazy.
Okay.
But I also think a lot of my problems are like my own self-infliction, kind of. Like, if I wasn't so open, people wouldn't feel open to do that shit. If I put up the boundaries in the beginning, I wouldn't have any of this. If I put in, you know what I mean?
Vulnerability, man.
Like,
vulnerability is fucking king.
Explain yourself.
Speak your mind, bitch.
No,
I want to do go.
No, I'm sorry. I think vulnerability and owning my problems. I love being able to be like, oh yeah, I totally fucked up. I remember I was playing a game I was playing an Elden Ring playthrough with some of my buddies, and I was like, it's over here, dipshit, and he was like, it's over here. I was like, oh shit, you're right. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. Like, I fucked up. And like, the amount of times where I look at that and then I see other men, and it's I would say I've seen mostly men not be able to own up to it, or they feel stupid. But like, they'll just be like, it's over here. No, it's over here. Well, it was over here. I was like, just say sorry. Just say sorry.
That's how you know they don't talk to anybody but their wife, because they have to justify their fucking decision. Like, no, okay, hold on. Before you fucking resist sex from me for the next 3 weeks, let me explain my point.
I wasn't all wrong. Just touch it a little bit. I'm sorry. See, that's
just at least breathe on it.
See, that's where my training was. I apologize over repeatedly, so I'd have sex. Listen, I know you married the dumbest man in your life, but please just touch it.
Please, God.
Please just touch it.
I locked it down with you because I knew I would never be able to lock it down with anybody ever again.
You are the best that I'll ever find, because I haven't gone to therapy yet.
No, when it comes to vulnerability, I don't mean. When I said vulnerability, you sounded like like what you said was accountability, like owning up to when fucking up. Vulnerability, I'm talking about being open with struggles and emotion and bad things. Like there's a huge wave of these fucking Andrew Tate, Sneeko, tiny scrotum little dick shits that think that if you cry as a man, that the majority of women are just going to think that you are a rock and you are unfuckable. And I cannot stand that. Like you legitimately have people that believe that you are not allowed to show emotion because you're supposed to be strong. That's why people fucking kill themselves. Is because they are told, I'm sorry, the other person's needs are more important than how you feel up here.
I think that makes me sad. Like that, when I hear that, like that was when I had empathy, because I know men who are like, yeah, women just don't like me when I cry. I was like, you got to find better women. Like those are weird. Those are weird women. If they don't allow like your person to cry or anything, like I cry when I'm happy. I cried today sitting an hour before I went on call with you because I was like, fuck. I was like, man, I love what I'm doing right now. Like, I'm so excited to go live and do this shit. And like, but like to talk to someone and be like, why are you crying? Yeah, that sucks. And I know it comes from a bad place. Andrew Tate kills me because he's the type of guy, I heard someone say this and I back it 100%. Even from the worst pieces of shit, they will sometimes spew really good things. I think Andrew Tate has spit out very, very good things. And then moments later, he throws it in the garbage and sets it on fire. And I'm like, oh, you were so close. Like,
that's all calculated, right? I call that the train wrecks effect, where it's like, well, he gives millions of dollars away, so let's just overlook
the gambling addiction. Yes.
The gambling, the bleep coin that has been scrubbed from the internet. You don't know about his crypto thing, do you?
No, I also don't give a fuck about train wrecks.
Good. If anybody were to go and search train wrecks in crypto, you won't find anything because it's all been scrubbed. Yeah, there's nothing on it anymore, but it happened.
It kills me about social media because I look at people like Sneeko, like Aiden Ross. Actually, I take that back. I don't think I've ever heard anything he said and I've been like, that was a good take. No, I take that back. Internet, please don't. I don't even think Sneeko. I would say Andrew Tate mostly, just because like I have two friend groups, one who absolutely hate him and one who think he is Jesus Christ incarnate. It's kind of like people who hate Trump and then love Trump. There's never those people in the middle being like, well, that's a little weird.
I'm one of those people where it's like, everyone's allowed to have their opinion, right? Like I'm not gonna fault you over one person that you like, and that's been the premise of this whole conversation, right? Is like you have to be accepting of the other person's beliefs. But if you like Andrew Tate, you're a fucking moron, and I can't stand you. I'm sorry. Like there's no exception there. That's just one of those people where it's like, make whatever fucking excuse you want. I don't care. You do your thing over there.
Would you unfriend someone if you found out like they loved Andrew Tate? They were like, I love everything he says. Would you be able to see them past that?
Here's the difference, right?
Oh, this is a no.
No, it's a yes. It's a yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't make a YouTube video about I have a friend who likes Andrew Tate and he's a fucking moron and I can't stand him. My conversation would be, hey, I don't think our beliefs and morals are aligned, and I just don't think our friendship is a great idea. So I think we should just go separate ways. And then it's done. Nothing toxic, no hate. It's just very apparent that if you think that what that guy has to say is beneficial or smart or in any way, I can't trust anything else that you have to say.
You would I'm dead. I need a serious answer right now. You would unfriend someone if they liked Andrew Tate? A good friend, someone you know.
I'm
not trying to like cancel you. I'm just curious.
I do not have a single person in my life right now that sees that guy and please fucking tell me, John.
No, I'm joking.
I don't have anybody in my life that thinks that, like, I don't know all of my friends and family's personal views, right? But when it comes to that, like, if you think that is where it's at, that's intelligence and that is like moral high ground, then I have to seriously consider what you think about other things.
Yeah.
It would be a conversation, right? I'm not gonna say, like, oh, you like it, we're done, right?
Sure.
It would be like, hey, I think we might need to talk and figure out like where we sit. Right?
I think that's where, like, with the whole like, and I have these, like, Andrew Tate's one of those people, like, mostly don't like the guy. I hate what he teaches about men with women. I hate it because, like, I don't think we're there anymore. But I do think he comes from a place of pain, and where some men deal with that shit with women, with bad women who are like, if my man cries, like, I don't know why I give him that accent, but it just fits. Like, if he's not making $200,000, he ain't getting his puss. It's like, bro, your puss not $2,000.
I think I'd rather take that $200,000, get my bottom ribs removed, so I could suck my own dick.
I would love to get my ribs removed. That sounds so like
okay. So here, anytime I have conversations like this, right, about questionable characters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, we're using all of the like this bad stuff as like the focal point. What good are we using to justify what he's doing?
Oh,
and it's like, oh well,
yeah.
He donates to charity. Cool. The money that he gets, his money that he gives to charity is funded by multi-level marketing programs about being a piece of garbage. So is it really cool? Somebody who's half up to a billionaire gives $1 million to charity. That doesn't just automatically mean, oh yeah, well, I think we should just overlook all the terrible, toxic, hateful things that he says, just because he gives money. And that's something that you have to decide for yourself. Yeah. I'm not gonna tell you, hey, you can't have any friends that like Andrew Tate. I'm just gonna say, if you think Andrew Tate is a good person to have as a spokesperson for men, we obviously see the world a lot differently, and we're probably not going to see eye to eye in a lot of things.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm never like always for a person. Like, I'll take the nuggets they say. This is a good nugget. I remove all the other shit. Take that one thing and be like, yeah, bettering myself is a great idea. Sure.
Right.
I think it is. I think that is a great idea. Bettering yourself, getting more healthy. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Now, if it's to be like, to fuck all the bitches, I don't even know his accent, but I put him in as like this little British man. Fuck all the bitches and get pussy. Like, no. Don't do that.
There's other ways. I think the trouble that most people have is they think that the way that he's doing it is the only way.
No.
There's other ways.
No.
There's other ways to be.
Yeah, but it also takes away humility. Like, I feel like humility isn't part of that plan, which I think humility is a great thing. I love men who suffer, not intentionally suffer quietly, like because they can't talk about it, but people who like give good grace, like give good news to like good things. They give attention to a lot of good things in their life, and they're like, hey, it was a rough day. We brush that off and we keep going. I love that, because I don't think you should be bitching and moaning on social media 24/7. I don't think it's good. I don't like hearing it, and I don't ever want to see it. Anime Daddy, I'm glad you learned your lesson, but it's also not healthy to just keep writing that, because it's always on your mind, it's always on forethought. Like, that's not good. So I think there's dynamics of people that I can take. And I can remove it, because I'm never gonna worship someone and be like, oh, that's my guy. No, that's a guy. And so I think doing social media, I've put everyone as a persona, and I'm like, okay, this persona offered a little bit of good advice, but this persona also is a piece of shit doing this stuff. So I'm just gonna take that good advice and take it and incorporate it in my life and move on.
Right. Gary V, right? Like, you've got a dude who he dabbles in the Web3 crypto, which is very questionable, and like, I can't stand Web3 crypto shit. I can't believe that we've made it this far and there's still people that like really believe that it's going to be the next thing. Just like watching the past 2 years unfold. I think it's important to make the clarification. Like, when you say, would you defriend somebody for one belief? And I like what you said about collecting nuggets. You got good nuggets and then you got bad nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
I think the gray area to having a conversation like that is the size of the nugget depends on the person, right? So I despise religion as a whole. And that is growing up in an extremely strict religious household.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, let's say I'm hitting the dating scene, right? I go out there and to you, what their religion is and what they believe in might be a small nugget. To me,
It's huge.
it's a big nugget.
Yeah.
It is a big shit nugget. You have shit your fucking dry ass poop onto my chest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky for her, I'm into it. And so it's up to you to determine how big your nugget basket is. How many
Compared to the shit that you have to dust off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Cause so like I'm trying to think of how to make this analogy, right? Like I don't think who somebody votes for president defines them as a person. I think we put a lot of weight into, oh, well, if you vote for them, you believe for everything that they believe in. And that's just not the case.
Maybe give us more than 3 choices and then you can say that.
Sure. Please, God. And make like one of those choices isn't even a choice. It's just there for comedic effect.
The wizard guy, bro.
Dude, it's there to give us the illusion that there are 3 choices when really
There's 2.
it's
Or one.
They're all the they're all the fucking same. So when I don't like talking about Andrew Tate so much, but I'm gonna use that as an example.
And we can get off this topic immediately.
Yeah,
I'm not trying
but it sparks good conversation. When I'm talking to somebody and people think, okay, well, he has some good things to say, where the bad nugget that I get from him is how deeply rooted misogyny is in especially our fucking country, right? Like, how long ago did women get voting rights? Like, how long ago? Do you know that, like, I think it was either the 80s, 70s, or 80s, a woman and a man couldn't be in the same bedroom together. Like, you were not allowed to show that on TV.
Yep.
And now people be fucking on TV. We have TV shows about teenagers fucking. Yeah, weird ass shit.
No, I don't like that. I don't like how you got me to smirk at the camera and then change the subject. Be like, kids are fucking on TV. I was like, oh, I don't support that.
It's Euphoria, if anybody's asking. Okay, I'm talking about an actual TV show.
Yeah.
So when I'm talking about Andrew Tate and you think about the things that he says and the things that he believes in, and it's not like, oh, you think abortion is bad and I think abortion is okay. It's, oh, your beliefs is that one of us is better. And it's not just that nugget. That nugget is a string, is just a web that is all of these other beliefs. So it's not necessarily that it's like, oh, you think that women should women aren't allowed to have OnlyFans, but men should always pay for the dinner, right? It's like the man should have some sort of property ownership over the other one. It's not just that, it's that one idea that makes me write off a person who likes Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
It's that is the tip of the iceberg of all of the other probably awful shit that person. Again, slippery slope, because when you have like that streamer, for example, that went off on that trauma dumper.
Yeah.
That might be the worst part of him.
Sure.
And everything else is fine. No one will ever know. That we'll never know, because there's too much of that where it's like, oh, you did this one thing, I'm writing you off.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm saying all this is because when it comes to like the choice that you gave me, right? It's like you can either continue being friends and disagree, or you can cut them off. Choosing to not be in a friendship with somebody is like the mid of 3 options. There is, I continue being friends with you, everything goes on as normal, whatever. Admitting, hey, I think we have different beliefs, I think we have different morals, I don't think really we should be friends because we're different. Like, I think that you think that that's not an okay outcome when it is.
I think it depends on the friendship. Like if we talk every day,
yeah,
you find out that I love the KKK, totally in cahoots with them, and you're just like, John, I can't do this anymore. And then we have a talk, and I'm like, Knackers, why? But
this is a terrible example.
Horrible.
I would absolutely, I would absolutely cut you off. There would be no question.
But
that's a big fucking nugget.
Yeah, that's a big no. Yeah, that's a big no. No, and I do think that like there's some. Oh, well, this can like. Guys, don't be friends with the KKK. I have to put that out there. Don't do that. Bad idea. They have great sheets, but horrible morals. No, I think that's where we can like slide into the Hogwarts Legacy conversation. Because I love Hogwarts. I love Harry Potter. I grew up on it. It's like my Christmas movie. It's like my Christmas. I want to read the books. No part of my interest in that do I give a fuck about J.K. Rowling. I don't think about it. I don't do anything. But the moment I'm going to start playing Hogwarts, and I think this has been some of the lines on some of my friends who I genuinely have watched them spew the most hateful shit towards my religion, which I'm Christian. Oh, well. Like I'm never going to go after someone because of, one, if it's on their own platform, they're not mentioning my name, you can say whatever you want. Like, you won't get a response from me. But when I get called, like, a homophobe or a transphobe, or I hate trans people because I'm going to play Harry Potter, I write off your entire existence. Like because if we're buddies and we don't have and you don't want to have a conversation with me, that's where I think the conversation is like, hey man, you're going to be playing Harry Potter. Do you know about the shit that's been going on with J.K. Rowling? Like how she feels and what she's been giving money to? And we can go down that conversation. And if it's big enough to that person to not talk to me anymore because I'm going to play a video game and I'm going to crucio the fuck out of people and torture them and just rip them to shreds just because it can be fun. It sucks, but I'm also used to that with content creators. I think I'm used to being written off to where like I think in my head mentally I've put almost a blockade on people who I'm like, yeah, you'd cancel me over that. So I'm like ready to cut the cord. I don't think that with everyone. Like, I do want to know where you, not where you stand. I feel like that's such a scary place to ask. Where do you stand on the Hogwarts Legacy? But like, because I think it's just a game. The one that has nothing to do with J.K. Rowling's morals. It's grown beyond her. So it's its own thing. It's like my thing was if we're going to do that, all right, throw your phones away because it's made in cobalt mines and like you're paying for slavery, you're advocating for it, throw away your clothing because it's like my thing is like have your own personal convictions, do it. But the moment it starts turning into a bashing match, man, your past better be squeaky fucking clean.
So okay, I want to get you to clarify something because
I said a lot.
That's okay. ADHD, superpower. I've absorbed it all. Shit's throbbing in my cock right now, John. Is that your Discord notifications going off in my ears? Fix your audio routing, you fucking pervert.
What are you talking about?
I hear Discord notifications, but I don't know if they're
not
could
mine.
Be me.
I haven't. Focus on one thing at a time. How about that?
You know what's funny? Sometimes, like, I know that you think that I'm like a smart dude when it comes to technology. Sometimes I make the stupidest fucking mistakes. Like, for example, for years, I've been wondering, why doesn't my fucking Discord ring when people call me? They call me? I see the call pop up because I'm looking at the DM. It shows them in the call. Years. I'm like, Discord has never fucking rang for me. And then, I don't know, maybe like 3 months ago, I'm like, I've had Do Not Disturb on for a really, really long time. Like, oh my God, that's why my Discord doesn't ring. True story. So when talking about the nuggets that you get from people and the things that you put value in that maybe other people don't. So if people are going to get mad at you for playing Hogwarts, you're okay with them having the opinion of you in that way. And would you rather it just be like, okay, like I get it. We don't need to be a thing. Just I'll do my thing, you do your thing.
Yeah. But I'm used to that. But I've always been the guy who's like, I'm easy. Like I'm friends with a buddy who avidly makes jokes about like my religion, and that's something that I hold close. I don't never share it on stream because I don't want to be that kind of content creator. Like he's actively been like,
I hate insult humor so fucking much. That's another thing that is rooted in, especially boys growing up in the United States, dude.
Yeah. Being
mean to be funny. Hold your emotions inside. We're going to degrade you by insulting the way that you look, the way you talk, the things that you do. We're going to highlight. It's going to be the talk of the town, but also like, hey, go provide for a family. After we've torn you apart for 15 years, go support a family. And then don't talk about anything that bothers you. You're not allowed to cry. You just have to make all the money, make sure other people survive. You're not allowed to talk about your emotions. If you go to therapy, you're a pussy. Just like those fucking expectations of.
But knackers, all men are toxic. All men are trash, right?
Awful. All men are trash.
Don't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I don't back that. Not one bit. I don't think that hurt my feelings so much to the point to where like one of my close friends was like, "All men are trash." I was like, "All right, all women are cunts." Like, does that feel good?
See, you're taking it. I need to find somebody to explain what that means so that you understand it, because I can't explain it. All I know is that I felt the same way that you did, and then I had somebody explain to me what it actually meant. And I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense.
Sure.
And then
some men are trash. Some women are terrible.
Yeah.
I agree with that statement.
But one of those genders has had the upper hand since the beginning of time. It's like, this isn't equal.
Maybe as a whole, but I'm going off my personal experiences only. Like that's where it's like,
right. But you're taking it personally because you know that you're a good guy, but that's not what it's not about you.
I've had this conversation. I'm down to go down this rabbit hole, but I can't. That's the scariest thing is when, again, that's lumping everyone into one thing. That is a statement that lumps everyone into one thing. I just have to like block my emotions on it and be like, well, I can't get offended because it's not talking about me, but all men are trash and I'm a guy. I've never understood that because I would never say all women only want money, and that's Andrew Tate thinking. Like that's.
But again, you're saying it like they can be compared. You're saying it like we've both had the same experience or in the same history. When the fact of the matter is that men have had the upper hand since the beginning of they still have the upper hand. Like it's still not easy being anything other than a white heterosexual man in this world. So, and again, when it comes to the comparing, like if you want to say, oh yeah, like all women are bitches, right?
I don't want to say that though. I hate that.
I know. But I get what I get what you're trying to say because I've thought the same thing that you've thought.
Yeah.
What part of your life has been more difficult because you're a man?
My emotions. Like I cried a lot. I grew up now thank God for my father.
Right.
But I grew up in a home where like my emotions were like accepted and reflected well. The moment I went into public school.
Yeah.
Dude, it was ridiculed by girls. Dude, girls in elementary school to me were fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Like terrible to me. Now, are all women bad? No.
Yeah.
Were those girls at the time horrible? Sure. They're children. They're terrible.
Yeah. That's why I hate kids.
And I think that's where I know what they're saying. They're like men as a gender in the past overall have been horrible to women because you speak when spoken to, you look pretty, you get the house nice, that's your shit. I get that. I understand that. But men like me hear all men are trash and it's not debilitating. That's such a dramatic word. It just hurts. It just sucks.
Yeah.
It's like, what about me? It's like, because nobody offers kind words being like, man, I really appreciate you letting me speak. I appreciate you giving me the floor to talk. That's rarely given. So if we're only offering negatives, that's why the insult humor, I get what you're talking about, because I have a good group of people that I create content with, and we've started like uplifting more than shit talking. And that's changed our jokes, because like it went from like, hey John, how's that? How are your kids, man? Like, to those like little jabs, to where like the more we've uplifted, it changed into like, you can't hit a shot to save your life. I'm gonna throw my shit at you. Like it changed. But I think that's where, if the good men were lifted up, and or good women, good people, if we were giving good words instead of criticizing, I think that could change a lot. Like, I get.
So what you're asking for is a chance to prove, right?
Always, yeah. That's how
that is what they're fighting for. That is the same thing that they're fighting for.
And I happily give. Like I want that. Like that's where to be very honest, I played with one of my friends, Death by Smoochie, great content creator. She does Call of Duty content, and she's great. She's super friendly. The moment she talks, hey bitch, get back in the kitchen. And at first I was like, I mean, people tell me to kill myself in the lobby, so it's fine. Hearing it
It's not fine, by the way.
It's not. No, but I was like, oh, it's just normal shit talk, like whatever.
Yeah.
Hearing it 3 games in a row, I was losing my fucking mind. I was like, hey, get something else to talk about. Like, make fun of her ovaries running out or something. I don't know. Like, go. Like, that was the only insult I heard. And I remember talking to her. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I was only seeing it in black and white and be like, if you can't handle shit talk, get off of COD. Like, it's just COD. It's just Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they are. But it's different when it's the same thing over and over. And like, I could only handle it for an hour, and I was like, I'm done. We're done. I can't play with you anymore. Like, I don't want to go back to my kill myself lobbies. Like,
hey, how nice is that you can just decide to like, oh, I don't want to deal with it anymore, so I'm just gonna.
That is a privilege. Like, but again, like I noticed that. That is, but at the same time, I don't do that. Like, I remember.
You're making it about you. You're taking it personal.
No. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of men who don't do that. A lot of men.
Yeah.
I don't know about most. I don't know statistics, but like, that's where like focus on the. I don't know. Change the focus to the good. Like, just raise up these good people, good women and men. Like,
pull yourself up by your bootstraps?
No, not that. I just you try to build the fucking wall. It's not that. Like, what's all a mindset? Like, to an extent, yeah, shit is hard, and I have I'm never gonna say I understand. I don't understand what it's like being a woman in gaming. I got to hear a little bit of it, and that shit drove me insane. Thank God she's quick-witted and she's good with it and can shut him down because she's good at the game. But if she sucked and just wanted to go have a fun time, whatever. Like, that's just a normal thing. Also, it's almost like glorified in Valorant, like the whole bark for a heel type shit. That's like over sexualizing girls in gaming. I hate it. I can't stand it.
We went like this, all the way to the other side.
But that's what happens. Until human nature is good and pure as a whole, we're never going to find a pure cure for it. We can work on ourselves and teach our children of the next generation. You don't have kids, so I'll teach my children of the next generation. Being like, hey, we don't do this. Like, don't like my whole goal for my kids in the future is to, like, 1, just because you're having a bad day doesn't mean you get to transfer it on someone else who didn't do anything to you. 2, treat people with kindness. And then 3, learn boundaries. If you don't want to be around someone or they're hurting your feelings constantly, you're not a bad person for saying, I can't handle this anymore. I don't like being sad. I don't like getting my feelings hurt. You say you love me, say you appreciate me, and you're not changing. And it hurts me to do this, but I'm leaving. I think there's things that we can teach. And I talked to L21 Sack about this because Did you say
L21 Sack?
Yeah. Or L21
Isn't it Isaac?
It is, but his name is spelled L21. And
Sack.
Yeah.
Okay.
L2
yeah.
Sack or L2 Isaac. L2 Isaac or I don't know. I'm
L2 Sack.
I'm autistic. Like, but he was saying we have to create so much room for people to fit into the right places. And then we can start closing the gap and start letting people be equal. And for me, just because I only know how to speak on me, like I can't imagine idolizing Andrew Tate and then treating women like garbage, because I also, like, yes, women treat me like garbage, but I also know that that's not all women. Some people don't think like that. That's why it kills me. If it would have, imagine I start dating someone new and I just, like, because of past experiences I went through, past experiences men have gone through that in my circle, whatever, I'm like, man, women are all bitches. And she goes, that hurts my feelings. Oh, not you. That's what's hard, because, like, I would rather elevate a good man or a good woman and be like, you're fucking dope as shit. I love that. Like, everything you're doing is role model material. Everyone go look up to this person. That's directing someone to a good light and a good line of sight, versus all men are trash, you're all doing this wrong. What about the guy who's not?
I wish that I could recall more of my conversation about this, and because I don't want to speak on a turn.
No. And, like, this is just a conversation. Anyone, like, who's taking this as, like, an argument, I love these conversations. I love them so much, especially when they're dealt healthily and not a pitting against each other. I hate that shit. I think it is a conversation that could be had way better if people, one, stop doing it over text messages, because you can't tell the tone of anything over a text message.
Exactly.
But what were you going to say? Sorry.
So how I feel about that, right? All men are trash. And it's not that I think all men are trash. Again, it's kind of one of those things where, like, when you take the sentence at face value, it means one thing. Mm-hmm. This also bleeds into my stance on Hogwarts and playing and where you draw your lines as a person. Yeah. But I gotta pee. So I'm gonna go pee, and I'm gonna fucking grab my dick and squeeze it. Have you ever done that? Like, right before you pee, you just grab your dick as hard as you can. You don't start releasing the pee. Oh, okay. You go to the toilet.
Okay.
Grab your dick and squeeze it as hard as you can, and then you let go, and then you pee, and you tell me what that feels like. I've never done that. Please don't do that. I was just talking shit.
You did.
I'm gonna be right back.
You're about to do that right now.
Squeeze your dick. Fucking squeezing dicks over here.
Did you? Did you do it?
No, there's not enough to grab. I get maybe like a finger's worth. Dude, okay. Do you think that you have an average size penis?
I know I do.
Okay, same.
I've looked it up.
So, like, you're like, okay, it's not huge, but also I know it's not.
Yeah, I don't want it to be
very small.
Yeah.
Please tell me you've had times where, like, you go to the bathroom, unzip, and then you go to grab, and it's just not there. That shit is so shrunken. They're like, how the fuck is it? It's so I can't even grab it. It's because your nuts are cold and everything's crunched up. You've had that happen, right?
Have you ever wrapped your penis in your ball sack? Like, you've put your balls
like within the last 6 months.
Now I'm like, look, I'm a woman.
Dude, I will run out of my office and I will just grab my scrotum and pull it over everything and run into my girlfriend's room.
Oh, shit,
you know what's the best? Here, you wanna have some fun. Next time you're driving with a lady, right? And you got some gym shorts on.
Okay.
Just pull your sack out of your shorts. Compare the color and the viscosity of your sack compared to the paleness of your legs. I don't know if you're as pale as I am.
I like wanted. I'm not gonna check right now. I will though after this podcast. I don't think
it's
I think my sack is weirdly tan. Does that make sense? Like, it's tan, but it has no sunlight on it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Maybe I.
You know what's really fucking weird is if you're in the mirror and you grab the skin under your eyelids and you pull it and you move it side to side and just look at the eyelid skin underneath your eyes. The skin there is eerily thin. It's like really, really thin. And then when you pull it and you start looking around, you start seeing like parts of your body that you were just okay not seeing before.
Yeah. Also, like I rub my eyes really hard, and with how thin my skin is, I'm surprised it hasn't done teared.
Oh my god, tearing skin, dude. Fucking. Have you ever seen the movie Sunshine?
Just sunshine?
Sunshine.
Mm-mm.
Watch it. It is. I'm not going to say anything.
Off the basis of what you just told me, I don't want to.
But that's the.
No, I'm looking up the trailer now. Are you a spoilers? Are you a spoilers type person? Do spoilers bother you?
I mean, yeah. If it's something that I care about, yeah.
I don't think I've ever had anything ruined from me from spoilers. I watched the ending of Infinity War, Endgame, and I watched it on TikTok because some random clip showed up. I knew what was going to happen to Spider-Man, and I watched the movie in theaters. I was still excited. I don't know if it took anything from me because I was still so pumped. If anything, I knew what was coming. I was like, oh, I was gonna die.
Snape kills Dumbledore. Yeah. Get fucking spoiled. Yeah. You Hogwarts playing little bitch.
Okay. I'm curious to hear your take.
So
your L take bozo.
I do have a couple. I did see a lot of those when I was, I think that's L take it's extremely dismissive. And that's the problem with social media, right? Is you can just drop your disgust and run without actually having any conversations. And oh my fucking god! Oh my god! That's the problem with Twitter is when you actually try and engage. Like there was a lot of people. I probably spent 4 hours going back and forth with people on Twitter after my L take of just talking to people. And explaining my position more and again, like the other thing about having opinions on the internet, you have to spend just as much time making sure people aren't taking what you're saying wrong, right? Because like, no, I said something, you read it differently, and now all of a sudden everybody's running with it. I have questions, not necessarily for you, but in general. When it comes to your so I guess this is a question to you. When it comes to your comparison of,
what are you gonna ask me?
Dude, the Mountain Dew caffeine, as my people who are listening are like, fuck this guest, dude. He can't even say a fucking sentence. As my ADHD medication is fading, so is my ability to stay on track.
You're good.
What is the difference between Blizzard and J.K. Rowling? So like, why is it okay to play a Blizzard game and separate yourself, but it's not okay to play the Hogwarts game and separate yourself?
I don't think it is. I think there is. Me, I can only talk on my thing.
Right.
The whole Activision thing.
I'll open checks in case somebody can explain it.
Yeah, I had something happen in my family that correlates kind of like to what happened to the girl at Activision, and it hurt my heart. Like I don't think I've ever like looked at something. It was kind of like when the school shootings for kids started happening. Once you have kids, those hit way heavier because I didn't give a fuck when it happened. Like when those, the moment it reflects something in your life, it hits. I think, well, at least it did for me. And with Activision, with what happened to that woman, and what happened, that I was like, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. I can't play Warzone. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to give them any attention. Didn't want to give them any money, any time, anything. I got very heated immediately seeing people, my friends, who were like, "Oh, I'm gonna keep playing Warzone, even though I know what happened." I was like, "How the fuck are you gonna do this?" I never went after someone.
Yeah.
Because I think a few hours later, I had like that thought of, it's not their conviction. What am I gonna ask them to carry something that happened to my family? They don't know what happened, nor am I gonna just like openly go into detail about what happened because it's just
right.
It's my thing. So that's what I put as the difference between Activision or Blizzard and J.K. Rowling, because J.K. Rowling didn't cause, at least not inadvertently, someone to take their own life because they couldn't escape the work life that they had. J.K. Rowling has personal beliefs that don't reflect at all with her books. There's weird correspondence of people looking at goblins and saying, oh, those are Jewish people, which is highly crazy to me. Oh, dude.
I don't know enough about this then.
Oh, well, this is what I'm just like, I haven't dug very deep, but I just hear people like, yeah, the goblins were based off the Jews. I was like, how do you know that? It's like, well, look at them. It's like, oh, nah, you can't say that. Even I hear that and I'm like, they're like, well, look, they're greedy. Okay. Are you anti-Semitic?
I think you're racist. Like, what
there was a comment on my Hogwarts Legacy video. She brought that up. She goes, and there was like someone saying that the goblins were like Jewish people. And she goes, I'm Jewish. And my reaction is going, where is that anywhere in the writing? Like, do they wear a Torah or like, and they were like, well, no, just look at them. And she's like, that's a you thing. Like, I don't know, but then I heard someone say, look at old Disney cartoons and the way they depicted black people was very, very racist. Like giant lips. Yes. Very. It's like I'm not gonna say it, but they look like something. It's like, that's a you thing. I think that I get that point, but at the same time, like, to say one's better than the other, or people who are actively playing Warzone and then shit on people for playing Legacy, or saying, hey, we're gonna hate raid people, you're a hypocrite, and that's it. Like, you have your own standards of living your life. That's fine. No one should be able to tell you how to live your life. But the moment that's what I was having a hard time with.
Sure. And I get that. That's one of my big questions is when it comes to separating the art from the artist.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of conversations like, well, okay, fine, you're not going to play Hogwarts, but you have an iPhone, or you drive a Japanese car, or you play a game like Warzone. And I remember seeing a bunch of comments like, well, it's not the same because what?
Oh no, I love this conversation.
It's not the same because J.K. Rowling is actively, her actions currently are actively creating an unsafe space for people, where with the Blizzard thing, it was just a one-time thing and they've gotten better and it's fine now. It's like the Blizzard was just like, they aren't actively campaigning for evil, whereas she is, or the direct results of what she does with her money or how she presents herself are creating. And like, so that was the differentiator for people. It's like, well, you know, Apple isn't actively like, they aren't campaigning to be like, yes, we need underpaid international workers. Like, we need borderline slavery. It's not that it's fine that I buy an iPhone because they just do it. They're not encouraging other people to do it. I'm like, that seems like a line that you drew for yourself,
for your comfortability, and that's fine.
Sure.
Bro, I'm never gonna stop buying PC parts. I'm never gonna not buy an iPhone. Actually, I'm probably done buying future iPhones because I've reached my tech boundary. There's nothing new that they're gonna come out that tops my 5D Mark 75,000 camera. That
sure.
But there is something that people do to make themselves more comfortable, from what I've seen. And I get it. If you are frustrated, but at the same time, quit listening to DaBaby, quit listening to Michael Jackson, quit listening to Chris Brown, don't listen to Jay-Z because he cheated on his wife and he obviously doesn't care about women's rights, whatever. Like, how far, if you take this as far as you want, you can't do anything. You can't live in the house you're living in. You can't
do anything. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, I get, if you don't want to support someone, don't, bro. Don't support J.K. Rowling. Don't play the game. But also, like, you're the kid that fucking shits on the cake just because you're allergic to the icing. Like, I don't.
So this is where I'll bring my opinion into it.
Yeah.
Disclaimer: I don't care about Harry Potter. I did not grow up playing it. I didn't read the books. I don't give a shit about that brand, the Harry Potter brand whatsoever. So me saying I'm not going to play it holds no weight because I was never going to play it. When we're talking about we were talking about the all men are trash conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I believe that all men are trash.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to talking about what we could do as the most privileged people on the planet, I go to the mindset of it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility. I believe it's not my fault that J.K. Rowling is a transphobe and is actively spending her money on creating an awful life for those people. But as somebody who doesn't have to face any of that adversity, as somebody who has never had an opportunity snubbed, I've never had, that I know of, my food spit in because I'm a white man, I think that it's my responsibility to not play the game, to stand up for the people who don't have a chance to stand up. I'm never going to tell somebody else, you have to stand where I stand. But I'm going to tell myself, as somebody who grew up in a decent neighborhood with a good family, with religious beliefs that kept me in check, and then all of the easy parts of my life that were given to me. I did nothing to earn being a white man.
Right.
I just am. And I think that it is my job to give up something that I want to do, to stand up for what I think is right. Not stand up for what's right, stand up for what I think is right.
And I think that's totally good. I think that's commendable. You're moving on your convictions.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, there's nothing wrong about that.
Right.
Nothing.
And you could say that it's a fence rider, right? Oh, he doesn't want to make a decision one or the other. It's like, well, you don't know what the fuck I've done for that community. You don't know the parades I've marched in. You don't know anything about what I've done in my history. So again, if somebody defines me by a game that I play, the nugget that is this small to me is this big to them. This kind of feeds into another part of my life that I strongly believe in. I think I'm extremely lucky to have the brain that I have. Extremely lucky to be born where I was born, and the people that my parents decided it was okay that I surround myself with. To be someone who has gone through life for the most part without anything too terrible happening to them. I think it is my responsibility to do things for others. I think it's my responsibility to teach. A lot of the reasons why I create content is because I think that I have to. I think that because I'm lucky enough to have the life that I have, it is my responsibility to teach others, to take my free time, put it towards trying to teach other people more about what they want to know. And that's me repaying something that I had no choice over. So if not playing the game, again, coming from somebody who wasn't going to play it anyways, if not playing it
you shouldn't
or
say
encouraging,
that. You are a hero. Your own actors. That was your life book. Childhood movies.
Yeah.
You have a hat. You have a sorting hat. You were Hufflepuff.
I don't know what that is either.
You're being humble, and
Okay.
I appreciate it.
It sounds like a faction.
No.
Are there factions in? But no. So that's why, like, when I think about, like, if I were to you know, if we were to have the conversation beforehand, my responsibility in my mind was to try and convince you to not play the game. And that's it. And if you chose to play it after that, that doesn't define you. You choosing to do that doesn't define our friendship.
Yeah.
I don't think that you are out here campaigning for unsafe spaces.
No.
For trans people. No. I'm not going to sit here and tell the world what kind of person you are. Because, like, even though we talk pretty often and we know a good bit about each other, we don't know shit about each other.
Yeah.
I don't know how you treat waitresses. We're talking about nuggets. We go out to eat.
The amount of
you don't say please
that
and thank you every time. You don't tip 25%. I am going to throw you out of the restaurant. Like,
you should see how hard I spit on them. Like, just it cuts holes through their shoes. It's wild. The respect you'd have for me after that, just the velocity of the spit.
Yeah. Because again, like, it's one of those things where, like, a big red flag for women is how somebody treats, like, when you go and you see how they treat their mother, right? Oh, yeah. It's not just that their relationship with their mother dictates what kind of person they are. It's all of the other things that are attached to that underneath that are like, oh, okay, well, if you don't do this, then you probably don't do this, or you probably do this. And again, that's the slippery slope.
Yeah, I think they can do that too. It's especially when it involves your life to be with someone who does that shit. Sure, you can do that all day long. I think making generalizations are just, in my opinion, they've never been good for me when I've made generalizations. If anything, it's kept me from being with a group of people who I think I would enjoy. I had a lot of people in my ear about Barn on him, them calling him alt-right, even though he's marched in so many LGBTQ rallies, and they just didn't like the way he talked. And I think if I would have listened to them, I would have missed out on a great friend. I've had people say that Big Rob Energy, another huge supporter, who made me cry the other day because he saw a video of mine. He's like, "This is your bread and butter. This is where you do."
Who's talking shit about Rob?
They said he's a boys club only content creator. Like he, but that's what I'm saying. When that's why I don't like that, because if I was not weaker minded, but man, if I didn't have any confidence of the men and women that I surround myself with, I wouldn't be friends with a lot of people. I'd be with a bunch of fucking losers. That's why I love having everyone on every side of life. Like, I love you. Yeah. I love Rob. I love Barnum. I love Anime Daddy. I love Night Owl. I love McQueeb, and just all these people. Like, they all aren't in the same ecosystem. And I think once you cancel certain people out and you only have people in that ecosystem, you don't learn jack shit. You can't learn about patience, that's for damn sure, because if someone comes up against you with a different opinion, you're like, man, fuck you, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. It's more that you have to be taught. I think this is a skill that we need to learn. I'm learning in 2023 is let people, it's what you said, let people who know you have stock in what stays in your heart, man. I think some nobody who just watched a clip of you out of context is like, oh, this guy's a child molester, should just be a funny joke, because, like, you don't know me. It hurts at first when that's new to you and you've never been talked to like that. But I think if I messaged you and was like, you are a child molester, maybe a little bit more concerned, be like, well, hold on.
What is a child?
What?
Sorry, I had to throw that out there. Oh, that is a great segue into. I don't actually want to segue off the topic, but the joke that I was going to bring up earlier. A backpacker is traveling through Ireland when it starts to rain. He decides to wait out the storm at a nearby pub. The only other person at the bar is an older man staring at his drink. After a few moments of silence, the man turns to the backpacker and says in a thick Irish accent, I'm not going to try and do Irish accent, "You see this bar? I built this bar with my own bare hands. I cut every tree. I made the lumber myself. I toiled away with the wind and the cold. Do they call me McGregor the bar builder?
No. He continued, do you see that stone wall out there? I built that wall with my bare hands. I found every stone and placed them right through the rain and mud. Do they call me McGregor the wall builder? No. You see that pier out there on the lake? I built that pier with my bare hands, driving each piece of wood deep into the ground so that it would last a lifetime. Do they call me McGregor the pier builder? No. But you fuck one goat.
I love that joke.
I fucking love that. That is streamer Twitter in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Right there.
I've also gotten away from, I think I don't want to be known as a streamer. I like putting out content, which I've like this. Sure, we're live streaming it, but it's meant to go and last forever outside of me being live.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
I love that so much. Also, I realize I only have a bit of energy to be a streamer. Like, I'm doing something I love, and maybe I'll grow the patience to do it for a long term. But like, I've enjoyed doing this for a little bit and then logging off and creating content and doing whatever and posting and then leaving. I can leave when I post. I love that so much. I can just be like, man, I'm done. Like,
I'm on it.
I love that. I think living on the internet is not healthy. I don't think it's a healthy place.
I struggle with that conversation because you have the conversation of internet friends aren't real friends. Like, you have a lot of people in your real life that are like, oh, internet friends aren't real friends, right? And you're like,
that hurts my feelings.
That's not fucking real. That is false. Now, I'm not completely on the other side.
Right.
I am. If you have an online only friendship that you will only ever achieve 97% of what you could achieve as far as a human bond with another person. Yeah. And that goes into the more of like, I love technology, but we obviously weren't built to spend all of our time online. Like you just said, right? We're not supposed to be online all the time.
Yeah.
And it's not that I think that my online friendships are below.
No.
Oh, they can't be, because I have no in real life friendships. But it's like there's only a certain quality level of that bond that you can reach by only seeing the person online. And, and and whenever I have somebody that's like, well, no, that's not true. I'm like, okay, how nut bustingly amazing is it when you've played games with somebody online for 5 years and then you meet them for the first time? If you thought differently, you would never want to meet up in real life. You'd be like, no, I'm content with only seeing you online.
Yep.
So as somebody who does everything online, the online is my world, because I have one local friend that I grew up with a little bit, but we just have separate lives, separate hobbies. We think differently. We do different things. Oh, our lives, it's not that we have different moral beliefs, but our lives are they're just different. Like there's no time where we're on the same page, not same page, but like same wavelength. Yeah. We're just opposites. And it's like, man, I fucking love the internet for what it's given me. And professional experience and knowledge and friends, and I've gotten lifelong friends that like I will go to the grave loving. But then there's the other part of it's like, but there's still like that final 3% where you're just like, oh, like this can't be it. There's got to be something else. And I always like, I'm talking to I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. I agree.
Oh.
I fully agree.
Maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, I went over to my parents' house for dinner, and one weird thing about how I grew up, I have an amazing relationship with my parents now. I know nothing about them, and that's for not all religion, that's their religion that creates that barrier over them, right? It's like, I don't know anything about you because everything about you is rooted in somebody else's beliefs that you've just like absorbed.
Which I'll wait. You finish.
Okay. So, you know, when it comes to friends, it's like, man, there's gotta be a middle ground. Because I'm sorry, I went over to my parents' house and I was talking to my mom, like, Mom, what do you what do you do? Like when you get home from work, what do you like to do? How do you spend your time? And she's like, well, I'll come home and, I enjoy reading magazines and I read magazines and I go to church on Thursdays and Sundays. And my fucking mind exploded in that moment because I was like, my mom wakes up, takes care of the family, goes to work, comes home. Reading, it's not that she doesn't like, she's doing something that she hates, right? But like to think that would be my free time. That would be what I would be doing with my free time after work. And I'm like, holy shit. Because again, they grew up where as soon as somebody moved away, they're gone. They're gone out of your life. Yep. You can't keep up with them. You don't have Facebook friends. You can't video chat. And now we're in this life where there's unlimited ways to communicate with people and maintain relationships. Yep. It's never been easier to maintain relationships, but the quality of that bond that you have when it's only online, it's just like not 100% there. Yeah. Which is why I choose to work anywhere from 60 to 80 hours a week, because like if I can give myself a chance of the last 20 years of my life just traveling whenever I wanted to, seeing whoever I wanted when I wanted, having money to fly people out so I could see them 4 times a year instead of 1, like that's a big motivator for me. Yeah.
I would give anything to do this podcast in real life and not over fucking Discord.
Right?
There was a part of 2020 that I hated. And it was coupled with part of the reasons why I love 2020. I made some really good friends during 2020, but it is hella depressing to look at a screen and to only see pixels. It fucks with me so much. Like, it's not healthy, man. For me, it's not healthy. Yeah. I can't do this like long. Like I'm happy that I have these conversations. Like they keep me sane. But when I saw anime for the first time in real life, bro, I like combusted. I was losing my mind because I was like, "You are real,
right?" Like,
he's so tiny. He's a small little man. His arms are jacked though. He's like Popeye.
Fucking jacked, dude. To him and that fucking Harley.
But it was different, and I think that was the thing. Was like, I think that's why content creation, like there is a means to it. I want to meet these people. I want Rob, Big Rob energy. I'm like, man, I'll knock the shit out of you. I want him to hit me in the chest as hard as he can. Like I just want that like brotherly companionship of just being like, oh yeah, because it's different. Like, what am I gonna do? Oh, I miss you. And I'm touching my screen right now. You didn't feel it because it's not fucking real. Rob, get out of my chat. And that's like that. This isn't it. Like it kills me to see podcasts when people are around people, or they can fly people out, or they have that money, and like to be like, yeah, I'll hop in my private jet plane, be there tomorrow. It's like that's awesome. I'll stay for a few days. We'll have stogies. I fucking
hate you.
Yeah. Yeah. But to say that online friends aren't real, I think there's a place where it's like viewer to streamer maybe, but like the way I delve into like my friendships is like I don't really allow like if I feel like we're friends, I don't really treat it like a how do I say this? I don't really treat it like we're just good buddies on the internet who know each other. Like I will text you, I'll give you my number. Like I will make it as real friendship as possible because I want that. Like I think I use some of these podcasts as like just to talk to my friends for longer because we're all busy. And if it's not for content, if it's not for doing something, this is my cheat sheet to just have long conversations with people. And people are like, I love this. This is so cool. It's like, good, because this is how I talk to my friends.
That's all I'm doing. Yeah. No, that was why I started my podcast back in the day. It was like, this is an excuse for all of us to get together, to talk about the things that we love, to learn from each other, to laugh. And that's why I did it for 6 years. Like I knew how fucking important that was to me. Mm-hmm. And it's extremely, very powerful, very valuable, to have that time. Because again, thinking back to my parents, like how often do you talk to your friends? I see them at lunch every 3 months or something, right? And I can't fucking wrap my head around how they grew up. I can't wrap my head around living in the same, like, my dad has never lived more than 20 miles outside of where he's lived his entire life. He's lived in the same spot for his entire, and he probably will die here. The entire world is there, and you've lived in a 20, 15, 20 square mile rate. It's just like, and you just, they just had to accept that when people got married and started taking care of their families, that you just never saw them again. And then for like the next 40 years, it's just you and your wife and your family. I'm like, man, like that's kind of like that's the selfish part of me. Like, the reason I don't want kids is obvious. It's majorly selfish, right? Like, I'm not denying that. It's incredibly selfish.
I'd rather you do that than have kids and treat them like shit.
Exactly. Right.
I'd rather you not have kids. Like,
so like, back before I voted, because Jehovah's Witnesses couldn't vote. Like, Jehovah's Witnesses had no interaction with politics whatsoever. You're not allowed to vote.
How much can we delve into this?
Oh, as much as you want.
Yes.
Yeah. So for the longest time, like, when people would get mad at me for not voting, when I was a Jehovah's Witness, I was like, look, we need people to run the country, and we need somebody to fix the computers for the people that run the country. I'm going to do my part, and I'm going to fix the computers so that they can do what they need to do. And again, that's part of my, like, okay, so if I'm not going to have kids and I'm not going to partake in educating the future of our nation, then I need to take part of my time. And that's why I do educational content, right? That's my way of, like, okay, if I'm not going to do my due diligence of raising a child and, like, preserving humanity and all that, then okay, so I'll take the parts of me that I love and I think that I'm good at, and I'll use that for my good, right? Because, like, the people who have kids, they probably don't have a lot of time to do other good things for other people, right? Because, like, your family is fucking first priority. That's all you can do. So it's like, okay, so if I've got free time from not having kids, I need to do something else to give back, and that's why I do a lot of educational stuff and take so much time to help others when I can.
So, but do you overall enjoy teaching?
Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, man, you were doing some self-sacrificial work on shit you don't even like doing, bro.
Well, listen, it's a part of it is humility and empathy and all those things that I've been trying to improve in my life. Part of it's selfish too, man. Like, you have to be selfish. If you give all of yourself to everybody else, you're just going to be a lump of garbage. And not like a piece of garbage person, but you're just going to be useless. You got to take some things for yourself, and that's why I'm always so open about like money and content creation and just transparency in general. It's like, look, I'm gonna get that bag, but I can do it without being a piece of shit. I can do it without taking advantage of you, and if that means I get an $80,000 a year bag instead of $150,000, I'm okay with that. That's fine. But I'm still gonna do things to benefit myself. Like, I still am gonna try and make money. If I could, I'm not gonna sit here and just do all this shit for free. You fucking kidding me? They don't want to work 70 hours a week to just be like, I teach people and I love it.
You're disgusting. You don't do this for the love of the craft and the community. You don't do it. Oh, you fucking money hungry word. There's a word for it. I'm not educated.
Bastard. Yeah, you gotta. I don't trust anybody who says that they do it 100% selfishly.
I remember the shit that I got for saying it publicly, and then other people were like, yeah, I do it for the money. Oh, it's cool if you do. I was like, I said the same fucking thing, you little cocksucker.
Your reputation was different than the other people who said it.
What are you talking about?
You were a dick.
Sometimes.
No, your online persona. I mean, that's why I reacted to you the way that I reacted to you at first. Was
sometimes I was.
Okay, so I skipped a question I wanted to ask. The gentleman that you were talking about that you love that people give you shit for being friends with, John Bon Jovi, Benjamin's, John Bon.
Bar none.
Yeah, that.
Bon Jovi? People give me shit about that?
You got what I was saying, and it fucking worked. You're welcome. So the part of him that people don't like
Oh, God.
His I don't know. This is guessing. His overconfidence. Is he pompous? Is he edgy? Like what's the part of him that people are like, yo, you shouldn't be friends with him because he's this?
He's gone on record and said, if I have no problem making money off of you. Like, that's one of his things that people have clipped him being like, hey, if you're stupid enough to give me money, then I should be able to be honest enough about how much money you're giving in wherever. Like, he says words wrong and aggressive, but he has such charisma about it to where it can be like, oh, he's just saying what the people want to say. Like, he's like that, but is not like a sexist or homophobe or anything like that, racist.
Okay, yeah. You said that, and I wasn't fazed by it at all. I'm like, what? It's so weird to me when people give streamers money and then they're like, you can't talk about money. Hey, don't talk about that.
Dude, that I saw somebody else talk about YouTube, how they hate how YouTube monetization is because you see the $sign next to a super chat. And I was like, I think a part of you doesn't want the viewer to know how much money you're making, and that's weird as shit to me. Like,
absolutely.
I think that's
absolutely,
like, you can be private. It's whatever you want to do, but like, don't say it's wrong. Like, it's not wrong. People are just seeing how much money you're making, and if someone stops giving because they think you've made enough, that's their issue. Like,
yeah, again, that's you. That's a you problem. So this is like something that I'm sensitive to.
Okay.
Alongside, and this is along the same conversation of like insult humor.
Yeah.
People that are aggressive with the things that they say, or just like I keep it 100. I just tell the truth. I'm just being honest, right? To me, that is not you being a good person. To me, that is emotional immaturity. If you don't have the ability to convey your opinion or your statement without being mean, you need to fix that.
I'll bring up one thing that I did that I'm not proud of, but I was very proud of at the time because I was insecure about my job on streaming. And me and McQuaid have talked about this because it bugged him too. When somebody was like, imagine just sitting at a fucking computer making no money. And I was like, actually, I just made 15 grand on my like subathon. And they were like, prove it. I was like, yes, ha! And like just
I remember that.
and I did that out of insecurity.
And that's exactly my point.
And I would only do that out of insecurity because like my job is valid, dipshit. If I was secure, I wouldn't have said that. I wouldn't have done that. But because streaming at the time, especially with my friends and family, was not all of my family, but like some of them, and then a few other people, that one person I was married to, and then a few other people that it wasn't a real job. But I was making money. Mm-hmm. And that's where I was like, how is this not valid for you guys? And I needed other people to validate me. Yep. Before I got healthy, and I was like, I'm good with me, man. Like, fuck it. That's fine. I'm sitting I know the truth. Like, that's where it's like, it changed, and I totally understand. At the time, I was like, well, fuck it. I don't care. I did care. Like, that was me being defensive and immature. But I will say that there's a part of that where people are like, yeah, you were a dick all the time. I was like, no, I wasn't. There was times where I was nice, and you guys didn't acknowledge that shit. Not you guys, not like you. But the viewers were like, oh, like sensitive John, and then like dickhead John would come out and they're like, you're such a dick. I was like, you punish me for both, bro. Like, what do you want? Like, and I think I went down that area to where it was just like, you're all mad at me all the fucking time. So I pulled back, got my grounds, got my security, came back, and it just brushes off. Like, it's different. It feels different. Like, I think I create freely and I create happily. And so I think there's a part of that. But I don't know, this is where I get conflicted because I think if you open your mouth on the internet, you should be ready for whatever fucking happens. Like, if you come after a creator, I think it's fine for the creator to fucking slam you down, put you in your place. I think some people need to have consequences for their actions. I want some creators to have the ability to talk and clap back and not be held, be like, you shouldn't do that. You should be the bigger person. Okay. Like, I see both. Sure, it hits on insecurities, and sometimes our feelings get hurt because some little dumb fucking idiot decided to give a kid a phone and he's just running rampant online.
Yeah, dude.
But at the same time, I've always, when I haven't said anything, it always just passes on.
Yeah.
And I move on. But I don't judge a creator for just fucking clapping back. You've done it. You do it in a way to where it's funny. And like creators can watch it and be like, "Oh, he's pissed." Like, but the viewers like, "Oh, he's laughing."
See, and okay, and I need to be honest with that, right? Because again, growing up in a group of insult humor dudes, where being mean was to be funny, and also what I've learned with my emotional regulation with ADHD. And like how...
What does that mean? Sorry, I don't want to pretend.
Control how you react. Like, it's very easy to get emotionally, I don't like using the word triggered, but to react irrationally.
Okay.
As opposed to like, just like my default state is you mention something about my shirt and I make fun of you for not having a father growing up. Like that is how I grew up. And so my gut is to be mean, because like, fuck you. You're gonna say something mean to me? I'm gonna tear your fucking life apart. I'm gonna make you feel so bad. That used to be my default state, right?
Sometimes that's funny though. Sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm the guy that still finds that funny. Maybe to the right friends where you know that they love you and you're in a safe place and like, I'm sorry.
But at the same time, you have to be careful with that, because that's like, well, we're in a safe space. Not in the we're saying bad things, but like I'm gonna insult you that you didn't have parents growing up. Like saying, oh, like if I know you well enough, it's fine, when it's really not.
No,
fine.
yeah. I mean, I'm sorry.
No, I know what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. I was like, no, I'm not like saying like make fun of someone who like someone says
both
your
just
toe
adjusted
looks.
our stacks at the same time. See that? Fucking average penis ass bitch.
Oh, hey, above average. You better watch your mouth, buddy. Yeah. But I think that's where like I went way off topic. You were saying about your natural inclination of inside your brain is like, yes. You're gonna regret being online.
So even now, I have to stop before I reply to somebody. There's times, even in the past 6 months, where I've recorded a reply, like comment reply or a stitch, and then I save it to my drafts. And that's kind of like my routine. Is anytime it is a less than positive response, I save it and I come back to it and I watch it again and see if I still feel like the next day I still feel if I'm like really cooked up about it. And a lot of times I'll delete and I re-record it because I know that I can react better. What I didn't realize is that how I treat people is not just a product of the dudes that I grew up with. It's also a product of ADHD and just like regulating emotion and your responses and my level of patience and stuff. These are all things that I like actively have to work on.
Yeah.
So sometimes when it like, you can't tell if I'm mad, me being funny is like, it's me trying to mask it. Like
is it putting a paper bag and writing funny, but you're actually the face is pissed?
Yeah, it's my way of getting the anger out or getting the frustration out, and then putting the funny spin on it. It allows me to release that bad energy, make content about it, and also not insult the other person. It's just like it's the best of all worlds to do that, because if you react with anger, nobody benefits. It's only it just gets worse over and over and over again. And if you just let it go and you don't correct, then that's even worse.
right? Because it's like, oh, you're just being complacent. You're just letting, instead of actually standing up for yourself or standing up for somebody else, you're just letting it go. And so it's like, okay, so what's my middle ground? Middle ground is, if you're going to reply, you got to be fucking nice about it. And if you can't, be funny about it.
Yeah. I think that's where, and I've felt this, but I think me and Rob talked about this. But he was like, I don't understand the creators who have like 90 nice comments and then they find that one negative one and they write like paragraphs. And he was like, and I believe in this. He was like, the people who comment on your stuff, nice things, they would probably love to hear, hey, thanks. Love that you like the content. Thanks for following. Mm-hmm. Instead of some shithead who's like, I'll take bozo, maybe go back to the gym, fat ass. Like, he doesn't give a shit what you think.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. That one, but again, that just comes from like, that just comes from a place of maturity. Like the way that you were saying that you reacted about people talking shit about you now back then, right? This is a little bit of a humble brag, but my girlfriend said, I don't know how you're able to just let thousands of people talk shit about you and say your things that you're not. Like, how are you not defending yourself? And the answer to that is, I don't need them to define me. Like, I know me. The people that matter in my life, the people that I spend my days thinking about because I love them so much, what they think of me matters.
Yeah.
And they know. Like the people closest to me didn't have to reach out and be like, dude, everybody's full of shit, man. You're really an awesome dude, and you know what's going on. They know who I am. Of course, they checked to see if I was all right. They're like, holy shit, man.
Well, I didn't know the cancel thing was going on because I've regulated how much time I spend on Twitter. Because I don't want to kill myself tomorrow.
Yeah.
I also like don't go into like I'm that passerby content watcher.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I see a friend, I like it immediately. Even if I don't like their content, I just want to boost them. Like I love them personally. So
yeah,
if it's not my content, somebody else will like it. I think that's been my mindset is like, it's not for me, but let's help it get to the right person. Like,
yeah.
And it's also sometimes when you do defend yourself, it goes in deaf ears. Like people have made up their mind about you.
Yeah.
Especially if they start off like, oh, I can't believe you fucking do this. It's like, if you know me, then I wouldn't. But
yeah,
I think you do believe that I would do this. I actually think that you think my persona is like this. So just and keep hate watching my content. I don't know. Give me more views. Give me that $1. Like,
that's so strange. That's so strange to me.
I think I do that with celebrities now to where if they fuck up, I was like, hey, I would have done the same thing. Justin Bieber pissed in a jar and started throwing it at people. I probably would have shit in it. That is famous to where people are like,
yeah.
I know them. No, you don't. Like
that's why you have, I'm sorry.
No, that's it. It's like, I'm not, if I do that with smaller creators who like, there's no nice way to say this, who act like they're famous and they're like, I've reached it. I got 100 views on my YouTube video. And then like Shia LaBeouf can come out in a podcast and be like, yeah, I was in a fucked up place. And he has millions of dollars.
Yeah. Yeah. A little different.
What do you actually what do you think of Shia LaBeouf? Oh shit, he's like hyper Christian now. What do you think of him now?
Is he a hyper Christian?
I think he went Catholic.
Okay.
He believes in Jesus, I think.
I haven't really thought about what I think of him. Man, dude, it's so easy to just be misunderstood about people because you see what somebody chose to show you. And did he do some really fucked up shit? Yeah. Mentally and physically abusive. Again, when we're talking about nuggets, abusing women is just like, I don't think there's a larger nugget
aside from
Yeah.
maybe murder or essay, right? Just like
Sexy actions.
yeah. I can't.
I was just curious. No, this isn't a big topic. I
it's-
look at
'cause
Shia LaBeouf and I look at a guy who fucks up all the time and is like, I'm so sorry.
Right.
Like, and he's so bad with his words, I feel like, to where like I'm like, yeah, he is sorry. But
yeah.
it's just he's human. I don't know. I look at I think because I've fucked up so much and like people don't give me any time to to be apologetic and to like move on.
Yeah.
So when I look at people who fuck up and come and apologize, I had a guy on Twitter. His name's Clicks. Talked about this in the last podcast. Some random guy. Apparently, I had an argument with him on TikTok, and he like followed me on Twitter. He's like messaged me. He's like, "Hey, I'm so sorry. We got into a tiff on TikTok, and I was in a bad place, and I just wanted to reach out and apologize to you." Huge.
It doesn't happen. That
No.
just does not happen. Yeah.
But I immediately was like, dude, I have so much respect for you. I don't even remember the fight, but I respect you so much, right? Like, we're starting at a 10 now.
Yeah. I
So-
don't remember you getting into a tiff with Clicks.
Do you know who that is?
Hmm?
Big Jack dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet guy from those two DMs, like, because I sent him a video because I can't text because I sound angry all the time because I can't. I have to convey it over voice because if you don't hear how I'm saying it, the words I use are so aggressive and I don't mean it that way.
Right.
That's why I love podcasts so much because if I text you everything I'm telling you right now, you're going to be like, I don't know if you're gay or hateful. I don't know what's going
All
on.
the above.
Yeah.
But that's what it like that. I am what I am. I'm unapologetically me. I say it how it is. Like I think that saying that is an out. It's an excuse to not hold yourself accountable. It's an excuse to not change. Like, just accept me as I am because I'm perfect and I'm not going to change for anybody. It's like, well, you could probably change a little bit because like there's no way that all of our default states are acceptable. Like there's no way that like imagine having all of the same thoughts and perspectives and stances now that you did 10 years ago.
No.
Accept me as I am when I'm 22, dude. It's just the way that I am. And so I think when people lean on it's just how it is, man. I say it how I see it. Whatever the fucking, it's just like, nah. I think you probably need to take a second and reevaluate yourself because there's probably a different way that can get delivered and convey the same point. You don't have to change who you are. You just need to change how you say things.
Mm.
You've seen Social Network, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Facebook
When
movie.
Yeah. When I first met you, I was like, this guy is Mark Zuckerberg. Because at the end of the movie, it's just because of this one quote. At the end of the movie, the lawyer says, "Mark, you're not an asshole. You're just trying so hard to be." And that's how I felt about you, because like I experienced you, and then like an adult human being, I didn't make a conclusion on my first experience with you, and I just let time go on. And I'm like, oh shit, John's actually like, he's a cool dude. He says some wild shit sometimes, but who the fuck doesn't? But then I would see you like talk with certain people, and I'm like, what? I don't know why he acts like that. And this is like a long time ago stuff, right? I don't know why he acts like that when I have seen the good parts of him. And when I watch you for an extended period of time, like if I were to watch a stream compared to how you convey yourself in a TikTok, like the dude that I see explain himself isn't the dude that I see responding. And so when it comes to like like streamers should be able to clap back, like people should be able to shit on the other one, and then again it's that same mentality for me of like, yeah, I should be able to, but not doing it is going to be more beneficial. Yeah.
I think that there's one that benefits the person over the other, but I don't think there should be greater consequences to the public eye for a creator standing up for himself. Maybe just saying that, like standing up for himself and being like, this isn't okay. I don't like this on my channel. Well, you're on the internet. You shouldn't be responding to this shit anyway. Hey, man, I know I probably shouldn't be responding to it, but I've had it enough on my video. Again, it's the upon a dead body type dude where he probably had 500 other responses of like, hey, grandma died. I'm so sorry. 2 months later, hey, grandma died. Okay, maybe on your dad's side. Hey, grandma died. Oh, where are you getting all these grandmas? Like, like and to a point where it's like, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not coming on here to console people. And I think
it's so tough, dude.
But that's shitty. The moment you hear that, be like, oh, well, yeah, it's not his job, but have some fucking empathy. It's like, I do have empathy. But and then that's being okay with someone seeing just a glimpse.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you giving me the time of day. I know I could tell you about shit that Anime told me after he left the streaming world. He was like, yeah, you were almost invited to like a TikTok collaboration Discord, and then people were seeing what you're saying. I was like, good. I think those are the same people that are the safe spaces, like, but then also say faggot behind the door, you know, like.
What? Why did you have to say it?
What?
You could just not say it.
I didn't think about it. But they're those people.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
you're not any better if you.
I would rather be honestly wrong than honestly wrong and open for change versus being fake right and being divisive privately. I'm sorry, didn't we see that with like a streamer recently that was like a safe space and like did all this, but then she like made fun of someone actually getting sexually assaulted? Like we see that a lot. Like people don't hold up their true identities because it works for them publicly. Do I think that calling someone that is good? No, I'm never going to use that term in like especially in a hateful term. But those are the people. Like that's what we saw with Mizkif. Like,
man, yeah.
But like that's what I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I don't know. I think it's almost in Harry Potter. In Harry Potter, there's Voldemort, and people would not say his name. And there's a thing where they would be like, him who should not be named. It's like you're putting so much power into a person that is straight up evil and should be hated.
Yeah.
But you're giving that person so much power because you're making it this like, he who shall not be named. And if you mention Voldemort, like, shh. Like, it feels like that when people like, I don't know. It's like the same energy of like people putting so much power into something. Not like saying hateful slurs to people like in those groups. Like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, let that be avidly clear. Like, don't do that. Don't call black people the N-word. Don't call gay people F-word, like F slurs. Don't do that. That's fucked up. That's horrible. You're doing it for evil, hateful intent.
Yeah.
But I think I don't know. I would rather say like, oh, I don't say that word, and then say the word versus being the people who like DM their friends privately and put on a person.
And say it.
I don't know. Maybe that's the game, and I'm just not good at it. Like I don't know. Because it is, man. Like it's part of being public, and I think that's part of being a brand is you lose your personal rights of having a personal life, if you want that, to an extent. Like,
yeah, I mean, yes and no, but I mean, are you saying this from the perspective of like I can't say the word because I'm a public figure?
I think that's how some of the. I think I say fucked up jokes privately because I know they're jokes.
Right.
Like,
right.
And I'm always, and we can talk about this too. I'm always in defense of jokes. I think comedians can joke about whatever the fuck they want.
So that's a great conversation. Well, it's an interesting conversation because, again, what's funny is subjective, and I don't think anybody has the right to tell anybody else what they think is funny because, like, what you find not offensive is probably offensive to somebody else, and vice versa. Yeah. So yeah, I'm for the most part team comedians should be able to like not have free reign, but I think that if we're going to look to them to entertain us, then they need to have a little bit of a leash, right? But it's not, that's a very, very slippery slope conversation, because you're like, oh yeah, well, like what do you think is allowed to be said, and what do you think is funny? And that just goes down to that's a really hard conversation to have online, because
but
everything you say can just be, again, it can just be turned into something it's not.
I think I had to be okay with, I'm going to offend someone. I'm going to offend a lot of people at any point, and it's never my intention.
Yeah.
That's my heart issue, is to have these conversations and go in deep about it, throw a few jokes in here and there. But I would love to, like, and some people say, oh, you can't have both. I think you can. I think the human dynamic is to, especially my coping method is joking about really fucked up things. Like,
right.
Like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to, like, one of my friend's mom died, and she was the same way as me, but her mom died, and a month later, like, I think we got coffee, and I was like, you're gonna pay for it? She goes, my mom died. That would offend someone. But it was a funny joke that she told at the time, because I was like, that's fucked, fine. Like,
you get a pass this time.
But again, that's where I'm like, if you don't find something funny, don't watch it. And it, like, with, I don't want to live in a world where we don't push the edge a little bit, because sometimes that can be hilarious.
Yeah. And
sometimes it helps. Like, I think that's where I'd always pick comedy over just being kind and respectful. Like, I don't know. Because if we're picking one or the other, I would rather have a good time than being like, oh, did you... Actually, I can't say that, because even me having a conversation about this topic could offend someone, and giving space. Yeah. Like, there are those people, and I don't want to cater to them anymore. I will be kind and courteous, but if I'm on my platform talking to my friends and whatever, and they have a problem with me and they want to write these documents about me, cool. Do
you actually have people writing articles about you?
No, I had people writing paragraphs about me in private DMs that got leaked to me, which is humbling.
Oh man, that was were you referencing the BBJS whole spiel a little bit ago?
I got so excited about that. I got way too happy about it. Me and Anime talked about it, and he was like, it makes me sad that you get happy about that shit. I was like, cuz I get shit on so much about my persona, or like my person, like who I am and who I was, and my shit takes and my fuck ups and my problems. Yeah. Because I didn't know how to traverse the internet with hey, brand friendly John here. Whatever you believe is okay, as long as you don't hurt anyone and anyone else. But if that's it, okay, bye. Like I can't. I don't know. I don't want to do that. Like, most of the people who I looked up in content made fucked up jokes, and sure, there's backlash, but they kept going. They found the limit. They backed off a little bit, and then kept living their life. I never was in that pull of, like, I don't know. But I think with the whole BBGS thing, I was more excited. And then watching other creators quit their job because they were like, oh shit, this will come out. I was like, yeah, it will come out. And I love that feeling. I think that's where I stand with a lot of shit. Like, man, you better be squeaky fucking clean.
Yeah.
Or otherwise I'm going to watch, and I'll never participate in canceling someone, but I will happily watch. Like, I will watch the fire burn their parade.
I was somebody who,
maybe that's,
I made a video. No, not necessarily. I was somebody who watched all of it kind of unfold from afar, and little did I know that I was about to be in the same fucking shitstorm, not for making awful jokes, but just like, and online harassment in general. But watching how people acted and seeing how people react, seeing how people carry themselves, the lengths that people will go to hold somebody accountable, the way things are clipped and cropped and stitched together to push narratives, for protection of the people that are involved, I'm not going to say names and stuff, but the favor needle as facts came out, it went like this, and then it went like this. And then more things came out, and then everybody favored this side. And then more things came out, and it just went back and forth and back and forth. And the premise of the video that I uploaded to Twitter was, whenever you have somebody who's campaigning against somebody else, holding them accountable, trying to make sure everybody knows how terrible a person they are, their born bias is going to alter whatever they decide to show you. And it's just crazy that, like, let's say this drama happened over a 4-week period, and all of the shit that got released in week 1 made everybody think one way. And in that at the end of that week, everything that you saw, you were so fucking certain that you knew everything about that person. You're like, they did this and piece of garbage, piece of trash, doesn't deserve a community, shouldn't be, blah, 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 right? And then week 2 comes out, and all of the real shit that happened in week 1 is published, and new receipts come out and new conversations, and you're like, oh man, that actually, I guess I had it wrong. I had a little wrong. I didn't quite see things very clearly. And then week 3 rolls around, and even more comes out, and then it's just like everybody teeters to the other side, and it's pitchforks coming from the east instead of the west. And even at the end of that 4th week, when all the receipts have been published, you still don't know everything. No. You still don't know what was altered. You cannot make a conclusion about somebody. And then we just do the same thing over and over and over again. And this is where, as a 32-year-old balding average cockman, I struggle with social media and using my platform to always stand up for what's right, and to always call out what's wrong, and to always have an opinion and always make a statement. And it's, again, the type of person that woke, accountable people want you to be is just not healthy in regards to, like, social media. It's just not the way things are supposed to be. If you spend all of your time and your energy calling everything out, defending everything, always getting involved in every conversation, it is so self-destructive. Yeah. And you kind of have to make a decision, like, do I only get involved in the things that matter most to me? Like, for me, it's going to be rights for gay people, trans people, LGBTQ, women's rights, and anytime there's story about sexual assault, I'm just like, oh, yeah. Fuck. Like, anytime a story comes out about, I'm sorry, essay, I didn't mean to say that.
It's okay.
And in my mind, I think if anybody that I know or is friends with were to ever get outed, I don't care how many miles it would take to drive to beat the shit out of them. Like, it's so fucking passionate. Do I only get involved in the things that I'm passionate about, or do I say no to all of it? And do I just focus on creating content and trying to teach people and make people laugh? But then it's like, okay, well, is that a privileged point of view? And am I privileged to be able to say no to all the drama? Like, does it fucking, like, does it even matter in the end? Like, when it's 20 years from now, all of the fights and the breakups and the drama, like, is it actually, you have to think, like, what impact am I having? What is actually happening with everything going on right now, and is it going to have an impact in the future? How much of myself do I give? Is it because I'm a content creator and because I'm on the internet, I have a due diligence to stand up for things? Like, do I have to get involved? Because then you have people that are like, well, if you don't get involved in anything, like, oh, how nice for you. Like, you don't have to deal with any drama. Cool. It's a really, really gray area, and I'm currently trying to navigate it. I'm currently trying to figure out, when do I get involved? When do I have an opinion? When do I stand up? And I honestly, I don't think there's a great answer to the question, because I think no matter how much or how little time or effort you spend helping, defending, it's either not enough or it's too much. I don't know. It's a really difficult It's a difficult thought process for me to navigate.
At this current place, I don't think I have the emotional maturity to. I'll keep myself out.
Yeah.
Even when I have friends post shit that riles me up, I'll stay out.
Yeah.
Not because it's a moral bother. I think it's easy for me. It's easier for me to say live and let live. Like, you do you, man. It's on your platform. You never said names. You're not coming after me. I know you're talking about me. It's kind of fucking sad, but like, and it's like, especially when the Harry Potter thing came out, a guy who I've never had issues with, but he's always like made fun of like my religion. Like, it's always my religion. Like, it's always me being Christian. Like, people just take fucking shots at. And I was like, I don't attack you for being fat, bozo, but like, I don't know, like, but I can do that. I can let people, even to this day, like, it's my thing. Like, that's fine that you don't like it. Not you, but like, it's fine that other people don't like it. But the moment I would do something and be like, well, I don't care that you aren't playing Harry Potter. I think you're kind of a bitch and only do it for likes and retweets. Dude, he'd be up in arms.
Right.
Immediately.
If it was the other way around.
And that's why I don't think I have the emotional maturity to start a conversation like that with people like that. And that's where I think I've shortened.
What you got in that coffee there, bud?
I've like made smaller my circle of people that, like, if I talk to, like, and honestly, if I go into those conversations, I'm not looking for the right answer for what I want to hear. With everyone, with the conversations that we've had, there has never been a point where, like, let's see what an actress thinks about this. Like, that's so fucked up. I feel like that's such a bullshit way to talk to someone and be like, you better pick the right answer, knackers. Because then at that point, I don't care about what you have to say. I care about where you align, if you validate what I feel like, if you make me, like, if we agree, then we're good. I don't know. I think that's also, I grew up Christian, like very heavy Christian, to the point where, like, I told my parents that I wasn't a Christian in high school, and my mom's reaction was flipping the fuck out. And so what I did was, and I'm going to start hiding shit. And because I didn't have the courage, nor was I given that place to even talk about it, so I just lied. Like, they're like, do you like reading your Bible? Like, yeah, Jesus is great. And then privately, I was like, man, fuck Jesus. Like, guys let me get the shit kicked out of me in high school. Have fun with that. Like, but as an adult, I dissected that and realized my own personal beliefs and whatever. But I think when you ask a question hoping for an answer, it's not fair. It's not a good way to look at conversation. I mean, you can have, like, your own being like, I don't know, like, I don't talk to people. I don't know. I think that in my opinion, I think that's when I'm looking at someone and talking to them and praying to God that they side with me. It feels like it cheapens the relationship. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like if my friends talk to me and were like, you believe this, right? Like, if you don't, like, this is going to cut deeply. I was like, why? Why should it cut you deeply if I believe differently than you? If I'm not actively participating in hateful things.
Yeah.
Like, that's where people got with Warzone and Hogwarts Legacy and stuff like that. I think that's where friends, and it kills me to watch good friends get torn apart by, like, politics, religion, stances. Like, that, I think that brings me back to, like, 2020 or 2019, like, those elections. I hate election time. I hate it because, like, I'm a viewer. I'm also the youngest sibling in my family, and I think that's just, like, a family dynamic thing of just watching. But it is so painful to watch friends and family who, you know, like, they've had so many good conversations. They've held each other when they've cried. They've done things that are just like, you're fucking this because of this. And like, it's like we erase all the good stuff.
Yeah.
Because of our anger and our emotions. And that's why I can't participate in these conversations online. I would rather have this 100%. I would rather make a video that explains exactly why I feel the way I feel, and also giving someone else that platform. I think everyone should have a voice. Everyone. Even the dumb ones, man. Like I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I think internet should be paid for. Like, you have to pay to access the internet or be 18.
Yeah,
and older.
there should be a small gate at the beginning.
Children aren't allowed on the internet.
You know, I think something that I learned later in streaming is that when you have a longer relationship with somebody, or a general good understanding of them, and something comes out, a perspective, an opinion or something, and it is something that cuts deep, and you think, how... I think part of your frustration or part of your disgust at that time is not necessarily that what they think or their perspective on that thing is so awful, is that you think you didn't see it. How could I be such good friends with somebody who thinks this way about that? And I think it's half you're kind of questioning yourself, like, how could I? This isn't me. I'm not that kind of person. When really, it's like, no, that doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah,
it's not about. Again, it's like, it's not about you. It's different than that. And I think there's a couple times where people that I gave the benefit of the doubt, or like I opened up to them, and then they turned out to do something shitty, or they said something shitty, and you're like, man, how did I not see that? And I think it's a projection to have a reaction like that, because you're like, oh man, I was somebody who was friends with that. I was somebody who looked up to that. But it's not about you. It's about what they were able to hide or mask or whatever. And it's up to you, about how much weight you put into whatever it is that cut you,
Yeah, I understand that. I think that's the painful part of growing up, is watching, at least for me, watching friends not become friends over, in my opinion, something small. But it's not, I can't dictate how much value that one opinion has in someone else's life. Like,
right.
Dude, when you said you hated religion, no part of me got hurt. None.
Right.
Nothing.
Because I'm not out here campaigning for religious people to die, right? Like, I don't have active hate for anybody who's religious.
Even if you were, I don't think I would take that personally, because I think our relationship, in my mind, our relationship is different than the public that you're talking about. Oh, but shit, maybe this is the hate all men shit. Fuck! Oh, no. Nope. Mm-mm. Fuck you, knackers. You tricked me. You and your biblical hatred tricked me into believing.
Jesus is my homie. Jesus is my homeboy. When I went to go pee, which I'm going to have to do shortly, how have you not fucking urinated? Oh, you do have to go.
Oh, I have to, yeah. But I also have an ad I'm able to play, and I made it for stream. I'm so excited for it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So we can go both at the same time.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Nice. As soon as this is done. I was asking my girlfriend about I'm like, can you please fucking re-educate me about the all men are trash thing? And I'm like, what is the men who get offended when they hear that? What's the actual cause of the frustration, and not what they think it is? And the small part of it is, it's not about just defining that men are trash. It's about being more upfront about holding other men accountable, instead of being complacent with how things are or how people act. That's a small part of it. I'm like, that's fucking it, right? It's instead of just being like, no, all men are fine. It's like, oh well, no, not all men are.
No,
yeah,
that's just as deadly.
I'll find the cohesive explanation of that.
I thought that was wild that I literally walked right in. Fucking curse. But it also, like, I'm peeing. I'm gonna get.
I gotta pee too.
Okay, ready? Play an ad. 3, 2, 1. Fuck, the ad's not on. Ah! Anyway, so what we were talking about was equal rights, equal fights.
And also, you didn't wash your hands because I didn't wash my hands.
I didn't wash my hands, bro. It's my.
You know why? Because the penis is the cleanest part of the body.
It is.
Throughout the entire day.
Do you ever like take your hands, sniff your ball sack throughout the day?
Yes.
Yes.
I can reach my ball sack with my nose. I don't even have to use my fingers.
I can't do it. I had to try. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, I gotta change batteries in these.
Ooh.
3, 2, 1. Don't say anything bad. Don't say anything bad.
I thought those had like a small battery that could maintain connection while you. Are those the Steel Series Arctis 7s?
What?
Are we back?
Yeah, we're back. Well, I mean, they can hear you, but I couldn't.
Oh, I thought, are those the Arctis Pro 7s?
Arctis Nova Pro wireless.
Oh, I thought the Arctis had a small battery in the ear so that when you were swapping batteries, it maintained audio. But it's like a battery that only lasts like 30 seconds or something. Maybe that's a different headset.
That might be true. I just know, like, I swapped it, and it pops back in without me pressing the power button.
Okay.
I like them. I also like being wireless. So,
not gonna lie, wireless shit is wonderful. Once you go, like, I will never buy a wired mouse ever again. I will probably buy the G502 until I die, unless something better comes out.
Wait, Logitech? I only say that
that's a big nugget. That's a big nugget. I'm done.
No,
we're
no.
done.
I hated mine because mine broke. My Logitech shit broke, except for this. But
Okay.
I don't use it to game. Actually, you can tell me what you think of this. So, what do you think of this? Because like I've wanted to show you my peripherals and be like 1 through 10. And now we can get out of the heavy conversation. We can go into light shit that's like, oh my God. I know there's people like having life issues, but like, what do you think of my stuff?
Look at my keyboard.
Almost dropped it.
Are you still using 2 keyboards for dual PC setup?
No.
What's that keyboard over there?
It's a different one. It's for looks.
You fucking liar.
I'm sorry. So this is what I have. It's the
GMMK Pro.
Yeah.
Fuck dude.
This is my brother's first keyboard that he ever made, and I changed the keys to be all black because edgy 15-year-old. And yeah, dude, they're sick. They're heavy.
Fucking pink, baby.
Yeah, I also like, I don't know why, but as an adult man, purple, favorite color. Deep purple. Deep, like feminine colors are my favorite.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I was not kidding when I said 2023 was going to be my pastel paradise. Like light pastel, pink, everything. I bought some pink gaff tape. And I just wrapped one of my fucking mics with it. I don't give a shit. I want pink shit.
Yeah.
Vagina.
It just looks good. Wait, did you say vagina?
Yeah. Pink shit.
I like how everybody else's setup looks nice, but the moment that camera widens a little bit more, I'm in a cemented basement with cement floor, and these black things are just sheets that I threw up, and I'm good at photography.
I was gonna ask if the walls were actually dark or if you just had your aperture and ISO tuned well.
That's it. I have this enough to where there's a light flare to where you don't see that little bit of a gap. That could be more. I love fooling people. You have such a nice setup. No, I don't. I just have an expensive camera and a lot of knowledge.
Yeah. That's we were kind of talking about TikTok earlier and how TikTok has changed the landscape of content and what the people who started creating content on TikTok, not knowing how things happened before TikTok was around. The paying for product reviews conversation. I don't know. Did you catch any of that?
I saw you talking about it, and I think you said it was dishonest to pay for to get paid for product reviews.
Yes. So my official stance is if you are reviewing a product, and again, this is where definitions of words within context of the platform are very, very important, and why this conversation is so fucked up. People who, if you are going to review a product, if you are going to take a product, use it, come up with an opinion and then project your opinion into the world, creating a video review of the product. Yes, I 100% believe that if you are getting paid to give your opinion on something, that's unethical. I think that there's no way that you aren't influenced by the money, the biases that you grew up with, and the fact that you have a working relationship. Like the cloud that is over your head when you're reviewing a product is, depending on what I say, they may or not work with me again on this. That means money. That means toys. That means house, right? All of this.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking that they would pay for an honest review. Is that not the case?
Do you think that you can pay for an honest review? That's what the conversation is do you think that you can be, and again, it's not about being honest. It's about being genuine.
Sending a message. Sorry, I'm saying that's a joke.
Do you, because you can get paid and be honest, but are you being genuine with what you're delivering? And I don't think that there's any way to measure how critical or lenient you're going to be when you get paid. You can't say like, oh yeah, if I get paid, I'm 20% less likely to harp on the fact that this is plastic and not metal. And I'm more likely to get angry about, like, there's no way to quantify a bias when it comes to reviewing a product. You can't just say like, oh, it's like, yeah, I'm just a little bit more. It's either you are or you aren't. And people try to come up with these like certain arguments regarding the whole, like, well, if they're honest, it's fine. Or if they promise not to say anything too outlandish, it's fine. Like all these things that viewers can't verify. Like you don't know if they said, hey, give us an honest review, but please mention that this audio interface can give 60 decibels a gain. Like, hey, here it is. Let us know what you think. Don't forget to mention that we're the only USB audio interface on the planet that also has. So yeah, before you go, a little bit more context, right?
I like this because I have no brains ever worked with me. Go on.
When it comes to reviews, the TikTok that originally sparked this conversation is there's another TikTok creator, 200,000 followers. All they do is just like their whole page is advertisements for products, pretty much, right? Products send them, or brands send them products. They make videos on it and they get paid. They're calling these videos reviews. There's like when you get a product and you use it for a week and then you make a 30-second video saying it's awesome, they call that a review. And it's not really a review of the product. You're just, you got some attention with it, or you got some time with it. You came up with an opinion. So when I asked the question, I knew that people weren't going to understand what I meant by review. So I wanted to kind of gauge, what do people think a product review is? And the answer to that question is that the large majority of people who consume or create content on TikTok think that getting a product and making a video on it is reviewing the product, when that is a showcase or an ad or an integration.
It sounds like a sponsored video.
Yeah. So you have all of these creators, especially in the tech industry on TikTok, that think, oh, well, how do people make money if you're not getting paid to make a video about a product? And the answer to that is, well, before TikTok, it was ads, sponsorships, getting other brands to sponsor your videos, paying for other people to put ads on your post, or you're doing written versions of the content as opposed to video and getting ad money from that. Because there's no other way to generate revenue on TikTok, the default was like, oh, well, I'll just ask brands to pay me. And so now it has just become normalized to say, hey, I have a bunch of followers. Somebody give me a product, pay me money, and I'll just talk about it on my channel. And that's what people think. That's what the majority of people think reviews are now, when it's... Yeah,
I don't put that. I put that as an endorsement. Be like, hey, this brand reached out to me and I would like some money, and here's a showcase of their item. I don't think that's a review. I will say, though, I've watched... I don't know what... I'm starting to figure out that some people don't like Harris Heller. I've always liked Harris Heller. But he's
a lot of people don't.
That's wild to me. He's never rubbed me the wrong way. Probably because he's Mormon. But like...
You want to know why? It's because his daddy's a Republican and he had money.
Shit!
Yeah.
Fucking throw it in the trash. Throw all of his opinions in the trash.
He had it easy. He had money to start with. He fucking, what do you call those? Something baby, fucking
baby money wallet bitches.
Fucking stupid baby wallet. Fuck, man. What's the goddamn saying?
Guys, did you know Knackers also has Tourette's?
One more time. Necrophilia?
No, that is fucking dead people.
She said nepo. No,
nepotism. No.
What is it when you're like you're a kid?
Trust fund baby. Trust fund baby.
Trust fund baby.
Yeah. Love being live.
Oh my god.
Thanks,
dude.
Dudley. Also, is your girl watching, or does she just like understand what
you're
you're
loud as fuck, and she's like 10 feet away.
You're not gonna get that mute box that mutes you.
Yeah, no, there's I've had this conversation with a couple of people, and it's like, well, I think like he worked for his father while he was campaigning. I don't think it was for president, it might have been for senator or governor or something else. And he got paid from campaign funds to do work for the campaign. And of course, if you're a person who got paid with Republican money, you're the fucking Antichrist and you don't deserve to have a life on the internet. You have to, again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, your dad was a Republican and he paid you to do, no, sorry, can't be here. You came from money. Everything that you've done so far. And I'm like, okay, don't align with that whatsoever.
I don't know.
Tell me about your childhood. Tell me about your family growing up.
Yeah. Sorry, my dad was rich and your dad sucks dick.
But I mean, like the way that people harp on Harris are no different than people who just harp on people who are successful in general.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
It's you didn't get successful the right way. You had this card handed to you. It's like, oh my God.
Oh God. Those are the best kind of viewers though. They'll always talk about you.
Right. Sorry, I totally did.
I know. I thought it was. I didn't know. I don't ever apologize for rabbit trailing. I felt bad about doing that, but sometimes that's led to the greatest conversations ever, and I won't apologize for that.
Absolutely.
I watched. There was one of his videos. He was like, "I was sent this product. I was sent to review it, but I can give an honest review." That I appreciate because like all of his stuff he talked about, I got. You got the Go XLR. I was gifted the Shure and some 7B. I got a Stream Deck. I think that's it. I got a basement. He has basement.
You're ignoring the worst part. You're fucking coping for Harris.
It's my birthday.
Oh my God. Yeah.
No,
I think if people actually knew how there's a little naivety.
Yeah.
To be naivety. When it comes to how content creators make money. Because again, okay, so let's say you're a tech reviewer, right? And somebody sent you a product where we're going to send you this product. We're going to give you $1,500. Just make a video talking about the product and its features, right? Like you're reading from a spec sheet. You're saying what the best parts of it are. You're saying the price, the release date, all this stuff, right? No opinion, no review, no perspective. Paid integration, product activate, right? A sponsored post.
Yeah.
It's been around in advertising for fucking ever. But let's say a month later, they release the Go XLR 2 and they send it to you for free. They don't pay you for the review. Are you biased? Are you dishonest? Are you able to give a unscathed opinion regarding you've gotten paid from them before, but you're not getting paid this time? Is it separate?
I think it's separate. For me, I can only speak on me, but like if a brand was like, "Hey, tell everyone this is the best cup of coffee you had." Me, I came from a coffee snob. I worked at baristas. I did that shit. So I can be like, this coffee tastes like dog shit.
Yeah.
But I think that I mean, there's a difference of like, I don't know. The only reason I got this wireless SteelSeries mouse was because people said it felt nice. And I always had a hard time with a mouse that felt good on my hands. I had a Rock hat.
Good reason.
That was it. and they were like, it feels really nice. It's heavier. And I was like, I love heavy mouse. I like the feeling of dragging. I love my GMK Pro. Shout out to my brother Tyler. The thing is a tank. I love it for that reason. But I what?
That's another reason for the harsh criticism, right? Is you have somebody who isn't, again, full disclosure, I love Harris and his content, right? I don't have a bad thing to say about Harris.
Yeah.
This is just like talking to different people. Of course, when you're on top, everybody fucking talks about you. It's the best part about being in content creation. You have somebody who isn't the most technical, right? He doesn't know how the ones and zeros compute in a fucking processor to make a computer work, right?
Yeah.
But has a fantastic business sense and a sense of what somebody wants, even if they don't know how to convey what they want. That's what he's done really well with his channel. And of course, because you have a creator who not panders to the algorithm, just takes it into consideration. Like when he's making his content, if you sit there like a robot and go over all of the technical specs.
Yeah, he's
and
very
the details.
charismatic.
Yeah. So the way that he goes about it is it's not all about the technical capabilities of the device and how the specs stack up to everything else in its price range and what it can do that the previous didn't do. It's, hey, how can you use this tool to make better content? Yes, the headphone amp, not as good. The audio software controller for it, not always the best. But let me show you how the niche parts of this the niche parts of this product and the feature set benefits me as a creator and allows me to do. And so that's why a lot of people aren't watching Harris for like a super technical breakdown of a product because they want a spec sheet, compare it to everything else. It's just that's not his type of content. So the people that are
for that.
Exactly. It's exactly my point.
Yeah.
You watch different creators depending on what information that you're looking for. So that I agree with. You don't like him because he doesn't create the type of content you want to watch. That's fine. But I won't let people say, well, him not going over certain things is disingenuous or him not highlighting. It's like,
you can't say you don't know the intention of someone. Like
exactly.
But with reviews, I think if a company was like, hey, I want you to honestly review this, here's $19,000, go. I think I could. I would be like, to quote Big Rob, he reviews things like a normal guy. He's like, there's like creatine. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it tastes good, makes me feel good, and I haven't felt down. Like, that's how he reviews things. He doesn't step out of his lane to look up all the fucking facts of like this pre-workout he got. He tries it. If he likes it, he promotes it. That's what that's what I feel like it would do. If I got paid while doing it, while reviewing a product I love, hell yeah, bro. Shit, I'd love to take money. Like, I think people get weird with money. People get mad that someone's getting paid for money or someone's getting paid for a product. Or if someone even said, hey, John, I want you to make a specific video about this gear. Don't review it. Just talk about what it is and get excited for it. Fine, that's it.
Yeah,
I gotta say
that is not a review.
No, that's not a review.
An ad. Yeah.
That's an ad, which is fine. I think. Oh, you about to get.
No,
You have a ghost?
It's funny you say that because somebody, I was playing Rocket League. My window's open. This was like 5 or so years ago. And the neighbor across the street called the cops because they said it sounded like I was beating my wife. I lived alone. I was playing Rocket League. I was streaming with my windows open, screaming bloody murder. And there's a clip of this somewhere, but the clip is me sitting there playing, and then you see light through my blinds blast onto my face. And me like a deer in headlights looking up because somebody with a like scariest fucking thing ever, right? You being in your house and a flashlight being shined through your blinds, and they were just
what are you doing, Baldy?
I had hair then too.
We did.
But yeah, they didn't even come inside. They were like, we could see that you're playing video games by yourself, you fucking Nimrod. So just quiet down, close your windows.
Yeah, that's.
But
weird.
it sounded like a dog squealed outside. It was weird.
And you're not gonna go create a Twitter post about how you defended that dog? You know how many missed impressions you can get?
Oh my god.
True. Also, I will say this, and I've always thought this about you. you're a handsome bald guy. Because we had a conversation, I think once. No. Because I didn't know. Like, I look at you and McQueeb, and I don't look at you and I'm like, wow, what a ugly, balding man. Like, I've looked at you guys, and I also think charisma carries over. But I've never looked at you and like, and I think after you, because you and me and Anime were talking. I think it was me, you, and Anime and McQueeb talking in one room, and you're like, yeah, when I started balding, it sucked. Like, it hurt my self-worth. And I was like,
Yeah.
I don't even think that. Like, I think you're incredibly handsome. Like, I love your charisma. Your character just shines. And I don't know if that's because
Body
I'm like,
dysmorphia, baby.
you look good. Also, you look good. I said this
Thank you.
off before the podcast, but like, you look great. Like, I usually
you.
don't. Maybe I need to start having ugly people on my podcast. Where's Anime?
Damn, you fucking said it.
But no,
Yeah.
I think character, charisma, and like self-confidence carries way more.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And I do want to ask you. Let's talk about reviews, and then I'll remember this conversation later. But do you think you could give a review for a product without, like, if they paid you and they were like, give us an honest review? Do you think you could give an honest one?
Yes. Honest. Yes. I think.
So why did you say that you don't think that people could? Overall?
No. It's not. It's not that I don't think people can be honest.
Okay.
It's that I think paid reviews are unethical.
Why? Do you think the majority can't be honest when it comes to that? Like, somebody would worry about their brand friendliness versus.
No. So I think one of the parts of the conversation that is the most overlooked but the most important is the amount of power and influence that people have. So when you talk about somebody reviewing a product and being paid to review a product, you are thinking, and again, it all depends on how things are presented. If you're paid for a review and you don't say that you're paid for a review, but you say that the video is sponsored, right? That's different than saying, hey, I've been paid to review this product, here it is. Or announcing that it's a hashtag ad, or announcing that it's a showcase. It's all about the presentation of the video as well. So I think that money isn't going to change what you say throughout. I think that the presence of money changes how hard or how soft you lean into certain opinions. So like the way I try to explain it is, if you have a $400 headset that was given to you for free, right? You're looking at it, you're like, oh man, this is holy shit. Like, oh wow, that's plastic? It kind of sucks as that plastic. Yeah, whatever. You know, whatever. It's free. Aside from, I paid $400 and you're like, man, that kind of doesn't feel right. It pads.
I get that.
It pads the level of your criticism. And I think that it causes you to overlook small things. You're not going to overlook really big in your face issues, right? But you might, and again, this is all subconscious. This is all like, this is the bias that you're not able to see or control. These are the ones that they're just there. And it's not that I don't think people can't be honest with a review. The people who say I give completely honest, unbiased reviews, I go, well, you can't. I believe that you can't.
I think you have a bias a little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think people can. One question that I do, or one thing that Harris does or did, I haven't watched any of his videos now because I'm a perfect streamer and don't need his shitty advice anymore. But like, one thing he did, it was like, this bothers me, but if it doesn't bother you, it's a great thing. And I was like, love that. Because he reviewed these, and I saw that one thing that I love that they do, I can listen to music from my iPhone while streaming, and you're not hearing it, but I have background music to like cut out the silence that I need because I feel awkward or whatever. And he was like, yeah, there's a little bit of delay on that shit, but you know, if it doesn't bother you, I was like, it wouldn't bother me at all. But to freely offer, I think admitting your bias is good for the viewer.
Yes.
But again, I don't Moral reasons, yes. Admit your biases, know where you stand, be like, yeah, I've always wanted to work for this brand. I would give my left nut, but like I'm going to try to give this the best review, the most honest review I can.
Yeah.
That's good to go in. I don't think every creator has to do that. I think it's dishonest, but I think that's the world we live in.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And my issue with that is that the current how short form content is delivered favors the dishonest part of it and not the honest part. Just the way that TikTok is, the way that your videos have to be edited and displayed and posted and what you say, it favors the I'm kind of skirting the line here a little bit, as opposed to you don't have time to disclose your biases. You don't have time to disclose how you felt about previous products or how long you've wanted to work for this brand. It's products you need for under $40 for your setup. Was it? You don't know if they were paid. You don't know if there's a previous relationship. You don't know if they have an affiliate code for that product. It's so cut and dry, short to the point, and it's gone in a fleeting moment. But and that's kind of like one of the biggest things that I struggle with, this going off on a tangent, as a creator, is I've spent the last 10 years looking at everybody else, making sure that I didn't become them, making sure that I didn't make the make sure that I didn't do what they do because of what it would lead to. So like, for example, for a while I thought that I wanted to do the same thing that Epos was doing: hardware reviews, tutorials, gear explanations, all that stuff. And then I'm like, oh, but that eventually leads to all you do is fucking review gear, and all people look for you is to tell them if it's better or not. And then you just get locked into this ecosystem of that's all I do. And then like how many times have you seen a niched creator be like, I got locked into just making what I thought people wanted me to make, and now I'm fucking miserable and I can't do anything else. But I'm like, okay, well, I got to get away from that.
I don't want to interrupt. Is that
Yeah, sorry. I'll keep going.
Yeah, no, because I think that's a good conversation to have, though. But keep going.
Right.
Keep going. I want to finish this thought.
When it comes to sound effects in your stream and having channel points, it's like, okay, so I got 30, 50 people that are spending channel points and stuff like that. Cool. What happens when it gets to 100? What happens when it gets to 200? Am I still going to maintain this? And so before I even get a chance to try something out, I look ahead, see what the possibility of it is. See what the possibility of it is down the road, make an assumption, and then either do it or don't do it. And for the most part, that leads me in good directions, but I also miss out on a lot of opportunities because I think something is gonna lead down a bad path. And I do that to a fault. And I've done that with my content. Like, I could very easily turn into one of those creators where I just ask people to send me stuff. You pay me to talk about your product. All I do is I put affiliate links. I make affiliate money up the fucking ass, get a bunch of free shit, and then a bunch of people just see my content, see that it gets hundreds of thousands of likes. So, oh, this product must be good, and they buy it, and it's a piece of shit. Because a lot of the stuff that gets peddled on TikTok is like AliExpress $3 resold on Amazon for $40 bullshit. And I think when it comes to paid reviews, getting paid for a review benefits me. Not getting paid for a review and leaving as much bias at the door as possible benefits more people. And that's what I lean to.
Yeah. How does Beacon feel about you using an Elgato mic right now?
I got the Beacon over here. I have all Beacon set up on my other stuff.
I actually just thought about that. I was like,
yeah.
Does that not bother them? That wasn't part of your like clause or your contract being like you only have to use Beacon shit?
There is no contract. I do not partner with any companies. I'm not a partner with any companies right now.
That's dope as shit.
And I refuse to.
Really?
Yep.
Why?
How?
Sorry, that my eyebrows went hella aggressive, but I mean, I have my dad's face of like, why? I'm just more like, why?
How can I go into if I'm paid by Elgato and I am contractually obligated to use their products
spend my free time learning about their products and promoting, how can I look at another brand's product when it comes out and have genuine interest to want to get it, explore it, and use it? And my answer to that is I can't. If I am bound to a company, how can I be looked at as a genuine, reputable educator in the space if I'm being paid, not necessarily exclusively, but like a part of me is getting purchased. It's not all of me, but it's a part of me. And I've had a lot of companies reach out. They were like, "Hey, we want to partner up. We want to outfit your setup with our stuff." And I just say, "Look, I don't want to. Sorry. Like, if you want to still do reviews and stuff, absolutely."
Even if they were just like, "Hey, we love your stuff." Like, if you just posted a picture of it, being like, "Hey, this company outfitted me. I really appreciate it."
As long as there was no clause to how long I had to keep the stuff around. If I was free to replace it as soon as I wanted to, then absolutely, I'll partner up with somebody.
Okay. I really appreciate that about you. I think you hold yourself to a moral standard that you stick to, and it's really nice. I
Thank you.
Because I think it's easy to be like, "Oh yeah," I mean, I wouldn't do that. It's like, there's a part, okay. like I appreciate that you're honest, be like, I can't do that. Like,
that's what scares me is how easy it would be to just be like, there was dude, I had a company reach out to me recently, and
say it.
The deal was, we're gonna send you a OnePlus phone, one of the newest ones that's coming out soon. It's like, first of all, it's fucking OnePlus. And
I was thinking, bro, what the fuck is that? Sorry.
And they said, we're gonna this is a 12-month agreement. We're gonna give you this phone. You have to make one video a month about using the phone and giving it praise. Okay. 1 year, 12 videos, $200.
No.
Was the payment for that.
No.
$200
No.
for a year.
No.
Having to keep their link in my bio and to hashtag. Did you also see my one about the wireless earbuds? The deal for that one?
No.
Got another offer. We're going to send you this free pair of wireless mics. It was like a transceiver and a receiver. Wireless could be used with a phone, could be used with a DSLR. And they said, all you need to do, you don't even need to like do a dedicated video on it. Just use it in some of your videos, put hashtag the brand in the video. That's it. We'll send it to you for free. I'm like, okay. How many videos does it need to be in? And what's the window of time? They said, you need to use the product in half of your videos for 2 months. And I said, I've posted 100, I think it was
how much money?
130, no money. Free product, a free $300 product. I said, I've posted 120 videos in the past 60 days. So you want me to use your product in 60 videos, put your brand name in the bio, hashtag it, no money. Just this free, don't even know if it's good product. Oh my God. But I could
But some people don't know.
Dude, once you get like 20,000 followers, people start reaching out. And there's other companies where they're like, hey, we're going to send you, there was a pillow company. Like, we want you to do a video about a pillow, $500 to do one video about this pillow. You know how fucking easy my video, I'm going to fuck that pillow. I'm going to make a video about cutting a hole and fucking this pillow. $500? You fucking kidding me? Absolutely. It'd be so easy to make insane amounts of money. I know this is kind of like moral high ground shit, right? There's a little bit of humble bragging, but
I think people need to hear this conversation, because I think somebody hearing $200 and you want me to, a year?
Yeah.
Sure. Because it ties into self-worth. As a wedding photographer, my weddings start at $5,000. $5,000 for what people would view a day of work and a few days of editing. Yeah, numbnuts, but I've been doing this for 8 years. I'm not fucking taking another. No.
It's the most important day of your life.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I'm anti-marriage, dude. Don't tell my girlfriend. So it's been almost 6 years. No fucking diamond.
That conversation that you had on Twitter about like people getting taken advantage of because they just don't know, and you offering information, I think that is good because that raises the standards of. Do you know who Keith Lee is on TikTok? That food guy? Yeah.
Yep.
How he like freely gives out advertisement for like small businesses, but was like, no, Cinnabon, you're gonna fucking pay me because I know you have the money.
Yeah.
And like, I love how aggressive he is because it's like, oh, you're a company, you're not an individual. I don't need to treat you with respect. You pay me my bag now. And then family-owned business, he's like, 10 out of 10 would go again. And then just like raises them up off the ground. Like,
yeah.
I think those conversations are good to have for other creators being like, how much should I charge for this? A video? $300. You're videoing it, you're editing it, you're writing a script for it, you're promoting it, and you're giving them a free video that they can use over and over and over and over and over again. For free. Or not for free, but like for whatever. Like, I think that was one of the conversations that I had early on in my photography career, because I remember getting, especially the first commercial job that I got, that was like, so we're down to pay you around 7 to 10 grand. I was like, and I was dumbfounded, bro. I was used to shooting $1,200 weddings, and then a company was like, just do a couple of headshots, white background, lights, all day. I think there's like 13 people. We'll feed you. We'll give you drinks. How does 10 grand sound? I was like, yeah.
I think it'll work.
Dude, and then realizing my buddy was like, you could have gotten 20. I was like, huh? He's like, it's a company, man.
Yeah.
These aren't individuals anymore. This is a company. And I promise you they were lowballing the shit out of you. I was like, I don't even know if I can get mad about that because I just paid for my rent for like 10 months.
Yeah.
Like that.
I can't even spend that amount of money in that short of time.
I know, dude. I was so pumped. And then realizing that in the content creation, because it's an individual LLC, they're like, oh yeah, you'd be lucky to have our shit on you. Ooh, that's where like that. But that's the way they look at it. Some companies
made my dick hurt.
Yeah, like, dude, it is wild because there's so many people with such low self-esteem. That they're like, yeah, I'd do anything to have that. Of course, you partner with me. I'm trash. It's like, that's why we got to work on like our personal self and then go to the internet. Don't go to the internet and then be like, like you'll be broken for a long time.
And that's another reason why I'm so transparent about money in the content creation space. I'm actually working on a page for my website. It's going to have a list of all of the brands that I've worked with and which ones have paid me. So that at any time, if somebody's curious, they can go there and see which ones I've worked with, which ones I've gotten paid by. When I first got started with Beacon, so it started with them sending me products to review, and then they're like, oh, actually we want you to help us beta test the products too, because they know I liked getting into beta testing, providing feedback. We'll make some YouTube videos, cool. And then they brought me on to just make videos for them to post on their socials, and it was 12 videos, 12 30-second videos that they could post to, was it 12? It's 10 or 12, one of the two. 30-second videos. And I'd never done a paid gig before. And this is a year ago, like not even a year ago.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, let me think about how much to charge. I have no idea. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. Just get back to us. I'm like, okay. So I like thought about it really hard. I talked to a couple people in the space and I'm like, okay, $200, thinking that was high. And this was Kick Tripod at the time. And he's like, the fuck is wrong with you? No, I'm going to tell you how much we're going to pay you. And it was 4 times that, right?
What a good company. Wow.
The people behind the products are such a big a big thing for me, and that's something that is often it's not always overlooked, but it's used as a negative. Like, oh, you're buddy with the company and you're not saying as many bad things as you should because you like them as a person or you know them personally. And it's like Beacon gets a lot of shit because of how they started and staffing and not being quick enough for updates. And it's like, what the fuck ever. Like, none of you fucking people know how to run a company or make a product for streamers, the biggest babies of any industry. We're a bunch of spoiled fucking babies. And to know what kind of people they are on the back end, working with them, like providing feedback and working with their development team, like just a group of fucking awesome people, like through and through. And I ended up, getting paid way more. I got paid, it was $1,200 for those 12 videos. For like $100 a video, it was probably 2 or 3 hours per video, writing, recording, scripting, publishing, right? And even that was like really, really low. But to think at that time, the $200 was like, oh man, I'm getting paid $200 to make a couple 30-second videos. This is fucking awesome.
What company was that again?
That was Beacon.
All right, shout out Beacon. You're fucking amazing for that shit.
Fucking shout out. Kick Tripod always really, really looked out for me. And that, you know what's funny is that's another example of a dude that I got into multiple beef with. Multiple beef with. You know, me and Kick got into the same beef, dude. We argued a lot on Twitter back when the launch of GoXLR was out. And eventually, just like through interacting with each other over and over again and realizing that both of us misunderstood the other person's perspective.
Yep.
Then we became great friends. And then, dude, I have a whole video planned. It's me covering what kickstarted my relationship with all of the brands that I've worked with so far. Yeah. It's fucking stupid. And I don't mean like stupid awesome or stupid. It's stupid.
No, it's stupid. Yeah.
The smallest fucking things that turned into a relationship of working with a company.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to, it's not going to come out for like another 6 to 8 months or so, but I can't wait to make that video. I'm so excited to tell people how little it takes and what things need to be in the right place too. It's not just about like, oh yeah, I was friends with somebody, so they gave me a shot at reviewing products. There's a lot of other stuff that comes into play too. But it is not as hard as you think it is. You can get paid a lot more than you think you can.
Oh yeah.
And you can really make an awesome name for yourself. You don't have to be a fucking star in order to have fun, make good shit, make good relationships with people, and just have a great time.
Yeah. I still can't get over that, bro. That is unheard of for me. I've never heard of any brand being like, you're worth more than that. They'd be like, we just saved a shit ton of money because you're stupid as hell. Like,
yeah, that's the majority.
Man.
There's only a couple other companies that I've worked with so far that have came back with that same. Loco, who's run SolarStream, previously Streamer Square. You really don't know Loco? She's fucking awesome. She's one of my favorite people in the space. She started out a game streamer, and then she turned to like educational content for streamers. So like for years, just did built free resources for streamers, technical, business side, working with brands, how to build right. And then they launched SolarStream, which was kind of like a monthly subscription to premium stream coach content. Not really stream coach, but like educational content for streamers that has been curated and professionally made.
Nice.
And she was somebody too that like we started working together, and she was like, no, you need to charge more, or you need to, like, you're worth more than that.
Yeah.
So I
your personality alone is worth it. No, the great video.
Stop it.
I'm not joking. I don't give a fuck about tech, bro. I don't care that you're talking with dildo looking Mike right now. Like, I don't. Like, I love what you sell me. Do it.
Yeah. It actually hurts I can't do the square one. If this was circular, I'd be a little bit better. Fucking square hurts.
But that's what I think that's what sells me on your stuff, is your personality is so watchable. Like, you're fun to watch. When you're passionate about something, you sell me on it. You're like, you could be like, man, I'm not gonna make that joke.
Good.
I think we all know where I was
that's
going.
What I like when I'm thinking about what do I want out of content creation. Yes, the money would be great, but like to know to what I want, like the thing that I want so badly is when my name comes up and the content that I make, it's he does what's right. He has a good reputation, and I trust him not because he's always right, but because like what the choices that he's made in his past and the way that he's chosen to go about things has made me a trusting person in the space. Like I want that to be the reason that I'm recognized, not for the accolades and the trophies and the fame. It's like I want to be so fucking sure that when it's my name being spoken, it's about authenticity and being genuine and being honest. And so those are the things that I strive for. And a lot of the times, man, it's easy to get lost in that, even though you tell yourself it's a focal point of your content and what you want to do. It's really easy to just get lost in being a creator and chasing things that are shiny and new. Again, same point of it's really easy to just make a shit ton of money. Like if you want to make a shit ton of money really fast, you could do it. I could shut down my TikTok channel today, watch Tech Talk for 30 days, just make carbon copies of all the videos that I see of the same products, affiliate link it all, take paid money for reviews. I could probably become a millionaire very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Because it's that easy. It's that easy. And still people don't make short form fucking content. What's wrong with these people, John?
I love that they're dumb. Give me that space.
I'll take it.
It's not like my TikToks do well anyway. Like I also
I've
don't
not seen you on my feed for a very, very long time.
Yeah, TikTok I don't get paid from anyway, so I'm not putting any energy into it. So
right.
My audience doesn't see my shit, my whatever. And also, I wanted to ask you about this because on YouTube it's different.
Why don't you show about? Wait, sorry. When's the last time you posted? Because like I scroll my following feed pretty often and I don't see you.
It was that's a father thirst trap. Cool. It was a day ago. 236 views.
I've been looking for my fucking phone on my desk. It's in the goddamn mouth pointed at me. I'll have to.
Where are you?
I'm now wondering, have I just not followed you on TikTok this entire time, but because of what I interacted with, have you just always been on my feed?
Maybe, I don't know. Ooh, oh God. Well, that's fine. I love that you don't have a time limit because that doesn't stress me out about what I want to talk about. How do you feel?
The thing you were going to say a second ago. Before you.
Well, I talked about it yesterday. I have to be multifaceted in what I'm doing. I get bored of things very quickly. Like I couldn't do just chatting streams because I want to play games, but I don't always just want to play games, and I want to do just chatting. I want to do podcasts. I want to talk to people. YouTube, I feel like and I feel this way. If something blows up that's doing popular, but I'm still putting out other stuff, I think I could watch. And I want to know your opinion on this. I think I'm in a place now to where if I watch something on this channel blow up, but the other thing isn't getting attention, I think I could watch that meeting as long as I'm able to have two places to where I can do that. Like there's so many algorithms on YouTube alone to where it's like VODs, YouTube shorts, and then live streams. I think I figured out a way to where I can happily watch something blow up, even if I'm still just as passionate about this other thing that's not currently blowing up. I think I could do that. My question to you is, when you're like getting put into a niche situation, would it bother you to watch something blow up and to watch something that you put just as much effort into, just as much love into, something that's not even getting any attention? But it doesn't hinder the other, but one's just massively doing better and people praise more, but maybe a few trickle into the other things that you're doing.
Have we been talking for 4 hours?
Yeah. I love this.
Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
This has been great.
So
I love this shit.
it doesn't bug me. I haven't gotten bugged by my shit not doing well until TikTok came around. TikTok is such a give and take fucking platform. It doesn't bug me when things blow up that I don't care about, right?
Yep.
It bugs me that sometimes TikTok is so random that the things that I care the least about within my niche get the most attention. And again, this plays into the content that TikTok wants is not the content that I want to make all the time.
Yep.
Sometimes I like throwing out controversial opinions about technology or baiting people into commenting, but the content that TikTok wants, and this is why I kind of make a joke often that I'm a bad creator and that people shouldn't listen to my advice, is because I don't play all the games. I play some of the games in order to like be seen, but I don't play all the games necessary to grow.
Yeah.
I've seen some people grow to 150,000 followers on TikTok in no time, and all of their videos. Like there's two people, Give Me Chills and Fantastic Tech. They're two dudes that I look up to in the space. Fantastic, fucking awesome, right? And he posted a screenshot the other day where like his past 12 videos all were in the tens of hundreds of thousands of views, like every fucking one. And I'm like, you see it and you go, okay, I don't want that, but can I get a little something in between, like just a little bit more?
You squirted on your back and you got like a few million.
And that video. That's the worst part, because that video got me 15,000 followers, 15,000 empty followers that will never watch my content again.
Yeah, absolutely.
So to see it and you go, holy shit, he's making tech content, he's doing so good, getting great views. But then I think, like, is he creating what he wants every time? And my honest assumption is no. I guarantee that if I were to sit down and ask him, hey, all the content you've made recently, do you feel like you're locked in or maybe not making thing that you 100% want to? And that's the trade-off of, I want to make content that the platform doesn't want to see, but I'm going to make it anyways. And that means I'm going to grow slow. This is why I have 5,000 followers on Twitch after 9 years.
Yeah.
Like, awful growth. And I didn't want to play the Twitch game. I just want to do whatever the fuck I want to do. So now with TikTok and YouTube, I'm playing some of the games. But it definitely feels like on TikTok right now, you really get punished. And it's super weird for me to post videos on TikTok and Twitter. To have 2,000 followers on TikTok, or 2,000 followers on Twitter, have a video get 20,000 views, 100,000 likes, post that same video to TikTok where I have 55,000.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah. The video I just did for Deep Cool, the one where I had tape over my nipples.
Yeah.
That video took me 5.5 hours to record, like to set up the lighting, to record, to edit, to not all the voice acting, but the majority of the voice acting, to edit it, and then to post that to TikTok with 55,000 followers and it get 200 views, 300 views. And it's like, you try to not let that hurt. But it does. But what I tell myself is, okay, you get angry about it, you get mad that it doesn't get views, that's fine, as long as you don't as long as you don't let that stop you from making what you want to make in the future. Like there's a part of me that refuses to play the game if I'm gonna have to start sacrificing the things that I want to make. And if that means that I don't ever get as big or make as much money or grow as fast, that's the sacrifice that I'm willing to make.
Yeah, I'm in that same boat. I think I also gave up on TikTok because I was fretting over something I'm making absolutely no fucking money on.
Right.
And money is a motivator for me. YouTube, I get AdSense, bro. Like I've gotten shot. Like And what I found out is the longer that's why I love that this video is 4 hours long. Woo!
Yeah.
Those ads
So,
are, like,
answer me this. Sorry, go ahead.
yes, master. What do you? What? No, not like the racial thing. I was just like king to
Stop
pauper,
right there.
king to
Yeah.
pauper thing. Like I wasn't talking about.
How good did it feel to go from my viewers pay me, my viewers pay my rent, to AdSense pays most of my rent? Like, did you not feel a massive lift off of your shoulders? So like, okay, I'm not making as much money, but
Yeah.
like I feel like I can create more freely and take a couple more, maybe not all the risks, but a couple more risks, because the money doesn't come from the people who are consuming the content. It comes from somebody else.
I think I have a long answer for this. One, it feels great. I've never, I'd like, if people could just watch my shit, like 20, 50,000, 100,000 views per video, no fan funding, none.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing. Because I know
Yeah.
that YouTube is like the only platform that like pays their creators from ads. Like people make a living off ads on not brands reaching out. I'm saying from YouTube video ads that are just placed randomly. I think that'd be amazing. I also YouTube, I've taken advantage, or not taken advantage, I just used in a way that I didn't see it being used, is I'm treating my YouTube membership like a Patreon. Because I don't want to go on another website and put goals, be like, by the way, guys, if you like this video, come to another website, pay money there, and you'll get extra stuff. No, I can do that on YouTube with a $5, and it benefits them. Like, I believe that if people are paying $5 to be a part of membership, I can make it to where, hey, if you have questions for my podcast guests at the end, you can do that. If you want discount on merch in the future, you get a code for that. And I can leave that all there, and to where it's not just some fucking Twitch emote. Oh my God.
Right.
Thanks for the $5 a month. Here's some pictures that you can't use anywhere else. There's no value in that. Like, that killed me. Like, what, sub-only chats? Like, that's not fun. Even doing this, like, I was like, okay, I got to figure out a way to where I don't want to be greedy, but I want perks and benefits. I don't think there's anything wrong with incentivizing things if they want that, or if they just want to support. There's people who give super chats and haven't membered up. And I'm like, member up, you get benefits. Like, there's actual benefits. You get private conversations. You get questions that, like, I made it to where I thought all this out. I'm okay with giving this for a benefit, because I also hated giving more than what I wanted to do. I was exhausted. Like, when you talk about the channel point shit, I was like, there's going to be a time where it's going to drive me up the wall, and I'm going to get people being like, this guy's a douchebag. No, I'm just tired of fucking some like going off 30,000 times. I'm going to lose my mind, because that's fun once every hour. Give 100 people that if we ever grow to that level.
How many times can Jeffrey Bezos? Oh my fucking God.
What?
I cannot incentivize shit. I am physically incapable of creating tiered paid platforms for things.
I'm not doing tiered. That's too much work.
Yeah. So like whenever I'm talking about like Twitch versus YouTube, Twitch versus whatever, and like viewers funding you, I'm not anti-viewers spending any money.
Right.
I hate creating false scarcity with incentives and tiers in order to like earn the money.
Yeah.
The way that I do it, and I have nobody who does this yet, but like this is my goal, is I don't want to paywall any of my content, but the monthly PayPal or the monthly coffee will be there if you enjoy it so much that you're willing to give extra. Like, I will always leave that avenue open.
Yeah.
But I think
I would split in half if I was forced to choose what shit I had to paywall and what.
It's not
deciding
fun.
what emotes went on Better TTV and what emotes went into Twitch. I like literally lost sleep over trying to figure out which emotes should be free, and I didn't. I was like, you know what? The most of them are
Fuck
gonna
it,
be
I don't
free.
want any
2
money.
of them. Yeah, I don't want it. At
I don't
all.
want to burn it out for this.
I can't do Fan House. I can't do Patreon. I can't decide which part of me is more valuable that you should pay for. How about I just make it all free and you tell me what you think is valuable, and that's what I do.
But do you do that with brands?
How so?
Like if they were like, "Hey, I think you're worth 200 for this video. You should do it."
Like saying, "Oh no, I'm going to do it for free just because."
No, I think the moment you let someone dictate your worth, that's what I get worried about. I wanted it to be worth someone in my eyes. That's where I'm at, and you're just like, I don't. This feels wrong. Like I think that's
like who am I to judge the worth of this thing?
Do you? Ooh, man, this is a deep question. Do you think you're worth to get paid from? Like, if I was to give you like $5 every month, do you think you're worth that?
Oh yes, yeah.
Do you think you're worth $30 a month? Whoa. Oh,
that's
but it
we're getting to Adobe level of fucking subscription fees, right?
But it's self-value.
Right. So like, for example, in content creation, do I think I'm worth $30 a month? Not right now. No. And that's me obviously undervaluing myself. But if somebody were to say, hey, can you come over to my house and install a wireless router? I'm charging you $150 an hour to do that. Because I have done that for the past 12 years. That is my profession, and I know exactly what I'm worth there.
I guess here's another question. Do you
like that's how much I value my after hours and weekend time.
Mm-hmm.
If you think so highly of me that you want me to come out and set up your network for you on a night or a weekend,
yeah,
I'm charging you $150 an hour. If you want to pay that, sweet, because I know how much my knowledge in that field is worth and how much I value that time of the evening or the weekend.
Yeah, but that's shit you don't want to do. But that's something that takes from something else.
That's why I charge so much. Like, if you're gonna make me do this instead of doing this, you're gonna pay for it.
I hate you.
And I've made $400 in a day.
Yeah.
Just going out and setting up somebody's network. And if I were to outline the steps taken to set it up, you'd be like, holy shit, you robbed that old person.
No, it's not. No,
yeah.
Again, my friend brought up, so I got educated by like this 19-year-old while doing photography, and I was like 24. He was a little cocky prick, but he taught me a lot. It drove me insane that he was younger than me too. It was a pride issue. I worked past it. We're good.
Yeah.
He said, he goes, there was a Leonardo da Vinci was at like a coffee shop, and he was just having coffee, and some woman goes, hey, could you draw a picture of me? He goes, sure. Draws this picture, beautiful, wonderful, like spitting image of this woman. She goes, oh my gosh, how much would you charge for me to have that? $20,000. You did it in 2 seconds. No, you're paying for the years that I went to learn this shit, to make it better, to perfect my craft. And if I wanted to charge you the actual cost of everything, it'd be more.
Yep.
And I think that is forgotten when it comes now. For me, if I wanted to charge my clients as much gear as I'm using, it'd be around $15,000.
Right.
But I'm happy with $5,000, which is still lower than the average of wedding photography.
Oh,
the average is like around 6 or 7.
Yep.
But my question, because I think that's why I was so new to Twitch. When people were like, "Here's $1,000," I was like,
"Oh yeah, holy
why?"
Shit.
Because one, very thankful for those people that did that. Like, fucking awesome. Love that. But it hit a nerve on me to where I was like, I'm not worth that. Because
But that's not up to you to decide, right?
It's
Because
not.
yeah.
But that's why I also love the difference, because I don't have to rely fully on my audience who watches me day in and day out. Now I get the benefit of having their watch hours. Like when I release a 4-hour long video of a playthrough, and only different verbiage. 500 people watch it. 500 people watching a 4-hour long video. Those ads pay a lot, and you don't have to have a ton of views. Huh?
By the way, what's my cut for tonight?
Nothing.
What the fuck?
Not a damn thing. Should have said that in the beginning.
I would have cut that maybe 2 hours.
Oh,
a
yeah.
2-hour mark.
Dude, but that's what I love about it, because I get rewarded to an extent for streaming a long time. Sure, do I still want fan funding? To an extent. I would love that.
Yeah.
I think it'd be dope as shit. I don't have a problem with a goal not being met, but a goal is there just to let people know, be like, hey, if this was reached, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
That's honestly that's my intention right now. But I also went through my channel and realized my member is going to have a purpose. And once my merch gets released, you get a discount code. Hey, guess what? You want to ask the guests questions? You get that freedom to ask. I have no problems, but I have no problem not offering those same things to people who aren't paying, because it's watching. You're watching the content.
You're getting the same thing everybody else is.
Exactly. And that's,
Yep.
there was so much weird guilt about that, being like, oh, so you're predatory about that. And I talked to Rob about this again, and I was like, what do you think? He's like, it's incentivizing. And he's also away from those people who everything's predatory. Everything's like, yeah, dipshit, because I want to make money off this. I would like to make money, rather from sponsors, ads, whatever, people giving. That is dope as shit. Would I rather there be a big chunk of money from ads, nobody has to pay a dime? Be amazing. I would love that shit. That's not where it is right now, though. So, but it does feel better making money on ads at a cost of the viewership, bro. I'm watching some of these Twitch ad incentives. It is so wild.
Yeah.
178 hours for $80? Fuck you, bro. Oh,
Twitch is...
It is wild, man.
I say this with love.
I don't.
Twitch is like an abusive partner, and you don't really realize how bad you are getting beat until you are out of it, and you're like, oh my god. And again, like to the same point of people who get into TikTok and they have a certain experience because they don't know anything else. People who just like get into Twitch, and you think that 50% is the norm, and having 30 minutes of ads in an 8-hour stream, it's just like the standards that they've set is fucking crazy, and it can be so much better. And even as somebody who doesn't even create content on YouTube all that much, it's crazy to see people look at YouTube right now and their reels not start turning with how lives work and how videos work and how shorts work and how they tie into each other, and how are you not looking at what is going on? But it's because people go, well, majority of people are on Twitch. That's where the attention is, and just looking at the short game of it and not the long.
That's right. It's not like YouTube's a fucking giant platform for anyone to.
2 billion people active a month compared to Twitch's 100 million. I think it's 110 or 120 active viewers or active people on the platform a month for Twitch, and just the gaming section of YouTube is 2 billion a month.
I realized. I think I started realizing once I did a stream Choo Choo Charles.
I don't know that.
It's like a scary. This one person made it on TikTok, and this is what I love about social media: is you can take one thing and blow it up. And that guy made a video game for fun, all by himself. And Markiplier PewDiePie, all these people reviewed it, and it's like, for one person game, this is dope as shit. He just got a ton of views on it. Like, a lot of eyes on a game that was ultimately goofy, but it was fun. But I streamed it, and because I used SEO on the right SEO on my YouTube live stream, but I treated it as a VOD, it got put out as a VOD, and then it started gaining traction. And I had 80 viewers in there that thought it was a YouTube video, but and then it went from my normal around like 200 to 500 views. It went to like 3,000 views after that live stream, and that AdSense of everyone watching that whole video just skyrocketed. But that's when I was like, oh, it's not Twitch. Oh my God, it's not Twitch. Like, realizing that and this is when I started like scaling how I want to like do my channel. I talked to my editor and I was like, we should do this, and then that will lead to this, and this will lead to that. And it was the first time I got excited with like everything that I'm doing. I was like, I can do whatever I want on this place. Like, it felt like the first time, and I'd been on here for a year, but I treated it like Twitch, and it's not. And I think if people stop looking at that as a all-out negative, oh my God, the possibilities. Like,
it's a hard mindset, because I had to have my mindset broken about it, right? Because I mean, for the longest time, up until 3 years ago, there was no Twitch competitor.
No,
a viable Twitch competitor.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until probably sometime last year, maybe the beginning of last year, where I was like, oh shit. Okay, there's other things. There's other possibilities.
Yeah.
And they are now flourishing. And of course, YouTube has its own issues with scaling and growth and features and stuff like that. But it's like, okay, yeah, you can sit here and you can whine about all that, or you could just create YouTube content and see how it goes.
Dude, it's been fun. But I also, I don't think YouTube's for everyone. I think I'll say this. I have no problem being the asshole. I think Twitch streamers who only stream are lazy content creators who are scared to not, especially if they have 100 or up in views, and they touch a platform that they're not popular on. They don't like that humble beginning.
Oh, dude, I was just having this conversation with going back to comedians. Me and my girlfriend watch a shit ton of comedy stuff. She's been on Bobby Lee, Theo Von Best Moments compilation.
Oh my God.
Please. And Theo Von's brain. Like, I'm rarely jealous of the way somebody else thinks. I would trade in for Theo Von's brain 100%. By the way, speaking of being biased, these lights here, the green and the pink, those are on battery. They have been running for...
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Those are the lightsabers that you got. Hell yeah. Wait.
It's not even below 70% battery. And they've been running nonstop for 4 hours.
What is
these
battery?
things are... also, what?
Also,
like 15,000 milliamp. Yeah.
Did you get that for fun, or did you get that for ad?
I bought these myself, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you want to plug them, and then like I can send you the clip being like, wow, this fucking ad is crazy.
I would plug them, but I literally just sent their marketing team an email today saying, hey, let's work together. So I've already made videos on them, but there's Zhiyun, Zhiyun, and they're kind of like
wait, Zhiyun? Oh, I have young you. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I have the Zhiyun Crane, the gimbal for my camera.
And that's what I was trying to get from the company. I was like, hey man, I'll make some content. You want to send me some product? I'll make you some video.
It'll be very biased and it'll be good.
In the essence of transparency, I've spoken a pretty humble, pure game tonight of like what I do to maintain my reputation. There are some perks to making content about tech, and that is, man, you know what I really need? I need a gimbal. You know what? Hey, I make content about, let's reach out to the company, see if they'll trade, the Deep Cool thing, right?
Yeah.
It's not that the only reason I reached out to Deep Cool was because I needed a free product. It was, hey, I've got an idea. I've got an upcoming build. It's something that people don't often do. It's something that I think is going to grow into something a much larger market. Not only are you friends with one of my favorite companies ever, Power GPU, and that you work closely with, but I want to make content about your brand, and I also want to get introduced to the product, your product line, right? So it's not just I need something, I don't want to pay for it, I'm going to reach out and see what I can get for free, right? It's about like, okay, I've got an idea, I've got a plan, I know how I'm going to execute it, I know how I can bring value to you and your company, and I know how I can also mutually receive benefits. Let's make a deal. And that is hard for some people to swallow, is like, I don't know if I really like that, the business transaction in there. And I'm sorry, but that's just part of it. Like, yes, people are going to get free shit and it's going to benefit them and they're not going to have to pay for it. And you're going to hate it, but that's just part of it. And it's one of the perks of working 80 hours a week. Yeah, sometimes I get a free $200 product. I'm sorry.
Sometimes
I'm sorry
Daddy
that
makes bank.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I gave up going out on the weekends for 10 years to work on videos in my 8x9 office to get a free product once a year. I'm so sorry that was tough for you while you blew $200 at the bar in one night.
Chad, he's not sorry. He's being very facetious right now. It's disgusting.
Not at all.
I have no problem with that. But I'm also a content creator. But like, even as a viewer, when I was watching YouTube channels, and they're like, by the way, this video is sponsored by this. I was like, cool, skip.
Sweet. Get that back, you know?
But I didn't have these weird questions about shit. Maybe it's because I was stupid. I don't know.
It's not stupidity. It's naivety. You know, right? Going back to that, you didn't fucking know. Yeah. You didn't know that it was out there. And it's again, it's funny because people are like, get that bag. You go out there, you get that bag, but don't get free product. You can't do that. Don't get paid by company. You can't do that. Wait a minute.
What do you want? What do you want me to be fan funded? Then fork over $1,000, bitch. Like you can't have everything because then I can't have anything.
Dude, if I could emulate or demonstrate to you what it's like to talk about paid software in the tech world, the amount of hate that anything paid goes for, any subscription-based thing, any paid-for app, any service, automatic shit on from people that like want everything for free or thinks that you don't have to pay for anything to get something good. All of the good things can come from free things, when it's like, you're delusional. You are absolutely delusional about products and services and what makes things good and the development that goes into what makes a product a worthwhile. Like, you don't know. It's okay. You don't know.
It's okay. You're just an idiot. You're just a stupid little dum-dum brain.
Right. It's just being nice. Being nice, right? They just don't know. It's fine.
But that's
which is why, like,
yeah,
whenever I see people harping on companies like GoXLR or Beacon or Alexa, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry for anybody that I just alerted. I had to scream.
I'm not sure.
These products.
I lost it. The thought's gone.
No. No, what happened? What triggered Alexa?
Dude, fucking this Amazon bit derailed me. Content to getting paid, brands. Oh yeah, just not like, you know, how can they not release update yet? It's been 6 months and no update. Do you know what it's like to have to work with Microsoft to make a driver, to make the product that you want work? Do you even understand the hoops that you have to go through to try and, like, hey, I need the schematics of this particular bus from Intel in order to make my device communicate? Oh yeah, just go out and just do it quickly. Work with Intel and their engineers. Just make it happen. 6 months, get it done. I have way more leniency when it comes to companies that make products, especially for creators, because I can't imagine how fucking difficult it is.
Well, I wish GoXLR's team didn't disband. That was a shitty thing to find out. I was like,
the
what?
reality of the GoXLR is it is sad. I really thought by now that there would have been a follow-up product that would have been the next best. But again, I mean, when all the people who made the GoXLR are gone, and you just have people that are maintaining the product, it's difficult. So I understand, but it is a sad and unfortunate ending for not ending, but kind of.
Oh, it's dead.
Sorry, I wasn't gonna pussyfoot around me having to itch the inside
Did
of my
your brain
nostril.
hurt? What helped you
Get it done. Oh man.
No, I think yeah, I think that you offer a lot of insight when it comes to, you offer more insight than I would. And I will always commend, is that you are going above and beyond with what I would see as, I would never do that. One, it's not worth my time. To me, it's not worth my, like, if you want extra information, you can watch my full YouTube video and pay me a little bit of AdSense. You go in DMs, you respond on Twitter, you respond, like, you're almost, I'm not going to say this, it sounds negative. I don't mean this in a negative way, but you're too available in a friendly way. And
when people say terminally online, that's me, unfortunately.
I've always used that as, like, you're detached from reality is when someone's terminally online.
Wait, not terminally.
Yeah, I was like, you're not stupid. Like, you're not dumb.
As in terminal illness, like.
Right. Terminally online, I think it was like brain damage. That's what I think of it. Maybe I don't know. Someone back me up. I don't know.
Hey, baby.
Hey, babe.
What's the phrase? Not terminally online, chronically?
Chronically online. There it is. Habitually? I don't know if that's it. You smoking weed?
Chronic. Yeah, is it chronically online? But yeah, basically they use it as an insult that you're online too much. I'm on Twitter all fucking day long. But here's the thing about Twitter, and I think I'm in the minority here. I fucking love Twitter. I spend all day learning, educating, conversing with people. It's just like, it's definitely degrading. Like, my brain is piecing apart because of being on it so much. But I've had the best time of my life on Twitter in the past year because I shut out all the bullshit. I think I've blocked 60, just under 60 people in the past couple months. Just like seeing people be the types of people that I think are the most toxic, just blocking, because I can't see your shit anymore. And the more you look at it, the more you interact.
Yeah. I think that was what, because I always viewed that as weakness. Oh, you're gonna block me because you can't handle my fucking opinions? Like, no, I'm gonna block you because you're taking up way too much negative space. Like,
that's a product of how the platform is built. It's like, I don't block people because I don't like your opinion. I blocked you because I muted you and I'm still seeing your fucking shit every day. So the only way to not see you is to just block you. So that's the unfortunate reality of it.
I don't think anyone deserves an explanation of someone you block. I think it's whatever you want to do. I
protect your space.
Protect your space, girl.
You can't do that. It's your area.
It's our privilege. We're able to block people.
Shit.
You better unblock them right now.
It's so dumb how you can block somebody, and then if somebody reads or quote tweets the blocked person, it just shows the tweet isn't available. It's like, I know, I fucking blocked them because I don't want to see this shit. Yeah. And then it triggers that part of your brain, like, oh, I wonder what they're saying to me.
Yeah. I think curiosity has gotten me my feelings hurt more than anything else.
Yeah, when you should just not.
Be like, I know what they're saying about me will hurt my feelings, so I'm just not. Instead of being like, well, what are they saying about me? It's like, hey man, you're happy right now. Just stay happy.
Yeah. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoy Twitter right now. And the more time I spend just talking about tech and content creation industry and hardware and like just learning shit. It's just like every day I'm like, I fucking love spending all day just talking with people on here, because the more I talk, the more I learn, the more knowledge I gain. And I see all my friends that are not having a good time, where like Twitter is nothing but a cesspool, and I'm like, are we on the same platform? I feel so bad because I'm over here
just having a great time.
I'm at the fucking water park. I'm sitting in that fucking those mushroom pools where it's the mushroom in the middle with the water. I'm just sitting under there just having a fucking ball. Give me a fucking virgin Shirley Temple with a swirly straw. I'm having the fucking time of my life over here.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think that's a good way to be. I mean, I've been happily doing my own thing. I had to go. I had so many deep issues with me about like not doing shooters and just doing whatever I wanted, because I genuinely believed if I wasn't doing what everyone else was doing, I wouldn't have friends anymore. Like if I wasn't in the same space as them.
That is the Twitch toxicity that you were brainwashed with.
Yeah.
It was those types of relationships were the meta to build, and then all of a sudden you're at the end of it and you're like, oh my god, I'm not even my own person anymore. Yep. I've just been molded into what's around me. Yep.
That scared me more than switching platforms. All right, you're done doing competitive shooters because you turn into a dick, and your whole personality just goes. Like you're a zombie. Like my editor sooner was like, hey man, what are you good at? And I was like, I think I'm good at conversations and entertainment. He's like, okay. What disappears when you play Apex and try to get to Master's rank? I was like, that. He goes, you do very well with this. He's like, don't feel the need to blend in, man. Like, it's good to stick out. And man, I create so much more happily. Sure, like my views don't like have taken a tank, but like they're growing back up again. Like it tanked for a little bit, and I remember I was like, okay, and then that scared me, my views, but then I realized the content that I do make that I'm really excited about, if 100 people fucking like it out of 200 views, that means so much more to me. I have a video that has 14,000 views. That is how to play Mei in Overwatch 2. I don't give a fuck about that video, bro. I hate it. And I hate them.
Was that a live stream or was that an upload?
No, that was an upload. I hate it so much. And I watch it, and like the only comments I got are like, oh, you're not even playing Mei right. Shut the fuck up. I don't even care about you. Drop dead, man. And then
the worst when you get all your engagement is on a video you don't give a shit about.
No. And they're like, oh, I bet this guy. I was like, yeah, I don't even care what you think. I don't even want you. And then like some other guy posts a comment on my Elden Ring playthrough that's like 4 hours long. He's like, I love watching this. I was like, thank you so much, man. Like,
yeah.
I would throw all those comments. I would throw everything away about that stupid fucking video and everything I gained from it to just look at the video of me enjoying my time with friends and re-uploading it, thumbnailing it, whatever, and then having it stay on my platform, because that's a part of me. That's a part of me that I love. I love being goofy. I love these talks. I love getting to know about people. Like, but I also like fucking around and playing dead games like Halo Infinite and headshotting Big Rob Energy because he's supposedly so good at Halo and he's fucking not. Like,
I can't believe you just stole my fucking joke. Like, I've been sitting here not listening to what you were saying, preparing a joke like a wonderful co-host, and you just fucking. I guess that's what I get. That's what I get for not listening to what you were saying and thinking about what I was going to say next. And you just fucking stole it from me.
How did I steal it?
when you were done talking, I was gonna start off really genuine and be like, John, everything that you've done since leaving Twitch has just been great. It's been awesome. Watch you kind of like relearn what kind of person you wanted to be. I've loved everything that you've done so far, except pretending that Halo Infinite is a good video game.
No, that game sucks. Like that game is dog shit. My friends make it fun, and that's what I've realized. I don't care about rank. I can be as competitive as all possible with Halo Infinite and have the best time and still give it my all. But the moment I'm put up against, like, my team has to win because we have to get a rank, I feel like I failed, and that ruins everything for me, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
that's why I understand why you played the dumbass game like Cold War. That game sucks nuts. It's a bullshit.
I thought you were going to say Roblox, but you just went straight for the... Wait, you didn't like Cold War?
No.
I have a couple of my friends... I have a couple of my friends that are like, I wish Cold War came back. I'm like, are you kidding me? But I don't enjoy the arcadey, super fast slide cancel fucking movement of those games. I don't enjoy that.
I feel that.
Cold War was my first Call of Duty multiplayer game.
Really?
Yep, I was a Battlefield guy growing up. Still am.
How do you feel about the new one?
I love it. I've got 140 hours in it right now.
What?
Yep.
I can't play that game because it feels like big team battle on Halo. I just die every 5 seconds. I literally had a tank spawned on top of me. I was that guy on TikTok that got weapons dropped on me because I'm a dumbass, and I was like, no one's gonna find me. Like,
that shit is so funny. If you play the Big Conquest maps where it's like there's 7 points to capture and there's big zones, and you are an infantry focused person, you will get decimated by vehicles all fucking day long. You will spend 10 minutes running from point A to point B, and then by the time you get there, somebody in a fucking little bird helicopter will shoot one rocket and you will explode into pieces. And then you'll do that over again for 40 minutes until the 1,000 ticket match ends. So those, if you're not willing to get into a vehicle or play a very tight squad with properly assigned
what
classes, medic, engineer, assault, right? If you're not willing to...
Hold on. What just happened? What just happened to you?
I couldn't think of the word. I couldn't think of classes.
I thought you were having like an aneurysm or something, like just...
Yeah, no, that was me trying to breathe.
Sorry, got me hard.
That's the one thing about Battlefield is like you can if you're fucking amazing, but you can't really go off and do your own thing and have a really good time. Battlefield is really about squatting up, making sacrifices with your class. Like, okay, maybe you want to have a rocket launcher as a secondary, but it's a good idea to carry C4 because of tanks or whatever. It's about team play, and it's about utilizing vehicles. And if you're just infantry focused, it's hard to have a good time. But they have so many different game modes now. Like for the past couple weekends, we've just been playing Rush. Do you know what Rush is?
No, I heard horrible reviews about that game, and I gave it one chance. I had a great time, but it wasn't doing well for my viewership.
It was really bad at first. It was really, really bad.
Did they patch it up? I don't have any negative interactions with it, so I feel like I could play that game and have fun.
I would give it a shot. Rush is, so you have 5 zones, and when you start, if you're attacking, there are 2 bombs. You have to arm both bombs in a zone, and when you do that, the next zone opens up. So you basically have to arm a bunch of bombs until you push them all the way back into their base. So you're pushing, you're trying to plant, and then they have a chance to defuse after it's been planted. So it's just like a constant back and forth. It's mostly infantry with a few tanks, a few transport helicopters, and it's really, really fun, but it's also odd. Like if a Battlefield elitists don't like it because so many of the core things about the game have been removed. Like it's very un-Battlefield like when you look at previous games. But I am somebody who is not like, I can watch the last 3 Star Wars movies and enjoy them without, and this is somebody who used to play tournaments, Star Wars trading card game tournaments.
Stop.
I used to go to Games Workshop and battle Warhammer. I was fucking Team Tau, motherfucker. All right. I played Hero Clicks. I played Pokemon cards. I did tournaments for all of them. I love Star Wars, grew up with it. I can watch those Star Wars movies and go, well, that's pretty good, and not pick it apart. The person that I am does not make me pick things apart. I'm not the most knowledgeable elitist person ever. I can just watch something, enjoy it for what it is. And a lot of it is I'm not smart enough or I don't have enough attention to detail to pick it apart. But I'm thankful that I can watch something without it being like, oh, this is a piece of shit because of canon this, fucking lore that. It's just like, dude, there's no way that every version, there's no, like, how many bands do you know that every single album has been your favorite album? Like, every single album is the best album to you.
No. You also
it doesn't fucking exist.
You gotta allow people to experiment.
Exactly.
Then that shitty experiment that they did once could evolutionize to like be the best thing that they did, because they're like, oh, this didn't work, but this thing that we tried was really great, and like, yeah, I believe that. I also am the person who bitches about new iterations. I was like, why the fuck did you think this would be a good idea? Fix it. Like, I'm also that same person.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Did you ever get into Elden Ring? Like, did you ever play Dark Souls games?
Nope, not my type of game.
You don't like
I played Dark Souls on stream. I think I did like 6 or 7 days worth. I was miserable the entire time inside.
Makes sense. It's that game until you can. It doesn't let you learn the way you want to learn. It's like, this is how you play the game, and if you don't want to learn that way, sucks. You're gonna get smacked over and over and over again.
Do you know what game? Oh, yeah?
Nothing.
Do you know what game I fucking loved that died really fast?
What?
Rogue Company. You don't even know what it is, do you?
Yeah, it's the third-person viewer thing that Dr. Disrespect got. Like, was like, this is the next hot game, and then fucking. Yeah.
It was, but nobody fucking liked it.
Because it's not the next hot game.
I was so sad that game didn't do well, because I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought that I could be sweaty without.
Yep, I know. What you mean.
I could be competitive without playing the best people in the world. Like, I felt like their skill-based matchmaking was pretty good.
Yep.
And I could have fun the most of the time. And that game died really fucking hard. And you know why I think it died? They left the Run the Jewel soundtrack as the menu music for the entire game. Like, you need to choose other music sometime. Oh, fucking.
Yeah. You know how many people know about I hate I'll say this. I hate young people's takes on rap. I think it's fucking stupid. I don't think anyone cares about lyricism anymore, and it kills me.
I hate when any music drops, because TikTok and Twitter is nothing but everybody's first impression reactions to it. And there's a part of me that thinks about stop wanting to create content, because I can't imagine creating something from thin air, right, and posting it, and then having thousands of people be like, this ain't it, cope, take, garbage, go back to your old shit, go back to your new shit, try new shit. Like, knowing that there's just an unfiltered feed of what everybody thinks about my shit, and there's a chance that I'll see it all. Like, every time there's a Drake song or a Taylor Swift song, or like, I think it's the worst in hip hop, to be honest. I think you're right, because like, anytime something in the hip hop genre comes out, or rap, R&B, it's just like everybody immediately goes to TikTok and just starts duetting. There was a song from Sam Smith that dropped recently. Honey, don't know that it's getting hot in the body shop. That song fucking slaps. That track is awesome.
Yeah.
And it was nonstop, overweight, feminine, makeup, just nonstop, trashing him as a person and being like, this music is garbage. Like, I can't believe he went from making bangers to, I'm like, could everybody just shut the fuck up?
It's just music. Like that, we saw very different For You pages, because I saw thirst traps that went very well with that song. And I was like, this song is
really
cool. Oh yeah, bro. I have a dumber For You page. You have this might be with what your job is, being in the tech talkers. Everyone is so fucking mean and analytical and there's no like haha buddy like shoulder punches. It's all gut punches. Rip your nads out, wrap it around your like it's all. Damn, bro. Just listen to the music. Like, yeah, that sucks. I'm so sorry because I love that song and I'm so excited for his album. I also love that I think I was one of the first like Christians in my friend group that could listen to Sam Smith, and they're like, he's singing about a guy, right? And I was like, I wish I loved someone as much as he did.
And
I don't know what it's like to be that in love. So now it makes me even more sad that like he was able to find something that I couldn't. I have the easiest pull to like search for. I have to pee again. God.
I did too, and I probably should be wrapping up
Okay.
I wake up in like 5 hours.
This is long podcast. Okay, members, get your questions ready if you're a member.
Oh, do you want to do ad break P and then answer questions?
Yep,
I'm
let's do
down with that.
Yeah. All right, members, get your questions ready. I'm gonna tinkle. If you're not a member and you want to be a member up, ask Snackers all your questions, his political beliefs, where he stands on trans stuff. Good luck. Good luck making it out alive. See you later.
I just fucking fell. I almost fell on my ass.
What?
I tripped over a fucking chair.
What happened?
Dude. Okay, so I just went pee in there, right? 100% urine. Like
Okay.
all urine.
Okay.
Same?
Yeah. Okay, I was like, I hope
Dude,
so.
I just went pee. It was all urine.
There was no blood in it. That's so weird. Now you need to go to the hospital.
Dude, I think you're the only dude that actually like pees as much as I do. I pee fucking all the time.
It's always during things I shouldn't be peeing on, like podcasts. I can hold it for like days. Remember, I was depressed like last year, and I stayed in my bed for 2 days and didn't pee once. It's weird.
How is that fucking possible?
Depression's a great thing, man. You stop eating, you start losing weight, especially when you don't need to. It's a fun thing.
Yeah, I've never had a serious conversation about what depression should feel like or is like. So I've never known. I've never known if I've suffered from it or if I've like had little windows of it here and there. I know that I don't, right? Because you came, oh yeah, I have depression sometimes. Like, yeah, I just like sometimes I have a little, like, not trying to say it like that, but one of the things with ADHD is that sometimes that is masked, like where, oh, maybe the thoughts that I have, the dark thoughts that I just think are like bad days might also have like roots of what causes depression or what causes anxiety. When I was going to therapy and getting my ADHD diagnosis, I talked a lot about that. We more dived into the ADHD stuff, but I don't think I have a firm understanding of the depth of depression, like what it. Because I know it's a disease of the mind, but I also know that your body suffers so greatly from it. And it's just one of those things where like I obviously know that depression is so fucking real and plagues so many people, but I've never had like lengthy, detailed discussions about depression with anybody in my life because I've never known anybody. And again, not really having a lot of local friends for a while. It just wasn't one of the topics. So like I'm pretty undereducated, and you know my girlfriend struggled with it for a long time, and she's now learning that a lot of things that she thought were depression was actually symptoms of the ADHD. So it's like I've had a lot of conversations about it, but I don't feel like I have a really, really good understanding, and I want to. No, not from you, but
No, I'll educate you. I don't know.
That was some of my John C. Stout humor.
Yeah. Tell me, what was it like wanting to kill yourself? Well,
let
didn't
me
do it
tell
yet. I think when I was sad, I didn't talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
That was just never a fun topic. I never wanted to go into it because for me, there was nothing anyone could do. Nothing anyone could do. Not a damn thing. I know the only step that I made was I was alone in my house one day and I was like, I think I'd be good just not being here.
Yeah.
And that thought was interrupted and I saw a little bit of a light and I was like, I called my parents. I was like, can I stay with you guys for a few weeks? Because I don't know what I'll do. That was the only time. And I don't talk about it on social media because I don't want pity, nor do I want any attention on my content out of pity.
Yeah.
I don't want, with the moment people start checking up on my content to be like, let's make sure he's alive. Like, I don't want that. I don't want that attention. I'd rather people have fun. Like, I'm here for some of the serious conversations, but I don't want my content being trapped around getting past depression. I feel like that, I don't know. I'm not scared of the conversation. I just don't want people to come here for that conversation only.
Sure. Yeah. But
I
you're
think,
open to people still checking on you and
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that never makes me feel weird. And also I think people deal with it in different ways. Some people do really well with conversations. People do really well. I don't know. I don't want you to think that there's a right way to cope with depression or like view it and be like, how do I properly, I don't know. The way you said it made me think that you were like looking for a right way to deal with depression. I think it's all depending on I don't know. It's a personal thing, I think.
yeah. No. Sorry to rephrase. Like I don't have a firm understanding of the ramifications of depression. Like I don't know all of the things that are terrible and wrong and
Yeah.
crippling about it. Like I know that I have a general understanding of what depression is, but what it makes you do and what it makes you not do and like to what depths it has control over your life. I can't comprehend what that's like. Because I've never been that dark before. I don't think I've never had suicidal thoughts, but there's some days where it's like, I don't want to die. Can I not exist for a few days? Like, could I just not have to be and then come back to it? Right. That's probably like the darkest that I've had. But you're just like, who can it just like,
I just don't want to.
I gotta stop breathing today and then just pick back up. Like
yeah, can I go into a coma for a few days and then just like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I'm awake. Like,
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I think it just happens, man. I think there's also some people don't like this answer, but I think taking your health into your hands and doing shit that puts you in a good mind frame, like working out. I hate working out, but at the same time, I don't like looking at myself in the mirror. So. Like, I like my face. I think my face is handsome, but my body just doesn't match it. It's like this scrawny. The moment I lose my hair, I'm going to have to get jacked. Because I have the body of like old, decrepit man, but because I wear big clothes, I feel better about it. So I think if I did something to counteract that, I don't think it would be such an issue. As well as like me getting proper sleep. That's why I was pumped that you wanted to do this earlier, because if I did it late, I would want to stay up for fear of missing out, but I would fuck over my sleep schedule and how I sleep and how I feel, because it's always like for me, it was always a trickle. I missed this one thing. Now I'm behind. Now I don't want to do anything. Now I feel like I'm always behind. Fuck it. This day's just ruined. Instead of being like, I'm behind on one thing, give yourself some grace, get up. No, like get up and go. That's where I don't like the whole thing of like, it's okay to be depressed for days on end. It's like, it happens. I don't want to stay there at a place where it's like, it's okay. It's like, I would like to get out of it. Sure, it's okay. And I forgive myself for it, but like, I don't want to stay there. Like, and if that means that I listen to some people who are like, oh yeah, because it's easy as just putting your shoes on and going outside. No, that step can be hard, but you need to fucking do it so you can feel better. Like
when you had the darkest thoughts, were you surprised that your thoughts got that low? Like before you had any run-in with depression or depressive thoughts, did you have the mindset of like, oh no, I'll never think about hurting myself? And then all of a sudden you're in it and your brain just throws that thought into you. You're like, holy shit, I just had that thought.
So my biggest thing was self-worth, and I attach myself. If people are okay, if at the end of the day, if you were okay with me, I was okay with me. And
Got it.
privately, if no one else was around, I didn't like me. I didn't think that I brought anything to anyone, because I wasn't. I mean, I was, like, to give you a little bit of a glimpse, like the last person I was with, like, they were the highlight of my life to a lot of people. Like, they were like, wow, you lucked out with who you were with, and don't even know why so-and-so was with you. Like, that, it was just comments like that. And
Yeah.
then also, like, being like, well, you're always like this. You're always, like, it was enough to cement in my mind that, like, I'm not worth it unless somebody else gives me worth. And then and at that time where I was depressed, I didn't have anyone around me. And I'm good now, like, I'm on a better place, but like, man, that hit to where it's like, nobody, like, what good am I?
Yeah.
And I'm not, like, emotional right now, but I'm so thankful that I got to the place where it's like, hey, I'm good with me. Like, I can look in the mirror now. There's things that I'm working on and changing, but whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like, I do bring value. And if, guess what? If these people, these select people who have had my life for my entire life don't see it, oh well. Like, that's another thing I've learned. Like, I'm not saying this, like, against my family, but family, was it blood over everything, isn't true for me. I think sometimes those can be the people who, this sucks because I don't want them to watch it. I think at the time, like, I do love them. I do appreciate them, and I think they've apologized and everything, but man, there was a healthy thing that happened when I stopped allowing their words into my life as facts. And I think I found a lot of freedom by not putting their words into my worth. Yeah. And I think that'll be a boundary that I keep for the rest of my life.
As you should.
Yeah.
And with one addendum there too, never forget that your default state of not providing value is also enough. Like, I'm not saying that you have this mindset, but like it's like, okay, cool. I know that I'm good enough as long as I'm providing something. But like, even when you're not doing anything, you're enough.
Yeah.
Like, just you existing is enough. And I think, just being in the mindset of a creator, it's really easy to fall into that hole. It's a fucking black hole, and it is endless. And it's being a content creator is like falling into a black hole in space where you can see everybody else, you can't hear anybody. It's like we're all right next to each other. Nobody can talk to each other. We can see what's going on, but it's just fucking vacuum of space, quiet. And it's like, how can I be surrounded by so many people, but have connections to nobody?
I think that's what made me sad, because we had a conversation, and I hope you don't get mad at me for saying this, but you said, like, a lot of people don't check up on me.
Yeah.
That is a part of content creation. Like, that is a part of, like, entering a space full of people who like see your social media presence, and then when you're gone, it's like
Vacuum of space.
out of sight,
Yeah.
out of mind. And that's what sucks. And that's why I don't think it's personal.
No,
I
I don't. And I don't think it's on purpose either.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, the algorithm didn't show me your TikTok content. I didn't know that you were actively creating any content on TikTok.
Yeah.
From accidentally not knowing I wasn't following you because of the way that the For You page is.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
I don't take it personal. It just sucks to know it's like you were getting fucking harassed online. And I didn't see any of it. It didn't pop up in my feed. I saw your take on the whole thing, and I was like, yeah, I agree with Knackers, and that was it. I didn't go into the comments. Like, that was it.
Good.
And yeah, and it's just, I think there's things now I'm at a healthy place, and I'm very, very fucking thankful for the friends that I have and for the people who I think just had patience, like, for me to like figure some of this shit out. And because now it's like I'm in a way better place, way better mental space, and way better. Not even that was the goal, but just like it's just been better. Like everything's been better. Like,
So you didn't realize that this was an option, kinda?
no, not at all. Like, to make content that I enjoy, like, or to do shit that, like, I thought, like, dude, a big fear I have was like, man, I blow up on fucking battle royale games and fucking kill myself, man. No, like, never be happy with anything I put out. Like, it just wasn't. It wasn't an option because I didn't know what it felt like. And then trying out this other stuff was like, fuck, this is awesome. Like,
Yeah.
and I think just getting out of that that mentality of like seeing what everyone else is doing and wanting to be a part of it is like, I'm good. Like, I've had so much fun, especially with my friends like that I'm creating content with. Like, most of them don't stream, but I have a great time with them. Like, that's what has been great about this. Is like, I don't give a fuck that you know these people or not. Like, my interaction with them, my joy, it's easy to see. And I think that I think I'm just done doing shit I don't want to do. Like TikTok, I don't give a fuck. Like, if my account got banned, which it probably will, I don't know. If anything happens, if it got banned, I don't lose anything. I literally shit posted and posted an 8-minute video about the whole Rick and Morty game.
I remember that.
550,000 views on an 8-minute video where nothing's happening. I was like, I'm done. This has no more weight in my life.
Crazy.
But I feel like I can create better because I'm putting out what I want. I might just pump and dump on TikTok just to see what happens as like little experiments, but my worth is not attached to it. And I think that's been fun, knowing that my worth isn't attached to my job. That took a lot. Like, I don't know.
That's the hardest part about trying to educate people about creating content is like, hey, it's me, the dude who took 2 years to grow 50K on TikTok. Like, people don't care what your level of content and happiness is. They want to know how many followers did you get in a certain amount of time. It's like, dude, I know I'm not growing like these other people are, but I'm telling you, there's another side to this content creation stuff that is all mental. And like, I want you, like, anytime somebody's like, hey, I think I'm take a break. I think I want to try a different type of, try it. I think I want to, I'm going to try, do it. Like, do it.
Yeah.
You got to, like, it's so fucking important to get out there and try other things and keep creating for yourself. Because I mean, like, dude, like, even just again, going back to Harris Heller, right? He had a YouTube video like a month or so ago, right? Streaming to 1,500 viewers, launched Stream Beats, millions, multi-millions in revenue. Senpai Gaming YouTube channel, 700,000 subscribers. Like, dude, multi-millionaire, right?
Yep.
Builds the dream fucking house with a musical studio in the basement. As a family, as a kid, right? Makes a YouTube video of like, I've never been so unhappy. I'm not making the content that I want to create.
Yep.
And I have no motivation to do anything that I used to love. And it's like, how many videos do we see from creators that make it and then they're just like, holy shit, I'm dead inside.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, do I sell my soul and get the success and then hope that I can bounce back after I burn myself out? Or do I play the slow game? Make the shit I want to make, have fun, slow down, don't get caught up in the trends and the drama and the circles. And I wrote this down to talk about earlier when you were talking about YouTube and being on your own. And the thing that I realized the most about pulling away from Twitch is that you can create content on your own island. You can stay away from the drama, the clicks,
Yep.
the engagement farming. You can make good shit, make awesome friendships with people, and still have a really good time and not have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with all that bullshit.
Yep.
But it's the hardest thing to convey to people.
Yep. I think it's wild. Do you know who it's one of Anime's friends, but he makes Skyrim content. And I like talking to him, but he wasn't around our circles. Like he didn't hang out, he didn't watch Anime stream, he wasn't even in the content creation space. I looked at his channel because I was like, oh, I like this guy. He's got like 1 million subscribers on YouTube, but he's never talking drama. He's never talking content creation. He's never doing this. He just posts, has fun, and is thankful.
Yeah.
And I never see him. And I think it's wild to me. And this is why, like, I want to do things different on my channel. This is why I like having. This is why I'm not bothered that this podcast is going 5 hours, like 5.5 hours. People don't watch all of it. That's fine. I got to ask questions that I think would be important for other people to know about you. Like how you hold yourself morally. My fascination for you, I know when I get excited about something, it spreads to people. I played Halo Infinite. The game is fucking dead. People were downloading it again. It just, passion does that. Your passion for tech got me to watch your videos. Didn't buy any of them, but I love you. Like I love your content and I love your passion. So like it sold me on it. And that's what I wanted. That's where I'm narrowing my view at. It's like, that's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. Guess what? If a video that you love privately didn't do well publicly, that hurts a lot less than putting out some bullshit that I hate. And I don't want to be a part of that. Got a ton of attention. It's like, God damn it. Now I have to do this shit. Like that's where I've learned a lot from you just by watching how you hold yourself up. And I like, before we get into the questions, like there is something about you and about, I think everyone that I have on the podcast, but you especially, you actually hold yourself to the morals that you want seen. And as a content creator, it's so fucking easy to just, you shouldn't be doing this. And then they're doing the same shit behind the door. Like you are so honorable and it's so, even outside of content creation, I think as a man, it is hard to see that. It's not easy to find. And so when I do see it, and I see it with a person that I'm lucky to have mutuals with, I have crazy mutuals with people that I think are so much better than the shit that I do. And it's wild to me to like have this privilege to like pick your brain and figure out how you fart or whatever. Like, oh, did your camera freeze? I think it froze. Oh.
Bro. That is the first time ever that... Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That was the first time my Mac has ever crashed.
Oh, shit.
It pink screen. It's strange. Hold on, let me try.
You're good. I thought, dude.
My phone's been beeping. It's been going beep beep, and I don't know what the beeping is. But it was strange. My keyboard flashed, my macro board flashed, and then the screen went pink, and the whole thing fucking went down.
You're computer couldn't handle that many good words. You're like, nah, stop.
Ain't happening.
Yeah.
But I'm actually incredibly impressed that this phone has been working as a webcam for fucking 5 hours.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm as much people like would come here to hear the podcast. I love that you gave me 5 hours of your time, whether you meant to or not. Like I value this so much, and I value who you are in the space. Like, and just it's good. Like you, if anything, I'm watching and I'm learning. Like, and
likewise. And I too value these. I'm glad you think so selfishly of your podcast, because I did the same. Like I was always so open with my community. I'm like, listen, I'm here to have a conversation with my friends, and I'm letting you all watch. That's my honest opinion about it. That's how much time I value, or that is how much I value the time with the people that I was doing it with, because I knew how much those conversations meant. I knew how much I was going to learn. So I really appreciate all your nice things you say about me. I try, like, I hear them, but I don't absorb them.
And you don't have to. I just know that's the truth for me, and I know that everyone in chat feels the exact same way that I do. Unless you're hate watching, then just remember. But
listen, if you like me and everything I do, just remember that all men are trash. Okay, let's bring that expectation all the way back down.
Don't worry, guys. He's not playing Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, that's true. Two fucks in a basket. But again, like, if that one statement of mine out of the past 4.5 hours, if that's what you lock onto,
no, it's stupid. That you missing.
God help you.
Yeah, but people do that, and you know what? Fuck them. I get to have the full enjoyment of being knackers. Like, I love that. But yeah, man, I really appreciate it. Members, Q&A. If you're not asking questions, I'm not going to give a ton of time, because knackers' time is valuable. One of the questions was from Coach is, what has been one opportunity that you passed up on or took, now being able to reflect, that you regret the most?
To be perfectly honest, I'm very, very new to working with brands. So I only started working with brands once I got onto TikTok. It was like once I hit like 16,000, that's when brands started reaching out. And to be honest, everyone that I've worked with so far has been a positive experience. And there's still a lot of times where I will not accept payment just so I can still take the deal to get the product and use it. Because like my experience with the product and the knowledge that I gain from using it, and then using similar products in the field, like that is payment to me. Like, free product is not payment. But I think that especially when you're starting out, which I am, there's still a lot of deals where they're like, hey, we can't afford to pay you, but we want you to do a video. And I'm like, if I like the product enough, if I'm interested in learning, I'll take it. And literally just today, I accepted a deal where my rate, if you want me to do a product video, a product showcase, it's $800 minimum. That is me posting a video on my TikTok page. That does not give you exclusivity. That does not give you the ability to put a product link in my link tree. That does not allow you to take the video and use it in an ad or post it on this base fee, $800. And most people looking to get a USB-C hub reviewed don't have $800 to spend, right? So it's about knowing your worth, but then it's also about throwing your worth out the window to get experience and shit under your belt, notches in your belt instead. So really, I mean, to this point, I've taken a lot of deals where I haven't gotten paid because I know I want the opportunity more. It's like, I see it as, I know this is another controversial thing, but like unpaid internships, right? Like, if you could, like, think about your favorite creators.
Me.
Like, who you look up to the Did you say me?
No. What? Yeah.
Would you?
Absolutely. I know. I already know what you're gonna ask.
Yeah. So like, if I'm thinking, it's not necessarily somebody in my field that I look up to, but I would go work for like a psychologist to get that level of understanding of people. To like, I want to know how to communicate better. I want to know how to be more forgiving and less judgmental. Like when I talk to or interact with somebody who I'm not a fan of, I want to understand why I'm not a fan of them, because there's a pretty good chance that we're probably more similar than I think we are. Right. And just be more curious than judgmental. Fucking Ted Lasso about it.
Oh, Ted Lasso.
I haven't watched the show, but I just the TikTok. I've seen the entire show on TikTok so far.
Dude, 10 out of 10 show.
Yeah, I've heard amazing things.
Sorry, go on.
I don't know if we've ever talked to this, but I don't watch TV or movies really. I'll maybe watch a movie a month or every other month, and I'll maybe watch a TV show a year. I don't watch Hollywood content really.
I get that. I don't know. Is there a reason why, or you just don't?
I would rather do other things.
I get that.
Yeah, I'd rather work. I'd rather learn. I'd rather build. Like there's so many movies and TV shows I want to watch. Like I love watching TV show and movies, but they'll still be around in 20 years when I'm working less.
Yeah, I feel that.
So to wrap that all up, I don't think that there's any deal that I've taken so far that I regret. I haven't had a regrettable experience quite yet. But then again, like me thinking of things on the spot, like since working with Brand, I can't think of anything negative. I think there was one time where I accidentally posted a video without disclosing that I got the product for free, and I was like, I'm canceled. I'm done. This is the end of my career. I made one mistake of not disclosing it, and,
Shit, I'm sorry.
and that hurt in the moment. But people were like, "No, we figured it was an ad because of how it was shot, and you don't do that, so it's all good."
Yeah. Rob asks, would Knackers ever take the 2 A's out of his name?
That's my name from 5 years ago before I changed it. So no, motherfucker. But no, really. So like I was when I first started, I was probably gaming on Xbox. I first got into PC gaming when I was like 18. My first online handle ever was oddjob007. That was my AOL Instant Messenger username.
I like that name.
Yeah, it's fucking badass. Real original too. And then as I got into PC gaming, my name was Bubba Fett, but Bubba spelled differently, as in the way my first girlfriend spelled it, because it was my nickname. So stupid. So then eventually it just got shortened to Bubba, and I was just Bubba for a while. And I don't remember how long it was. And then I got involved in a Coheed and Cambria online forum called Cobalt and Calcium. And that's kind of where I got started in my online. That's where I got started hanging out with online communities. I met up with those people from a band forum. That's why I have this Coheed and Cambria tattoo right here too.
Oh, I thought that was just a dragonfly.
No, yeah, the Coheed logo. One of the Coheed logos.
I like that.
And then I moved over to Knackers with 1A. And I was that for a while because my real name is Nick, and Nick Knackers.
Nick Knacks.
Kind of like a...
Huh.
Yeah, Nick Knacks. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I got into Twitch streaming. I was like, I gotta put a TV at the end of my name, dude. Well, how can I be a Twitch streamer without TV at the end of my name? So I was Knackers TV with 1A. And then I'm like, holy shit, I hate having TV in my name.
Yep.
And this was before Twitch name changes were even allowed. And then Knackers with 1A was taken everywhere else because so much time had passed and the name's fucking awesome. So I'm like, okay, how do I differentiate? Add 2 A's. I'm Knackers. So that's me now.
So fuck you, Rob.
Add 3 O's into your name.
Yeah, big Rube energy.
Rube.
I
Big
remember.
Ruben.
Do you remember one of the videos that you stitched of his when you talked about his teeth or something?
His fit ass teeth. That was before I knew anything about the guy.
I love that.
I'm like, okay. Him and his wife are on another fucking level. And I'm just watching them throw this basketball-sized softball back and forth. And then there's just another video popped up. And I'm just like, Jesus, I love your mouth. You got a great fucking mouth, man. And that's just kind of made me make the stitch. But like that stuff, because if I was to guess, that was probably the start of our acquaintanceship. Because we're probably not friends, just because I haven't spoken with them one-on-one, and we're just acquaintances. We have a lot of the same friends, interact with each other sometimes. I love his content. I love him as a dude.
Yeah.
And I would argue that was probably the thing where, you know how like when you're online, you're looking at somebody else, they're not looking at you, and then you're looking somewhere else, and then like finally something happens, and then you're both looking at each other. You're like, oh, I'm aware of you.
Yeah.
You know
You
what
made
I'm
it
saying?
very romantic, but yes.
Oh, look at me now. Don't look. Yeah. Me and so I, like, that's the content that doesn't do well. Nobody wants to fucking see that shit. Two dudes just horning over. Well, it's one dude horning over the other dude.
I don't know. I've had like 21 people watching me horn over you, so I don't know what you're talking about, bud.
That's the that's the out there, make what you want kind of shit that you never know what that stuff is going to spark. And maybe it doesn't get views, but like I became aware of an awesome fucking content creator that I look up to and has opinions that I value other than Halo. And you just never know. So it's why I always tell people to make sure you just don't stick to your niche, branch out, make the content the platform doesn't want to see. You never know.
Yep. Awesome, man. I don't think we got any questions. You guys had enough time. Knackers, where can people find you?
You know, I love not promoting at the end of a podcast.
Why?
Even though it's expected,
Your name's tagged in the video, so even if you don't say anything, they'll go to your YouTube video. You're just making it harder for people.
this is another one of those things
You're
where
selfish.
it's like, I should play the game, right? I should take this opportunity to self-promo, tell you all where to find me. However, if what you've heard so far isn't enough to want to check me out, you probably don't want to check me out, and I'm okay with that.
His Instagram is Knackers.
No, it's not. Nope,
Nope.
I changed my name.
Okay, it's
I changed it. I'm Big Jehovah God 69.
why are you? Now I know where anime gets this like self-deprecating humor from. It's from you.
No. It's look. I want to be a successful content creator, right? But there's just a weird thought in the back of my head that like promoting myself at the end of such a heartfelt, genuine conversation makes it all worthless. And I'd rather it just be about the talk than about the chance to promo.
They watch the talk. They're here. You're thinking about it way too much, my guy.
It's one of those. It's not my fault, but it's my responsibility.
Stop.
No, it's like it's just one of those things where it's like, if I don't know, I'm so weird about call to action.
You
stuff
are.
Still.
I've been doing
Yeah.
call to action all day. I have a button that literally has a subscribe. Click it. Click the like. Do the thing.
That's a really nice animation, though. I really like that.
Thank you. I bought it.
Yeah. So look, hey, if you like my dick, come find me. My name is the same everywhere. If you like what I do, come find me.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. Because if anything, do it for me so I have people who check out my friends. That's the only reason. I'm never going to do this for people I don't like. That's why it's hard not having repeat podcast people, because I'm not going to have some fucking Twitch streamer that has purple hair. It's like, I just started Twitch streaming because I was lonely. I don't care.
I wish I knew before I started streaming.
It's my birthday.
Dude, when you were talking earlier, I didn't want to break the vibe because it was a great moment, but you were like I don't want to just walk into a room and go, I'm depressed. I was gonna go, it's my birthday.
It would have worked so well.
Oh my fucking god.
No,
Oh.
no, I had a great. I knew, and it's always with people that I know that I'm gonna have a great time with. 5.5 hours of content that I know that was meaningful.
Yeah.
We're not chopping any of this down. Staying
That-
5 hours.
That's how you know, like when your afterthought isn't, what short form content can I create from this? Like when you're so into the conversation, and because I mean that's when you know that you're present.
Oh yeah. I feel like that's when I'll start having people on that I don't want to talk to, is when I'm like, what can I clip out of this? Like I've naturally been like clipping things on a button that I've watched it be like 3 minutes. I was like, that's good. But then moving on, I don't want to be stuck in a place where I'm like leading when I feel like it takes away from someone if I'm like leading you to a conversation that I want you to talk about, like being like, so I know you were just talking about suicide and wanted to do that to yourself, but like, what got you into tech? Like,
What's your biggest brand? I know we're talking about depression. What's your biggest brand deal ever?
how much money have you
do
made? Yeah, because I don't know. It's been fun. Also,
Wait, hold on. The same thing you just said about not, even though you're here to create content, but you feel bad about leaning the conversation into something that might make better content, is the same mentality of me just not wanting to self promo at the end, right? It's like, it's what I'm here to fucking do. But I just like, I'd rather not do it, even though that's the point of this all.
I do better if I let the conversation happen naturally.
Right.
Like if
Right.
I go in with I have like summaries of what I want to talk to you about, but you're a tech
same
guy,
here.
but guess what? Just like how I watched Lord of the Rings behind the scenes, I wasn't like, yeah, like when I started acting. Okay, I don't care, Aragorn. What was it like being on set? Like what did you kissed Pippin? That's goofy. You're a silly, quirky man. Like, I don't know. It didn't
Who
do
was
anything
the
to
class
add.
clown on the crew?
Yeah, for real. Like, I don't know. I interview what I want to. It's really such a selfish thing, but like I interview on what I want to know. And
Yeah.
if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. We can move on to a different thing. But this is what I want to know from a creator that I like. I'm never
Yep.
gonna have someone who has great views who I don't know. Like why waste my time? Wait, okay, maybe this is how I view it. I'm not gonna waste my own time interviewing someone who I don't give a fuck about.
Right.
Sorry. Like that's why I've had Rob on 3 times, because like I want to do podcasts, but
Yeah.
fuck these creators. I don't care. I don't know enough about them as people to be like, oh, that's dope as shit, because they're they're only their content.
Right.
That's all they show. Like I have to I want to go into some of the scary subjects a little bit to an extent, not to like put people on blast or get them in trouble, but just because I'm curious. Like like with the Hogwarts thing, I'm sure there's people who are like, that's fucking stupid, but I didn't think that. I don't know. Like I learned a lot more about you and gained a lot more respect for you because of our topics. I'm never.
And that's,
Yeah.
you can, and I see this a lot, where it's like you can't even have people talk about it to learn from each other without them being like, it's not your place to have an opinion. It's like, well, I'd like to know more. I'd like to know why people are saying, and I still need to do some more digging on it, because
I don't know. I don't know anything about football. Neither, like, apparently nobody else is in the NFL, but y'all offer your dumbass opinions multiple times. Like, I don't know. It's a
Yeah, man.
conversation.
yeah,
Like,
yep.
and I think education is a constant thing. I don't think someone just pops out perfect and is like, these are all the right answers. No, the world is way more complicated than that. Is there any, I do want to do this, but like, is there anything that you're working on that you're like excited for in the future that people should be watching out for? Like something that you're passionate about. Like,
Yeah. So coming up, I've got this video that I'm making about this keyboard that I built.
which one? Is it the one right in front of you?
Yeah, this one from my Mac. I'm really excited about. I'm like, it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure I know how I'm going to frame it in my head, and it's probably not going to come out as good as I'm thinking it's going to. But I think people who enjoy the creative process or like the DIY nail to a wood type content, like people who like seeing the building process will enjoy it. I've got this, you actually probably can't see it. I got a new gaming PC build that's pretty unique that's coming up, and actually a lot of products. I just got Antlion just released a new mic and a new pair of IEMs with a mic that's like super tiny. It's like a Britney Spears microphone.
Oh shit! Oh, like that little wire.
Level, yep.
Ooh.
Yep. So I just got those review units in. So make some content about that. I actually like my desk out there is overflowing. I'm currently working with Mackie, the audio company Mackie, and that's actually this headset right now that I've been using the whole day. And this microphone arm is from Mackie as well. They're starting to branch into
that Microsoft. The arm looks dope, and I was gonna make a comment about it.
This isn't Mackie, so this is actually like it's just a 1/4-inch extendo tube. It was like a $15 tube I found on Amazon that's meant for tripods. So it's like if you have a tripod like this, it just adds like 8 inches of height.
Nice.
But I found out that the threading is the same, and you can make any arm like a low profile arm.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So I love it. But yeah, I got a list of products that are sitting out there that I'm gonna be doing showcases. So computer builds, keyboard builds, a couple DIY projects. Yeah, I'm trying to do more. I have to do more YouTube stuff this year. I really, you know what sucks is my 3 beacon videos that I did January of last year got me 3,100 of my 4,000 watch hours in order to be partner. And this month is going to end, and those 3,000 hours are going to disappear.
No.
Because they have to be within the last 12 months.
Everyone go watch Knacker's stuff after this and just like fucking loop it.
And this is one of those times where like it was right there. And all I had to do was put a little bit more effort to get from 3,200 to 4,000.
How many days? How many days are left?
To be honest, I'm actually curious because it's the 27th right now. I'm gonna look at it right now.
Because if hypothetically, if I like time twos the video and loop it,
I don't think it works that way.
Why not?
The YouTube, because I think I'm pretty sure they track that shit. Because then everybody would be doing that. Also, changing the fucking monetize button to earn in YouTube. Do you realize that?
No. I thought I was just special, and it was like, you earn this. I was like,
they're not. They aren't gone yet for some reason. That's strange. Because I thought that they would expire, but maybe I released the videos at the end of January or end of February. I thought it was January. Hold on, I'm looking.
Everyone go watch his videos repeatedly.
Oh my God. And then, dude, I have nowhere near the shorts. January 31st. So it's going to be in like 4 days. But it's okay. This is my fuck up. This is my lesson learned.
Hold on.
I should have nutted the fuck up and put out like, I don't know, maybe 10 more YouTube videos last year, and I could have gotten that. But I'll just have to start over. It's all good.
So,
I don't mind.
Does anyone know for sure if like someone just watches the video on loop times 2, like 4,000 fucking times?
There's no way. I want to fail at this.
Why?
I want to start back because this will be a great way to start over, learn it again, find a different groove. Because this is me being realistic. We're real about it. I'm gonna keep it a buck, dude. Cope about it, L man. I got really lucky with those beacon videos. I was one of 10 creators that made YouTube content about it that I know of. You know, I was alongside Harris Heller and Sam.
That's dope as shit.
I'm again, another thing that I think ended up me becoming friends with Sam Woodall. And I think we're actually going to be collabing on some content pretty soon. Yeah, fucking awesome. So I got lucky. I had 3 videos that got 3,000 watch hours, right? That shouldn't have happened. I shouldn't have gotten that. I had been making tech YouTube content for 6 months. Why did I get that? So I'm going to eat this turd. I'm going to hunker down in 2023, make some good, and I'll get the 4,000. It's all good.
Good. You're weird, but you'll get it. But don't. You have like weird knives. You like lift yourself up and then sit on a dagger. Like it just like.
I gotta keep. Here's the thing. I watched ego destroy people in the content creation space, people that I looked up to, people I was very close with, and I watched that ego erupt and disrupt everything around them. And I do whatever I can to keep that shit in check. Like I just got to take myself down a couple pegs every once in a while.
Okay, just don't. Yeah, I allow me
I'm
to.
Still charging $800.
Okay, good. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, just God, because I think that was the thing, is like I didn't give myself enough credit, and then I literally had people that were like, "Why are you always doing this?" And the moment my thought process changed, I'm still like, ego is still a thing to I get what you're saying, but I also want to be confident in what I'm doing, because the moment the confidence leaves, I go back to being a little bitch again. I don't want to do that.
Right. And I don't think it's about not having confidence. I think it's maybe doing this process again of getting those 4,000 hours.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not willing to do that because I don't love the process, am I doing the right thing? Because if I was sitting here like, oh my God, I have to get 4,000 watch hours again. Like, well then why do it at all?
Yeah, you know? I get that. But I'm pumped to see where you end up, because I think some people took. I love that I saw you on the Beacon TikTok. Like I saw all that and I was like, that's not Knacker's profile pic. Oh shit. That's my boy. like the fucking Harry Potter dad. That's my boy. Oh, you don't know that reference. God damn it.
I know. I was going for the I've abandoned my child.
I've abandoned my boy. That's a sad movie.
I appreciate it, man. I don't want to be one of those like 2023 is my year, but
no, because the moment I say that, 2020 is going to happen again.
A lot of stuff has fallen into place, and it's just about being smart and not trying to get lost in the thought.
Yeah, I like it. I'm hopeful and I'm excited, guys. Go search Knackers up. His name is in the title. He's on Twitter. He's on YouTube. He's on Twitch. He's never going to be on Twitch again because I'm going to convince him to do YouTube. He's on Instagram, I think. I don't even think I follow you on Instagram. He's on all these platforms, and his opinion is awesome. His photography is cool. You might see a lot of penises in his pictures, but they're funny.
Yeah,
they're cute.
Yeah.
They're not going to come after you. They're like little casual walk penises.
It's cute penis, not a mean penis.
Yeah. But yeah, man. Thank you so much for coming on the pod, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a fucking blast. It did not feel like as long as it did. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't ever know how to end these, but yeah, I'll talk to you soon, everyone. See you the fuck later.
I guess I'll end the call.
Yeah.
All right. Good night.
Bye. See ya. Okay, bye, guys.
Thank you.